gonna wait as well. Once everybody's checked in, if it's still the first round, I can probably check in people manually and fiddle around with the brackets to make them make sense. Yeah, and we have 8 people who haven't checked in yet. Yeah, unfortunately, past first round, it's a lot of fiddling.
Oops. Wait a second here. Of course, I did the wrong overlay to kick us off, as always. But hello, Internet. Welcome back to the stream. It is indeed the LOR Love Tournament today. And thank you all for hopping in to watch or to participate. Tatsiga and Sargassus and Ohana Kitty. Hello! How's it going? So I'm... you know who I am, probably. I'm Elzan. I am now a former seasonals competitor and generally a Masters player, and I'm here to cast some memey as fuck games. We just finished reviewing the deck codes for the decks that were submitted, and just a review of the deck building requirements. There was a set of champions that you had to choose from, either who were related by blood or in a romantic relationship that you could pick from, or they just had crushes on each other, a la Timo Tristana Rumble. And there's also an all spells deck and an all units deck. The units deck is followers only. The spells deck can have 3 of a champ, and the rest is spells. We did see some of the expected rises, but we also saw some other very interesting things. I believe there is a mono Katarina and a mono Lux spells only deck in the roster, so that's pretty exciting. Ace, I shall spin to win. Welcome back to your stream as well. Thank you, I appreciate it. It's good to be back on yet another weekend morning, which is unusual for me, but I shall spin. Also, because the stream is starting late, because that's who I am as a person, I decided to wear this shirt for the tournament, which I think is a great decision. But yes, I'm also need to add the people that I'm potentially spectating, so slapping that on there real fast. And I got to spin now. All right, huzzah, spin. Okay. There's also a 1-minute delay, so if I am not responding as quickly as you'd expect it to on the video, that's gonna be why. I hate streaming with the delay, but we gotta do it for the tournaments so that you guys don't stream snipe each other. I trust you all, but you never fucking know. You went for a Lowy Gangplank? I saw. You got the OG, one of the OG couples going on there. Going well, running around preparing Super Bowl party stuff, and of course viewing as much of the amazing tourney as you can. Thank you for coming in for the tourney while you can. Also, yeah, if anyone is watching the Super Bowl today, I hope that it's a good Super Bowl. I'm also gonna move that slightly. Okay, all right, there we go. Katarina found her way into this fun format. How? That's a good question. Here's my feelings on the Katarina. I actually don't mind it as much because Katarina used to be one of my top meme champions until, Windswept Hela crept in there, and then Stun crept in there, and then Gwen arrived, and then all of the other stuff happened. So yeah, she definitely snuck in. We cannot escape from Katarina. She's a little inescapable, it feels like, in today's meta, and including the meta of this tournament, apparently. Very curious. I'm kind of assuming that most of the normal-ish decks are going to be banned, and by normal-ish, I mean all of the Demacia, or some of the champion pairings. Like, there are a couple of Shyvana Jarvans that I noticed when looking at the deck codes. So certainly expect some of that. But hopefully we'll get to see some interesting diversity as well, and just, hey, I have a lot of spells. I have so many spells. So that should be pretty good. I'm going to be hosting the whole thing. We're going to be spectating as we can, hopping into matches, and of course I do have Flufferton with me as well to cheer us on in the second tournament. You don't do those bowl things over here. You don't do the Super Bowl where people buy a lot of food and eat a lot of food and watch a bunch of dudes run into each other at max speed. What do you mean? The only bowl you need to watch is your bowl of nachos? That is a pretty good bowl to watch. I think that's an excellent choice. You're getting ready for the Super Bowl yourself, got to watch the game while you game. Yo, Remny's up in here fucking double fisting the gaming. Yasuo ruins yet another deck with Katarina. You knew it? Yeah, Yasuo just walks in and it's like, oh god. There was a Yasuo Ari deck that was submitted, which I feel like is apropos for, actual Valentine's Day theming, but that one's gonna be interesting. Slorn! Unfortunately, I am not playing deck codes today because it is tournament day, but thank you for the submission and I shall hoard it until the next time that I'm doing that. I should probably turn off submissions. I stupidly forgot to turn it on yesterday, and now, of course, I have it on today when I don't need it. Apologies! It will go in the hold queue. You know how this works. I think. Yes. Okay, let's turn that off, and then we've got also probably not the challenge, but the challenge is already off, so let's go. See, chat has a delay. Chat has a delay. We're streaming a tournament in about 2 minutes, actually. So you need to, if you should be checked in, bracket should be going live in 2 minutes. And also, if you would like to see the brackets, I can also post the battle file link, which I should have done before. Did I do that before? No, that's the Poro Cup link also. Let's not drop the Poro Cup link in particular. Oops, that's Cortana. I do not want Cortana. Technical disasters. You also have Jerry ready to watch? Fuck yeah, Jerry! Flufferton, your Poro friend from abroad is also present and paying attention. We just do the food without the concussions? You know, arguably a pretty valid strategy. No concussions is a pretty good time, I think. But yeah, I'm excited. We're also just I've decided to make this a theme. So in future tournaments, we're gonna have the same prize pool, and we're gonna also just be offering more Poros, cause it's Poro, and who doesn't want a Poro? I was trying to find an equivalent plushie, to this one, and I found it difficult, because it's just, this one is so ideal. It's round, it's soft. Who doesn't want a round, soft thing? I guess if you wanted a figurine or something, that could be arranged. But so for now, it's this. The concussions add flavor. I mean, I suppose they do. They make it spicy. Medical injuries, injuries in general, medical incidents add spice to life. But yes, I was gonna go actually post the brackets and the code if anyone would like to take a look at those. So let me just update the tourney command so that we have that available if anyone would like to see what's coming up and who's about to go up against who. Tourney, where did you go? There it is. Edit that. We no longer have the registration link. We just have the actual straight up tournament link. There we go. If you'd like to use Turning to find out who's going up against each other, that should now work. Thank you, Moobot. It is now 10 a.m. though, so we're approaching, or we have reached the cutoff. Waiting for updates from our lovely moderators, both Kitchen and Glassman, and I'm hearing from Glass that the brackets are about to go live, so we're heading in now. Very exciting. Very exciting. Brackets are online. We're going in. Woo! Yes, I'm excited. I'm mostly, this is more of a memeier tournament than the last one. Like, our conditions for the last one were a little like Mono Region, people have done that before. Mono Champ, people have done that before. Those kinds of things. However, this time we did have some more stringent and a little bit more out there conditions with all spells and all followers, and our very specific champ pairings. You got some BYEs. I am sorry if you wanted to start off strong with the game, but do not worry, the brackets shall march on inexorably like time. Eventually it will catch up to you. The brackets will find you, and they will hold you down and force you to play a game. Because that's how tournaments work, I'm pretty damn sure. Okay, we're gonna move that over there. Let's see if anybody who I know is in the tournament is actually currently in a game yet. Ooh, still waiting on some folks, it looks like. So I shall chill for the moment. But yeah, there's a decent amount of Targon as well in the deck codes that I was noticing. So that'll play out interestingly. It's always fun to watch a good, big Invoke just kind of go insane. And I know for a fact that I think there's a Soul. Someone that has brought a Soul. There's Katarina, there's Lux, there's Soul, there was a Nora, there's also, and then I think I mentioned already a bit of Shyvana Jarvan, which also makes sense. And someone did shoot for the very memey combination that I was wondering if any would actually go whole hog for. I believe there is a Teemo Trist Rumble deck floating around, which I do kind of want to see, because that's going to be, I think, entertaining to watch. And it was the only combination of 3. unless you count Monovarus, but I don't think anyone actually went for the Monovarus. Or the Mono Draven, which is understandable. It does limit you more in deck building than the other conditions that would have been possible. But I was really curious if anyone actually picked those. We just had to do the Draven. The Draven. We had to. I said Draven's name like Draven like several times now, and I need to stop. Draven would have been pretty fucking memey. Targon's Supremacy. Oh yeah, Totsigi. In the last one, I remember you brought. Oh yeah, there was a no champ deck. You brought the Targon Shadow Isles for the no champ deck. I want to say Targon is the best spells only region. It does give you a lot of value. I was thinking about that. Shadow Isles is like face value of like, oh, I get to removal. Targon does give you big, powerful, excuse you, I have, what's that Phoenix's name? I forget the Phoenix's name like all the time. But there's also just, the Scourge. There's always a Scourge or the Great Beyond, which, I mean, if we see a Great Beyond or a Scourge, I'm gonna be a fan. That's gonna be exciting. It also creates stuff, which is just generally useful. Also, yes, one other announcement to make. Do not start round 2 if both people have gotten a BYE round 1, because we did some manual seeding for round 1. So if you have a BYE situation, if you could pause on the round 2, sounds like the moderators are working on some stuff on the back end, just to shout that out as well. Be like, gee, hello! How's it going? One sec, catching up on some stuff here. Okay, there's a stuff there. Check in, questions, getting all the stuff done. Okay, yes, there's also some manual, matchmaking in the tourney channels if you are a participant. Make sure to be keeping your eye on that just while we're here. Yes, we are I think a little bit more prepared than the last time for sure when it comes to setting up the bracket, because we have the experience. But there's always going to be at least one technical difficulty, and sometimes it reproduces and multiplies to 2. Currently, I think we are relatively under control, though, but thank you for your patience if you are indeed waiting for a game to happen. You are correct in terms of raw value and more memey of environment. Hard to beat Invoke. Hard to beat Invoke for sure. Yeah, one of these days, I've got to actually play in one of these. I gotta go into one eventually. And see how I'm doing with my own with my own deck building conditions. It looks like we might be able to hop into a match here. So I'm gonna pick one of our participants and see if we can't spy on somebody here. I believe Food Night is competing, so maybe we can hop into a spectate there. And then we're going to quickly go over here. Oh, Food Night versus Lunari. This should be interesting. Let's do this. Hop on over here. I don't believe we have our opponent's hand at the moment, but we'll just take a look at what Food Night has brought here. Mono Zoe, spells only it looks like, versus units only Demacia, which is probably going to be, I would imagine, a little bit of an uphill battle for Food Night if they are unable to get a lot of value out of the invokes, out of the stuff. Because Demacia will just cast units. We know what Demacia does. We know how big Demacia gets. We know how intense it can be. Tournament stuff is too big brain. I don't know what's going on. Hopefully you will be able to catch up. I believe in you, G. We're currently just spying on some folks. Spying is the correct term for spectating, by the way. I am in a bush with some binoculars, just trying to see what they're doing, you know? We've got the whole spy music going on in the background. And we're looking at just some fucking elites chilling. Not Penitent Squire, not quite an elite. But the tough Vanguard Defender versus the 1/1 Zoe is painful versus Food Night here. Let's see what Lunari casts next. They've got that Tattered Banner Challenger available for sure. Looks like we've got draw for Food Knight. There's a Cythria. You can't run a units-only Demacia deck without a Cythria, now can you? It's Demacia, so you can just get a lot of elites in their hand and rally. Sitting out today because SBM work stuff. Oh yeah, Tatsiki, I'm glad you had fun on the last one. Yes, if you want to do the, if you are ever interested in a meme tournament, there's gonna be more of them. There's gonna be more. I have plans. I have a lot of plans. Yep, that's a lot of elites. Okay, Lunari coming out fucking real strong. We are looking at some stuff here. Brackets moving around. Okay. I wanted to bring up the deck codes here in case something spicy in the lists at the moment. Let's see, what is going on for Food Knight here with that spells only Zoe that we're eyeing up. Tara. Let's take that out, paste that in. Let's see. It is Mono Zoe. 2 Ruinations, 2 Impacts, 2 Vengeances, so a lot of high cost removal. Usual Invokes, Celestial Trifectas, Star Shapings, a lot of healing, and a little bit of pings in the form of Vile Feast and Unspeakable Horrors. Silencing of Vanguard. Makes sense, honestly. Don't want to make that to be a 5/5. Unless you're Lunar, in which case you would have really liked that to be a 5/5, because that is almost half the opponent's HP at this point. There's a duelist. Ooh, that Challenger. Something in hand has Challenger. Plus the Tattered Banners are literally just kind of chilling. Nothing much going on. No need to cast them, it would seem. Just getting value. Food Knight here, finding some healing and a blocker. So not dead for sure. Looking at also Star Shaping and another Guiding Touch in hand. Ooh, Vanguard Sergeant coming out with a powerful for Demacia. Again, pretty expected in Demacia, but not still very threatening for sure. Needs to, let's see, Food Knight can find a Ruination. That is possible. But the mana's gonna be very awkward even if it is top decked here. Unless that for Demacia is cast. If it's not cast, then it is an open swing. But if it is, there's a chance that something might be able to sneak in there. Unfortunately, that will be 8 mana next turn, so no Ruination if it is top decked there. Let's take a look at Lunari's list. Are there any unexpected Demacia units? That is a Stony Suppressor. Actually an interesting tech versus opponents that you guaranteed and understand are going to have all spells. Actually pretty brutal. I didn't think of that, but that's a pretty brutal tech just to be like, hey, I see your stuff, and I say no to your stuff. That is a pretty big sweep of Demacia right there. These sergeants and everything else is going off. Even Stony Suppressor is a 4/6 doing damage. Those elites got hands. They really do got hands. Many hands. Let's see what game that was. These are best of 3s, double elimination bracket. So we'll see if that was game 1 or 2. I'm not actually sure because I forgot to check the timer, as I always do. Just forget to check the timer. I get so engrossed in the gameplay and what's happening on the screen. Looks like we are loading into another match, though. It's to be determined if that was... okay, looks like that was the first game. Probably. So, Lunari takes the first with Demacia Elites. We're now watching that Rise Shurima deck go off versus P&Z Zon units only. Going strong here with a Phantom Prankster use Cask Salesman. That alone is, what, 4 damage to Fates? Which is a pretty exciting stat line, I gotta say. Personally, I think that's pretty exciting. The Zeus Cask Salesman once completely deleted my whole face, and it was alarming. No mercy from Lunari. None whatsoever. Finding Redeemed Prodigy on 2 like a good Shadow Isles player. All right. We got that redeemed prodigy. You were supposed to be him, but I don't know what happened, and you're out now. Oh wait. All right. Talk to the mods if you want to poke at that a little bit. Sorry if there was any registration confusion. We were using the website check-in system, but perhaps the announcements didn't go. All right. Redeemed Prodigy out on the field, and another Redeemed Prodigy top decked. Definitely heard me the first time when I was like, yeah, that's some good Shadow Isles right there. Finding a delve. First delve of the tournament, potentially, or at least that we're seeing. There were other Rise decks brought here today. We'll see what landmark kicks us off. It would be unfortunate if it died to a good old 2 damage. And well, there's a second one. So the Hallowed will be stacking. Hallowed be stacking in the back. Looks like it might be a Fae instead of a landmark, depending on what goes on here. Fae Sprout, always an interesting RNG situation. Manifest that thing. Give it a +1/+1. Ooh, that 2/2 is chilling. We find space to potentially get this prankster down and stick it. Which means there's a bunch of ephemerals coming. It might actually be able to do a lot. Ooh, finding Assistant Librarian for spell draw in the all spells deck. What a Fae Sprout generation there. Okay. Ooh, we're looking at this next turn, and we're looking at potentially a lot of damage, actually. Use Cast Salesman going. There's that 4 damage about to hit face. We can, of course, always buff that Redeemed Prodigy by +1, which interacts with the Assistant Librarian, assuming there is no Fated, but there may be a Fated. You go back to sleep now? Be like, gee, I'm sorry that there was some technical mishap there. Sorry to hear that now, actually. We'll definitely keep that in mind, regardless of whether or not you are staying or leaving. We'll definitely keep an eye on what may have gone wrong there. Apologies about that, though. There's that Hallowed buff. It is knocking into the Assistant Librarian there. And a couple of procs going. That is so close to just full HP gone. 5 remaining for Lunari. And Ghastly Band, Doom Beast, and of course Blighted Caretaker being able to trigger a lot of damage, actually. Blighted and Redeemed alone are probably likely to finish off the game here. Doom Beast is pretty strong on top of something that has already been cast, of course. So Redeemed, Doom Beast, also looking pretty terrifying. There's a Weight of Judgment. The new Weight of Judgment, actually. The one that has an edited damage output and reduced cost. Not gonna lie, I do miss the old Judgment a little bit. Old one was pretty good. That is also a powerful line that I didn't even think about. Just revive the Cast Salesman. Get 2 more damage out of that instantly. 2 mana rise off of the drum solo. We'll be planting delves, but the heal landmark may happen too late if it is even available with a delve in hand. Likely that there's a delve in there, I think. There's also one landmark that I believe has never been cast, because one delve did go off round 3 pretty early on. But we're looking at just pretty sweet open attack. Food Knight getting his revenge. Food Knight really going hard off of the face of that last Demacia beatdown. Cast Salesman is really selling his wares effectively, and really shoving them in your face. Really going, hey, have you thought about being a little bit caustic? Oh, I can click on the Guardian when I'm spectating somebody. This is new information for me, and I will not do that anymore, because otherwise I will distract everyone from the actual gameplay. I will mostly just distract myself, not gonna lie. I'll mostly distract myself if I poke at the Guardian too much. unbeknownst to Lunari, there is that Doom Beast still chilling. If there is 2 damage found to kill Prodigy, there's a potential, actually probably unlikely to be able to survive, unless there's also some way to stop an attacker going. And this is all, of course, minus just the Doom Beast proc in general. Holding that Doom Beast back a little bit, there might be some kind of interaction for the 3-2. There are, of course, the Shurima spells that reduce power. Could have checked the deck code actually to determine whether or not those were in there for sure, but it looks like it is just a W for Food Night there. I think that should mean we go to game 3 here. So already off to a good series of there's an actual challenge in there. I'm glad. There was definitely a little bit of worry of, the champion and the unit decks are going to sweep the spells only, but depends on your matchup, which I think is a bit hopefully exciting for the players, and it's certainly exciting for me to watch. So there's that Rise Shurima back. We're now looking at Food Knight's all spells deck again. There's Ruination that we were wondering if it would show up before. Got a Behold, got a 6 mana Drain. Wondering what the keep is here. I personally would go for Behold the Infinite. Not sure about the Piercing Darkness, but holy shit, getting the Zoe on that mulligan, pretty good. Looks like Food Knight pretty good at finding the Zoes early, despite the probability of the deck actually being able to pull her out so fast. Zoe does make the rules, don't you, Zoe? Okay. 1-1 elusive, going in for face. Let's see what's happening here. There's that super cool star chart actually getting discounted because of the top deck off of that round. Lunari debating something here. I'm actually going to hit up that Shurima Rise situation just to see for sure what's going on. We have Lunari here, and the spells only Shurima Rise. What's going on there? We're looking at obviously the Rise. Oh, there's some Trinket Trades, 3 Sisters, Hiltoven Tellstones, a few Acathian Myths, in fact, 2 Rite of Negations. There's the Weight of Judgment that we saw before, 1 Heedless Resurrection, a couple of Portapaloozas, and I think interesting because it is a new card, we've got 3 Castigates. Definitely preparing indeed for those follower-only unit-only decks. Didn't even consider Rise for the spells deck. Good stuff. It's pretty good stuff, yeah. Entreat in hand, drawing the Rise for sure there. Okay, I need to check in on all of the stuff here. Okay, looks like we're going here. Okay, just tournament, thanks. Okay. 2 elusives happening. The Rise is online. Invoking from Food Knight there. Looking at that super cool star chart to generate another Otter. Another Trickster. I wanted to call it an Otterpuss, which is definitely wrong. The Rune Mage himself, you get access to all those burst unit spells. Yes. We thought about, or all of us, and we brought it up in discussion. Us together, we thought about what the champions bans should be for something like a spells only deck. Karma came up, Seraphine came up. We decided to leave Rise in because he is very like 1 or a 0 situation of either you find your delves and you find your resource engine and you find the things that will give you removal and damage and all of that, or you just never find him and you're stuck with a bunch of spells that have somewhat limited utility. Unlike something like Heimerdinger, which I believe someone did bring, where if you put the Heimer, you get a lot. You can go pretty wide off of the Heimerdinger. So we left the Rise just because he seemed like he could be a fun matchup, just in general. and because they were all spells, there's also going to be a lot of removal running around. I think most of the spells on the decks, if you had access to them, run some kind of hard removal. Clearly, Shadow Isles is Vengeance and Ruination. But even areas like Targon, I'm not sure if anyone brought Sunburst off the top of my head, actually. But if I was running Targon, I would have probably considered a Sunburst, just to make sure that I could potentially get rid of something bigger on that turn. There's another Face Sprout being sprouted. Rise should have been on the ban list too. Oh, you think it's unfair to allow the Rises around? We thought that was kind of okay. But yeah, definitely the ban lists are something that we're, I think, always gonna struggle with a little bit. We're always going to have issues deciding or figuring out what's the best series of bans for our meme meta of the day. Or of the month? Mostly of the month. The Poro Cup was over a month ago. I can't do this quite every week yet. Oh, and Doombeast getting found here. Fancy Drain. Going for the Drain. Dealing 6 damage with the units alone. So 8 total in one go. Zoe's pinged another one. One mana Rune Prism. Did I forget about the Rune Prism? Yes. Never mind. Down to 10. Still half HP. Still doing alright. Yeah, that 5/2 with healing is kind of scary. It's also kind of annoying if you're trying to get around something like that. But Food Knight here does have the double drain, so denying the purpling today. Rise didn't seem too crazy. Rise was, yeah, I think we were about to, we were like, maybe Rise isn't so bad. We're about to find out. We are about to discover how scary the Rise may be. Anyone want to place some bets of whether or not the final decks will be Rises or not? Ooh, getting the Pale Cascade to trade with the Tasty Feyfolk. So, Lunari here returning to 18. Pretty strong, pretty healthy in the face of even all of these small elusives. Food Knight, however, finding that Vengeance off the top. So even, or having just a Vengeance in hand, I think oh no, top decking the Vengeance because the Moonlit Affliction was made by Horror here. So even if Rise comes down, it's not going to have the spell shield immediately. Unless the Ace, the avatar of the memes, can beat it. We needed him the most. He played Nora. It's like that Avengers scene. It is like that Avengers scene. Ace coming for the victory to rescue us, indeed. Don't think you can even choose Rise without any other units. It's a bit hard to survive that long. You've got Nora being a Grand Mach, it's just all of the Avengers. There's the Castigate! There's one of the new cards coming down. Leaving the Zoe, of course, because it's a followers only removal. But 7 mana Diet Vengeance, or Diet Ruination, is not that bad, actually. Seeing the power of it here for sure. When Castigate was announced, we definitely had a thought of, or at least had a thought of, I wonder how strong that's going to be. Haven't seen a shitload of Shurima though, so perhaps we won't be seeing it too often. But it's fun. That one's fun. I say fun, perhaps not fun for Food Night, but fun to watch. Also, Moss, hello! You almost missed the tourney, but you luckily got a BYE! Oh my god, Moss, I'm glad you scraped by. Hello, I'm glad you're here. Glad you're all here, by the way. Thank you all for hopping in and catching the coverage or playing in the event. Huzzah! Whatever you're doing, it's great. Keep doing it. Looking for Invoke here from Food Night. 3 landmarks just kind of sitting pretty and chilling. Finding Beyond the Sister and the Trickster. That's also an 11-8. I feel like I should be noted. Good old Great Beyond doing its thing. Going to bring Rise until you realize almost everyone bring Rise. He decided not to. Small Penguin, fuck yeah. Going against the Gran, I like it. Lots of spell decks could just burn you down though, and Nora hardly cares about the restriction. Dora really doesn't care about the restriction, which is with the advantage of like mysterious what is it, mysterious journey. I keep wanting to call it mysterious portal, but I think it's mysterious journey. It's mysterious something something. Yeah, there are a lot of spells that can make units for you. I initially was thinking about things like assembly line, but then people were asking, oh, can I run the things that make portals to give me units? And I was like, well, yes. Those, we have not banned those. Those should be allowed. It's also interesting that the Rise decks are probably one of the few instances where you're going to see a lot of landmarks as well. There are some champion decks, but I don't think anybody went for the options. I think we left... Did we leave Talia Kaisa on there? But there's not too many landmark decks that you could really run with our champion pairings. Or at least they're like small one-of landmarks, so Rise is also the landmark heavy situation. That Zoe sitting as a 3-1. Very vulnerable to another delve being cast here. But there's of course the Pale Cascade still in Food Knight's hand. A tentacle against them all, with a 3-mana flow coming out as well. What you gonna do, Tentacle? I've been seeing a lot of tentacles. If you were on the stream yesterday when I was playing ranked, boy, did I not like the tentacles. Boy, do I not like the tentacles. It's too much hentai up in my Runeterra. Just too much. Okay, Otterpuss. Ooh, that pranking begins. There is no opportunity for spell increases other than pranks, since there isn't a Petricite, of course. Or, not the Petricite. The Sony Suppressor on board for Shurima. But yeah, no, I actually do love the fact that someone brought fucking words. Brought fucking words. I'm bringing the fucking words today. Then someone actually brought Sony Suppressor. I wonder. I don't think anyone brought Stowe the Petricite Pillar, which also would have been interesting amount of shutdown. Getting elusive from the Mirai Songstress, which is actually kind of a pretty nice block there for sure. Deleting the Silver Sister. Off of that, preventing the Zoe from getting value instead of preserving HP, which kind of makes sense. Don't allow that super cool star chart to get discounted further. Probably knows too that this would become free and very easily castable, perhaps for a Moonglow or something on the Zoe. Getting now Gust Monk as well, nice +2/+0 to trade into something, even though you probably don't want the recall. Zillion is the only other landmark champ you could see being viable. Oh, Zillion spells might have been an interesting option, that's true. But the 1 damage would be kind of tricky. Mono Zillion is a deck though, but it does rely on, there's a lot of predict units, or just predict units that you want to be able to put in there, whether that's drop border or just something that has an effect when you cast it, Aspiring Chronomancer, so you would lose all of that. But that's a good point, actually. Mono Zillion didn't crop up, but could have been interesting. Going for the Moonglow there, trying to protect Zoe. Still has that Pale to buff, should something try and go wrong here. But currently she's above the Shard of Betrayal. Someday I'll remember the name of all of the shards. Right now, no! Right now, no. But I know that Betrayal is the damage. That's about it. Mega high roll elusive portal. Indeed. Indeed. Also, still reaction to the chat. Extraordinarily late because of the delay. It's so weird to stream with a delay when I'm so used to never streaming with one. But we gotta protect the tournament, and it's a 14-8. I was about to be like it's an 11, but there have been so many more elusives cast since then. We're looking at a 14-8 Great Beyond with a 3/3 Zoe. Interesting. All right.
Are they still here?
Are they still here, Zoe? I think they are. Sorry, Zoe? I don't know why I'm apologizing. Never mind! Go Rise! Go Tentacle! I gotta flip up my own allegiance here occasionally. Just gonna type something out real quick on the back end as Lunari stares down a massive dragon.
Stand this madness no longer.
Ship time!
Ooh. Oh shit, going for the freeze. Pulling quicksand out, always a strong Shurima experience. Quicksand. Everyone is, I feel like, afraid of quicksand when they see a Shurima player. I know I personally am just like, oh god, is quicksand a thing? Quicksand is a thing. Forgot to remember that from looking at Lunari's deck list. But with the leveled rise and the delves! Oh, is it now the turn to pull out those delves? There is potential here for Food Knight to maybe able to kill a rise, because there still needs to be one more cast, and there is, of course, 2 Vengeances, or a Withering Wail into a Vengeance next turn, or something along those lines. Crescent Strike as well can ping that spell shield off while that final landmark is cast. So definitely potential there. Going for the Equinox to silence a follower instead of the champion. Interesting. I would have potentially gone for the stun just to get that off of him and away. Monozillion, biggest issue is probably that it would be much harder to clone stuff. You would not be able to run the usual predict perfectionist situation. Evil and perfectionist, so on and so forth. You would have to rely very heavily on counterfeit or something else like that. You could run iterative improvement though and take your opponent's units, which I'm actually curious if anyone is planning to do that. Though it's kind of a niche. It's a little bit more of a niche situation to try that because you never know what your opponent's going to be bringing. It's Simpy versus you in the losers bracket. Last 30 finalists, both the losers bracket round 1. Oh my god, the drama that's going here. All right, yeah. Okay, going with the Withering into the Vengeance, trying to just kill him now in one go. If there is another rise, that will be unfortunate, but the Rite of Negation coming out, countering the whole stack from the opponent here, and that's a win for Lunari. Oh my god. Shurima definitely showing off a little bit of its power there. And the Great Beyond not being able to close out the match. Still getting obliterated by our favorite PS2 animations. Sorry, Rise. We love Rise. We love you, Rise. We love you, Rise. Okay. First round. We are moving on with the brackets, it seems like. At a good clip. Catching up on some stuff here. Let's take a look at the bracket and see what's next. What's going on here? Did I close it? I didn't close it. It's good. That's good. I didn't close the bracket, but let's pull it up here and see what's going on. Moss versus Remni. We got some viewers up in here. Shall we take a look at that if we can? Who's in a match right now? Moss is in a match. We're gonna spectate Moss. What's up, Moss? How's it going? Oh, and Remni is going to be pulled up on our screen here as well, so we might actually be able to watch Rise Busted. You know what? Fair enough. Looks like we are currently in game 1 here. Let me see if I can go to the casting channel and indeed pull that up. We got that hand here from Remni as well. Yeah, we can see the tail end of that Pan of Pain, but we also got Vandal Tellstones, the card that makes copies, Blood for Blood. We've got the Tristana's Buster Shot, the pan that we can see. We've got a discard as well. Something. It starts with an R, I think. And then, of course, the Scout. And it is just a sweep for Remni here. Moss with the Senolution. Unable to seems to be able to find super strong footing. And that's the Rumble Tristana going off. Rumble Tristana. Okay, all right. Okay. It was Rumble Tristana. I think there is somebody that made the Rumble Trist Teemo. but this is the Rumble Trisk, so getting that good impact damage off. Invoke stuff, too expensive and slow. It is slow, and it is a lot of mana. Like, Celestial Trifecta, for the amount of value it gives you, is actually not bad as a burst speed spell, I think. However, it is also 6 whole mana. And at that point, your opponent just can cast Vengeance and go, nope. Bonk you on the head for trying that. Okay, we're up again. We're in the next one. Mobiletics, I don't need you right now. I'm doing the casting now. We are looking at Wings in the Wave, Spirit League, Senna, and Hate Spike for Moss. I'm actually curious to see if this Senna Lucian will be able to pull something out. I have been quite skeptical of Lucian, as a lot of you know. We're looking at Invoke. We're looking at, is that a Mountain Sojourners? Mahira, 2 Mountain Sojourners, in fact, potentially in Remni's hand, which is quite interesting. That's a Targon Noxus list, and I feel like that deserves us looking at the deck list a little bit here, just to see what else is in that. What else is in that deck? Let's see, units only. Let's take a peek, and then we'll also take a look at Moss's and Illusion to see if there's anything particularly spicy. Yep, those are Mountain Sojourners. And those are 3 Mahiras, some silences, some elusive, some buffs. The Noxus here is the Crimson Pigeon and Rune Squire, otherwise we're looking at all Targon. Hate Spike coming out, now dealing 3 damage instead of 2. A little bit stronger, getting that Husk out. And then Moss. What you got, Moss? We're looking at, for the champion deck, we've got a lot of Sennas. The Lucian may actually be able to watch one die, which is a weird thing to advocate for, but here we go. There are some Darkened Halberds in this deck, which we might be able to be seeing as Terosh. So there might be some Teroshes happening. There is a Ledros, 1 Ruination, 1 Harrowing, Spirit Journeys, 2 Soul Cleaves. So potentially looking at some spicy Soul Cleave plays. Also, Digi Dragon King, hello, what's going on? Welcome back. We are not doing the usual, we're actually doing a tournament broadcast today. But welcome back. Win or lose, Moss is the GOAT for bringing Senna Lucian. Truly the GOAT. You gotta bring, I was waiting for somebody to bring Senna Lucian, and someone has actually finally brought Senna Lucian. We're looking at the fast speed spells from Senna now, and I'm assuming Sentinel of Light is gonna die here? Get that Lucian level, get that 3/3 with double attack, who is rightly angry that his wife just died. Only now there's 2 of them at least. At least there's now 2. Boop, there it goes. Remni, units only, can't really respond with spells, which is an interesting headspace to be in, to be honest, of knowing that you can't cast a spell. Alright, there's that rally, there's that Halberd coming out. Let's see, just an open attack, getting darkness, yeah. Potentially trading with that darkness to get the Lucian to just be able to hit. They need marriage counseling so they can learn to work together. Yes, it's definitely not a deck construction problem. It's Lucian and Senna need to go to counseling. Ash Tryndamere too, though I don't think anyone actually brought Ash. Oh no, somebody did bring Ash Tryndamere. I got that wrong. Someone did bring the Ash Trindy combination. The second Mountain Sojourner is getting popped out there. No Mahira yet, though it would be funny if Mahira happened. Top decking the Halberds, which are actually, I mean, only a few mana away now at this current pace of the game, might be able to be cast. Get that 10/10 Fearsome and Ephemeral Summons. There's another Senna coming out. Really scary to be facing down that much actual, really, it's kind of scary to be facing that much Senna damage, and Lucian just angrily, looking extremely angry and acting extremely angry on those rally procs. I am going to poke the Stellacorn once. We're not going to poke it more. I will not get distracted. I will not get distracted. I'm hosting. I have to be professional. That's a load of bull malarkey. I'm not going to be professional. There's a Mentor of the Stones, looking for support train a little bit. I do like that there's a little bit support train going on here. That's pretty good. The Stellacorn is smiling at me. It's great. I'm just too distracted. Okay, there's a Hate Spike. Hate Spike is a happening maybe. Kind of makes sense to go for the Senna, I think. Just get rid of it, trigger that rally, get the darkness off of the Senna. Going forward, getting a Challenger Husk. Oh, also Big Senna, Champion Senna, 2 of 3 away from just leveling entirely, and going for Meteor Shower, which is the exact amount of damage needed. There's a Crumble going out, and Fast Speed Crumble to actually get the level. I actually didn't even think of that play line there, considering I was still like, oh, it's the slow speed spell. Moss clearly with the more experience with Senna, going for a pretty strong play. 5-1 still alive, and a very open attack there. Discounted fast. Tiari looking a little bit scared. I mean, if I was Tiari in this, I would have shit my pants. And a surrender from Remni going on to the next one. Astron Demir is what you'd have done if you had more time to try stuff. Astron Demir actually seems relatively strong if you can run the amount of Frostbite, I think. As Remni would probably say, Frostbite's pretty good against a lot of mid-rangey things. Get a big unit, just shut off the power with the Frostbite. Looks like we're moving on to game 3. Astron Demir Soul Cleave for the big boy trend plays. For sure. Okay, Weapons of the Lost, Remembrance, Blinding Assault, Mulliganing for Royal Decree, and Death's Hand. We're looking at Moss's Lux Spells Only deck. Again, versus the Targon Noxus. This is the Lux deck that I was talking about. It'd be interesting to see how this plays out. Looks like an interesting combination of just supporting the units that you get, and Noxus aggro punch him. Noxus aggro punch him is the technical way of describing decks, I promise you. Anyway, let's take a look at actually what's in this, because we already are somewhat familiar with Remni's strategy. Buff the things, find the support, go with that. Okay, we saw the Weapons of the Lost before. There's definitely Burn. There's 2 Unyielding Spirits. Strength in numbers here. Remembrance, of course. 3 Decimates. Really going in for the actual damage. And Roar of the Slayer to, I guess, just get rid of an angry board state. Yeah, discard and damage seems to be the series of plays here for Moss's Lux deck. It seems also that there is lots of ways to protect Lux should she actually hit the board. So we'll see if that can happen. Soul Cleave is easily one of your favorite cards now. It's kind of a great card. It definitely feels like it was built to do impressive shit. Leave your shark support as shark support. The shark supporter up in the chat. Kitten, always an advocate for sharkies. I love it. That's a 2-2, a 1-2, and a 2-2, and we've got Weapons of the Lost here for a cup for a Stratharian Shield Breaker coming down hard as a 6-5. He's ready to rumble. He's ready to fucking party. I mean, with a mask like that, would you not look at that guy and go, yes, he's here to fucking party and have a good time. Even Sulky on Ash can delete 2 blockers. Oh, true facts, actually. That's a good point. I wasn't even thinking, I was just thinking, haha, 11-11 attack. Or 11 or whatever his stat line is. 2 of those, please. Okay, going out with the big boy here. Making a 2-2. Tiari buffing the HP. Trading pretty easily with the Shield Breaker, though. Lux has been found. Hunting boar ramp support. It is ramp support. I actually haven't seen anyone cast Soul Cleave on the boars for a ramp deck yet, but I'm sure I'm gonna see it at some point. That's just going to happen. There's the Sojourners coming down. We're looking at Telescope, Golden Sisters, Sparklefly. Oh, there is a Petricite pillar in there from the Bomber Twins, actually, and still the Mahira and Mountain Sojourner is chilling up in there. That is a pillar, though, isn't it? Holy shit. Well, I guess I lied. No one's running pillar. Bomber Twins generated a pillar, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Bomber Twins made a pillar. What the fuck? Noxian Telstones coming out here. What are we looking at? If we go for Weapons of the Lost, that is immediately a leveled Lux, but but it's not castable because it required 9. We only have 8 at the moment. Looking at the spells there, getting an Honored Lord halfway to the Lux level, and there's the rest of it. Soul Cleave on Trinity gets you 3 if he isn't leveled. Oh, because you kill the first one and then make 2 more, right? Oh, never mind. You're correct, I think. That would make sense. It is more Tryndamirs than I had initially thought. Similarly with Scion, you kill a Scion, you get the Scion returned, and then you have 2 ephemeral Scions just kind of sitting in the back going, hey, we can also rally, we can also attack, which is always a fun experience. Someone did give me a Soul Cleave deck with Scion in it, and I just couldn't get the Soul Cleave Scion because I was too busy Soul Cleaving the Undyings that were in the deck. It was kind of great. We just got the Undying to win the game with the Scion level up. One single Scion level up. Honored Lords and Angry Valor looking pretty good here, actually. Lux Engine is kind of online, Remni, with obviously no spells to be able to delete the Lux off the bat. So we're down to some pretty strict unit v unit gaming, which for an all spells deck, kind of impressive to say. Remember, it's slowly getting discounted there, but not enough to cast after all of that. Discarding to find a Grenadier potentially, or just decimating for damage. There's an Avarosan Hearthguard. The Diet Revna. I've called a couple cards diet versions of things now. No offense, Avarosan Hearthguard. You're wonderful. Your braids are beautiful. You look strong and powerful. And it's also a 5/6, which is kind of scary. 2 Noxian Telstones in Moss's hand. There is a Blinded Mystic for Remni, should anything really scary come down. That will at least turn off some of the combo. Shadow Isles Ash is already a good, decent deck, depending on the meta, and Soul Cleave just makes it better. Soul Cleave is I think, a very good card in that it just enables you to both do extra memes, but also do extra meta stuff. Or extra things that are just strong. Like, it just makes things strong, which is quite interesting. You haven't played LOR forever, but now you feel motivated to submit a Soul Cleave deck next stream? Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah, do it. Do it. I'll get experience finding ways. I still need to do, like a Teemo some sort of Soul Cleave, but that's because I'm obsessed and I have problems. Not because it's gonna be the best iteration of a Soul Cleave. Or like Soul Cleave Ava Achiever, only that wouldn't work because then you would need to force them to draw on the same turn, so it would be a little more difficult. But that's a funny thought now, isn't it? Soul Cleave Ava Achiever with an insider knowledge or 2 in hand. That would be a fun idea. Regardless, though, there's a bunch of units attacking in. Berserk, hello! Welcome back. We're currently doing some tournament casting here. And Remni going in with damage. 4 mana Remembrance. Still not quite there. Healing off of the Sparklefly, which got that buff from a gem. So let's see what happens here. Going for the big Treferian Shield Breaker, deleting Hearthguard, potentially also deleting the 2/2, which I mean the Final Spark should be able to do, which is a scary board. That's 10 damage right there, plus the Overwhelm from the Final Spark. Looks like it might be a trade with the Treferian Shield Breaker. No Sharpen Resolve, no Whirling Death quite ready there. And a Blinded Mystic, shutting off that Fearsome and making that a 6/7. Nice trading, nice trading. Hello. Heya! Howdy. Everybody gets a howdy if you want. If you like a howdy, I howdy to you. Ooh, let's see. There's always Golden Sisters for elusive and other damage. Going for a second Sojourners just to buff that HP, I think. Also enables Mahira this turn, though. Petricite and Pigeon just kind of chilling. That's Mountain Drake. Always interesting when it produces this card. I actually really love the Drake's design. Very pretty. But let's get back to the gameplay. This is not a ooh fancy cards. This is a ooh fancy plays kind of situation. These decks are really kind of great so far. We're getting, I think we're usually getting 3 games out of everything as well. So far that's been the case, which is just kind of exciting for the players and for everyone watching. Petricite Pillar destroying those final sparks, correctly waiting for those to be in the right, for those to be hitting the right cards. Oh, Petricite Pillar. Yes, off of the Bomber Twins too. That's still the Bomber Twins generated card. It's not regularly run and it's blowing my mind. That's such a good interaction for Remni. Yeah, having to block a lot here on Moss's side, and on just getting fucking shut down with those sparks. Some people are talented deck builders for sure. We're getting a lot of creativity out of these tournaments, which I just love. I just absolutely love that. Stay tuned for more crazy conditions of the next tournaments, because man, this is gonna continue. 10 mana Unyielding Spirit. And of course, Remni still just has Mahira and the Golden Sisters, just sitting on those, chilling. This Petricite Pillar will disappear next turn. But the question is, what is the play when it costs 10 mana to do literally anything? Going for Undying here in yielding. It could have also been a Decimate, just to deal some Nexus damage and get the 2 mana or the 4 damage onto a 6-1 or an 8-2, but that's still the same situation of there's really no blockers happening. What a turnaround, honestly. What a turnaround. Remni coming in strong. Still RNG, of course, but still coming in strong. You made a new aloof mill with Soul Cleave? Fuck yeah. All right. Remni going in. Oh man. That Lux sure is unyielding though. Sojourners popping off, I know. Not as common. Not as common that the Sojourners pop off like that. That game had some real ups and downs for sure. Remni! Congrats. I take a drink here. I take a quick break. I believe that was 2-0 if I'm remembering. I'm already forgotten. I'm doing great. Yeah, that was a 2-0. We got some other games to watch potentially. The Pillar. I know. That Bomber Twins proc was crazy. It was a crazy interaction. Okay, who do we want to look at next? Ace is, I believe, in a game with Symphy, if I'm remembering. Okay, we got a game with Ace and... Oh, Mr. Mega Man actually has already moved on in the brackets. Here's the Nora Spells deck that Ace has been hyping up here. And we're gonna see if it's proving to be true, in fact. The Pillar was incredibly clutch, too, yeah. Alright, we're up against Mega Man, not Symphy here, so I messed up that explanation really quickly there. Attack has already been made. Looks like we are stepping in pretty damn early. First game here. And there's a Wild Mystic, or Furo Mystic, sorry. We're looking at the Soul deck. Mr. Mega Man really running with a big Targon Invoke situation. Let's see what these deck codes are actually all about, though. So let's check out Mr. Mega Man, since I do want to know what the Soul is doing, right? Aurelian, or not looking for, we're looking for Mega Man here. This will be spells only, and we're peering at... Okay. You got the hand? No, okay. Alright. We're looking at here... Ooh, come on, load. Oh, it doesn't want to load! Oh, no! Come on. Come on, Runeterra.ir. Give me the good shit. Okay, well, we'll take a look at Ace's deck if we can't. Oh, we have the Soul now. There are 2 regular copies of Sky's Descent in there. I feel like that's worth pointing out. We've got Revitalizing Roar, Buried in Ice, Trifecta, Wild Mysticism. There's that Buried in Ice as we speak, slamming down onto the board. How's the Nora portals? One portal currently. Those two, of course, return on the next attack for Ace. So Mr. Mega Man really gonna have to pull out something big within that space, and Fish Ace here, or Ace here with the mini morphs, just kind of sitting out, chilling. Do you want a seal? Would someone like a seal? Let's take a look at Aces as well. See what pops out, if anything. This is Nora all spells, so it's an all spells v an all spells. Of course, with the champions allowed free of. That's a bit interesting. Yeah, there's the thing that I think stands out about this deck is the fact that there's 2 treasured trash in here. So the treasured trash is obviously going to be a fun amount of RNG, and we're just going to have to see if that is top decked and what it produces. When you got Pillar and Henny, you're like, oh no. This could be really good or really bad. It turned out really good for you, though. Love Tournament, Laramon. Yes! You've got the LOR Love Tourney today. Popping the Spell Shield off that 8-7. Not dealing lethal damage, but mini-morphing the 8-7. Goodbye, 5 extra damage. Everything just pops out next turn. No, that stairs in this deck because it's not allowed. Only spells, of course. So let's see how this goes. What's coming? What's this gonna look like? Of course, we do have the... Oh, attuned! Something attuned! The Otterpuss attuned and made a prank. Because it counts as the on-summon effect. Going for the Three Sisters... Notably, Mr. Mega Man does have Revitalizing Roar in hand to reveal and to heal, which is going to be interesting. If there's a soul, that's 10. Don't know if there's a soul yet, of course. Buried Ice is so good. It is! You slide Buried Ice in all of your decks, even when it doesn't belong. It feels nice to just say no to your opponent's cards, doesn't it? It happened to me in seasonals, and I'm still mad about it. I'm just still occasionally just go, why didn't you play around that? And then I mauled it myself. It's great. Puzzling Signpost, wasting that 7 Revitalizing Roar mana. What a bitchy card that is. Yeah, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. I mean, you can go slightly wrong if you can't support the turn after you Buried in Ice. But yeah, Buried in Ice is always a nice delay situation. If I think you don't have a counter, boom. Let's just get rid of the things that you have for a hot minute. Buried in a spells only deck, though, is really only a stop measure. It kind of is. I think the thing that I was mentioning of, like, it does only delay the game is a little bit more noticeable here. Because, again, there's only so much you can do with spells only. Looks like they're trying to heal potentially off of something instead of just casting maybe a soul. Of course, if they want to get that soul for free, they can. So they just heal to 17, get the soul. Looks like they might be getting a soul level as well. Ace might be in a little bit of trouble, though it is notable that the spell shield on the soul can be pinged off and he can't be turned into a seal right now. Because there is just, 12 mana floating around. Going instead for the discard to find a Yordle. Finding Crackshot Corsair, going for the free soul. Oh no, but there is mana. There's mana. I'm miscounting the mana. This requires only 8. Only 8, and the, yeah, forgive me, the Yordle portal is actually less than that. Aurelian Seal. We are getting Aurelian Seal, aren't we? God, no. I'm so sorry for your soul. They did heal to 17, though, so for Mr. Mega Man, this is still kind of a better, is kind of a much better position to be in, but that is kind of funny. Shadow Assassin just kind of chilling down there between the Shadow Assassin and the Dragon Guard Lieutenant. Truly a shadowy figure behind the champions. It's still there. It's still on the field. Is Nora leveled? 18 of 6. Nora is fucking super leveled, in fact. That makes sense. There were a lot of things that were created that were resummoned. And Portal Mageddon may begin should she actually be able to hit stuff. There's that second soul though, however, and all of the mini-morphs have been exhausted for the moment, so he may be able to run away a little bit with things now. There are 3 mini-morphs, of course. That is, I believe the number that's being run in that deck. Yeah, there's 3 mini-morphs, and there's still treasured trash to find. So it is possible that the soul can be shut down in a second. But it's going to be a little bit touch and go for Ace, I think. There's a heal. There's the Vandal Tellstones. Finding 2 portals. Mountain Sojourners making a comeback here with Ace. And Vakar and Safecracker just kind of existing. Rip Aurelian's Seal. Rip the seal. We're not going to get the seal. Buffing Nora just to have a little bit of Nora time. Shadow Assassin also becoming a Mountain Sojourner in the process. Going with the open attack for elusive damage. Does mean that Mega Man has to block here. And we're also getting that nice ping from the Crackshot Corsair. Soul gets slightly bigger. Still levels, of course, because it's going to be more than enough power by a number of 5. I was going to say factor of 5, but it's not 5 times the number. There is not 100 power on the field. Mr. Mega Man would be absolutely playing out of his mind if there was 100 power on the field before the soul levels. But there he goes. There's something that it has made. It is also worth noting, once again, I feel that there are Skies Descends in that deck, just regularly hanging out. And it was indeed a free Scourge, so that looks like it might be game. Super close, actually, for Ace with the elusive that's going on here. Finding, revitalizing Wild Mysticism, and Behold. Unfortunately, not finding Buried in Ice there, which does feel kind of unfortunate. There would have been mana as well to cast, but looks like just trying to find units, but that overwhelm on the Scourge is just really scary. And potentially insurmountable. I think it's just insurmountable, straight up. Need removal, need something to get rid of all the stuff over there. think this is still game 1, though. Finding You Sorry, which would have been almost lethal on the previous turn. Also a free Great Beyond can cast. This is a great match. This is kind of an amazing match, yeah. I like this all spells thing. This is actually really fun. The all spells is kind of just entertaining as fuck. Definitely makes you think differently about the game. Going Electro Harpoon on that to get our opponent's Nexus down to 4, or at least his Ace's opponent's Nexus down to 4. I will say that I am talking oh, there's the Skies Descend too. 7 mana Skies Descend. Oh, brutal. Manifesting a Yordle too. Yeah, this is exciting. And there's the mini morph. No. There's the mini morph, but Ace is all tapped out. Every single mana gem used. Starbone being cast to pretty much show off at this point, and also buff. There's a Cosmic Rays, extra salt in the wound. That Targon player really just kind of just destroyed the late game. Indeed, agreed. Soul doing soul things. It's rare that you see the soul going in that hard. But man, did we see it today. Okay, I think that was game 1, so we should have a game 2. I'm pretty sure. Let's chill out. Let's see what's going on here. Can Ace turn it around? Yeah, let's see what else Mega Man has brought as well. We're in another match. Oh, we get to find out what was the ban list as well. Ooh, it looks like it's the followers only situation going up against each other. We've got Mega Man here with just some Bilgewater. Oh, this is an interesting list. They went for Bilgewater Deep with Shadow Isles tech. So it's like deep, but there's just no Nautilus or Maokai in here. And then for Ace, I think it's a pretty just strong Demacia situation, but let me double check to make sure that there's nothing like super spicy in here. But yeah, this we noticed this when we were looking through deck codes, and it kind of stood out just as an interesting idea. Just go deep, obliterate with things like Abyssal Eye and other cards, and then just go to town. Yeah, this deck is pretty much, it's almost entirely Demacia. The P&Z edition here is Pharaoh's Financier, which just gives value, to be honest. I think I like it. Yeah, absolutely brutal on that last one, though. Absolutely brutal. I feel like Demacia may have a pretty decent advantage into this deck, though, because there's no obliterate, of course, so it does have to go deep naturally without Jettison, without Maokai happening, without all of the other cards that you really help you do that. So curious if the Demacia will actually be as strong as it usually is versus that. I mean, I think we've seen Demacia, we've seen 2 Demacia experiences, or had 2 Demacia experiences so far, and they've kind of crushed every time. So I think it is likely that it will also do the same here. Because, yeah, if they don't hit 15 fast enough, I think that the Cytherias alone will be enough. Of course, we've also got more First Blades. We've got Tiana Crown Guard, which is just, like, pretty strong top end. Think it's a great mother deck. Oh, Mr. Mega Man? No, it's actually not. There is, I don't believe there's any Mirai in here. Yeah, there's no Mirai. It's literally just some Shadow Isles and deep. They're going deep with the deck building. It's 19 inches deep. Great mother treasures. And no, it's just straight up toss, which is kind of great. Trying to find value super fast here versus Demacia. Getting the trusty Ramhound procs to the 3/3s. Abyssal Eye doesn't obliterate. Abyssal Eye, oh, sorry, Devourer of the Deep. Confuse those two. Devourer is also in there. There's Devourer and Abyssal, and also a whole lot of 3/3s. Also a whole lot of 3/3s. I'm assuming that one of the Scarabs, there's only one more Scarab left, is gonna die. The First Blade's stacking really fast. Demacia's version of the Legion Marauders actually going off here. Slightly more expensive, of course, with that +2/+2. Not as strong, weirdly, even though it's a +2/+2 as the Marauders, just because the Marauders are an everywhere proc. Getting a little bit of healing off of that last unit, but the open attack next turn for Ace is lethal. And there will be a Crown Guard by the next attack for Ace. So that will be interesting and probably I would venture that it will be probably lethal. And there's some healing. Getting some toss. How many cards do we have left? 17. Actually hitting the deep condition faster than I expected. Sony Suppressor doesn't really matter here, just because of the matchup. But Pool Shark also doing it. Yeah, those Scarabs actually were able to get a lot of use out of things. There's the Devourer of the Depths, the card that I confused with Abyssal Eye. Look, they're anglerfish, okay? They're literally just anglerfish. It's fine. Okay, there it goes. And there's the deep. Heimerdinger emotes being exchanged. Gotta keep BM strong in a competitive environment, of course. Not going for the Crown Guard rally. Just kind of sticking with Reggie here. We've got back-to-back, which is kind of aggressive for sure. Condemn, potentially enabled if we have Crown Guard active. We've got also For the Fallen, which we like a bunch of 3/3s. We would refill almost evenly with our current board, though, because a lot of these are 3/3s. It would bump the 2/1s up, however. Mr. Mega Man kind of needs to respond here with something that's going to keep them alive. Looking at an okay-ish series of trades, though. Not actually catastrophic at the moment, just because of the stat line of the deep units at this point. First Blade deserves a buff. First Blade has used so little that I think I agree. I think a First Blade buff would be kind of nice. Alright, one toad against them all. One very woody toothy, slimy toad against the world. And that's enough. There's the Abyssal Eye. There's the card that I was trying to describe before. Going with those Dauntless Vanguards, though, filling the board with 3/3s. Yeah, that actually is that is actually better than the 2 1s and the 2 2s that were doing work before. Vanguard Squire kind of chilling. Abyssal Eye doing stuff. Drawing a card down to 12. Is notable at this point that there's actually no refill on champions because there's no Nautilus in there to put things back. But that rally is intensely scary. Dropping Scarab and Shipwreck Hoarder, unfortunate for Mega Man. Pulling the Elusive down to 1 HP for Mega Man as well. Holding on to life though with that Toad and the Deathloop Wanderer. So not dead yet. Crown Guard was powerful, but not ultimately defeated. There's another Devourer of the Depths going for the Tiana Crown Guard. Kind of chilling still with those 3/3s. Ace here needs another unit and for the opponent to not cast another unit or to have more elusives. 3 mana 1/1 seems good. 3 mana 1/1 does seem very good. Mega Man down to 3 here. Ace choosing to not cast another unit and attack there. 5 cards left for Mr. Mega Man. The possibility of a deck out is actually increasing as Ace builds defenses. The deep deck may have gone too deep. Either buff him or nerf Eye of God. Finding some spicy choices off of this Reggie cast. Progress deck, Glorious Evolution, Sputtering Song Spinner. Mega Man still casting those Mega Tusks to heal and to survive. At least on HP. That deck though, I'm worried about that deck. There was a lot of tossing and Pool Shark kind of contributing to the problem potentially. To be fair though, the game has to end in the next couple of turns, looking at HP and deck size. So maybe it just closes out here. Bannerman is kind of a wild top deck for Ace on the next turn. Shipwreck Hoarder is a 10/8. Toss 2, makes some treasures. That refills. Alright, back to 3 cards. So the Pool Shark got kind of replaced. There's some draw off of the good old Progress Day. Getting a buff, getting for Demacia, getting Vanguard Bannerman. Kind of scary. Tossing everything! Drag Treasures going nuts! We have Keelbreaker. Oh, Keelbreaker is actually really strong here. Keelbreaker is nuts. Keelbreaker is nuts. Because that just wipes Ace's board. Oh my god. Going strong with the treasures. Made a bit of a gamble with that treasure, but it fucking paid out. Alright. There's a Swiftwing Lancer against them all. Unfortunately, can only block the 10/3, and that will still be lethal. If that 7/2 wasn't around, of course, there would be another shot. But Mega Man taking the game as well. All right, Mega Man on a hot streak, it would seem. Kinda on a hot streak. All right, those were some games. Those were some games. All right, let's see what the bracket's looking like, just real quick. And then we'll find some more spectating opportunities. What's going on here? All right. Ooh, Tunnel Shark and Remni look like they're moving on through the brackets. This is, of course, winners brackets. We've got losers brackets here. Looks like that's going along as well. Let's see if Remni and Tunnel Shark are in a match at the moment. Eye of God. Focus speed is a major nerf. Oh, you mean Eye of Nakagoboros. Eye of God is the weapon equip. Eye of Nakagoboros is the spell that makes a tentacle. Or is that the confusion? Yeah, Eye of Nakagoboros, actually. Let's see if we can't drop in. Okay, Remni looks like they're out of a match already. Lunari's in the game, Max Strixon's in the game, so maybe we can just pop on to one of them if we can, see what's happening, see what's going on. Oh, it's Lunari versus Max Strixon here. Let's go. All right, we've got Lunari, of course, with the Shurima again. We are in game 2, I would venture, looking up against the mono. We've got mono Heimerdinger. We also might have an opponent hand here very shortly, so let's go. Pintorkle! Pinatorkle? Apologies, I pronounced it wrong at first. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I'm glad that this was entertaining. You lost to Deepless Deep? That was kind of a crazy game. That Drag Dredgers into Keelbreaker was so just like perfectly mathematically like specific for that situation. I was kind of blown away by the Keelbreaker there off of Drag. And I was worried about the deck out, but your opponent managed to do it for sure. The equipment? Oh, the equipment. Yeah, the equipment is Eye of God. Reggie betrayed you. Gotta talk to the big man. Where was your CS? Gotta talk to the big man for sure. Damn it, Reggie. Damn it, Reggie. Yay, Fiora. Never mind. Only you can get away with saying yay, Fiora in my chat, alright? Damn it, Reggie. Oh no, Rise. Yeah, Lunari's back with the Rise here versus Max Rixton. Let's take a look at Max's list to see if there's anything what's going on with that one. That should be spells only, Heimerbonkle. We're looking at that follower discard, follower murder. Not just discard, absolute murder. Also, Ace, it's okay, I lost to Deep in Seasonals, so hey, at least it wasn't that. Mystic Shot coming out. This one has One Glorious Evolution and Unlicensed Innovation and a bunch of other just regular-ish PNZ spells. There is that Iterative Improvement that I was calling out before as potential way for somebody to take somebody else's cards. So that's kind of interesting. Rummage, Iterative Improvement, and that 3-mana Aftershock in hand. Going for the Iterative Improvement, making a whole bunch of turrets. Lunari with no Delves, but with a Portapalooza next turn to at least potentially generate some stuff. Also, I have Nakagaboros. The card in question in the chat a little bit. With that spawn 2 draw 2. I'm gonna go to Riot and get Rise deleted. We shall all go. Why don't we just organize a protest in front of Riot where we're all just like, hey, this is the thing I want removed from your game. And then we can all just have a nice conversation in front of Riot HQ. You've been always here? Yeah, but like you're the only one who can get away with the yay Fiora. Anyone else, I'm just gonna be like, no, Fiora bad. But you get a pass. You get a pass. Digi, sus. I mean, Rise is pretty sus. Are you referring to the fact that we want to go tell Riot to take out Rise? Is it both? Both are pretty sus, and if you look at it through the wrong right lens. Also, Flufferton, look! Your cousin is the dragon. You're surprised to not see Mono Fiora in spells only? I am quite glad that I don't have to cast a Fiora. I don't want to talk about Fiora. Okay? I don't want to have to be like, where's Riposte? Where's Riposte? All spells Heimer playing aggro. I know, the world is upside down. The world is upside down. Just sus. Everything is sus. Everything's sus. No sus? I mean, we're all sus here. We're all pretty sus. Okay, what is that? I know what that is. What am I saying? It's a thermogenic beam. I'm so used to this perspective just being like me playing Runeterra that I'm like, oh no, I have information. I know what they've got in hand. Fine, sus. Rockterra dude, hello. Again, I just calling out the fact there is a 1-minute delay. So you guys know this, but there's a disconnect in my brain where I'm like, wait. I'm not responding in real time. Okay, Lunari looks like they're getting a little bit snorkeled by the good old Heimerbonk there. There is a freeze, of course, and the Eye of Nakagaboros, but that is focus, right? It's focus. It's not burst speed anymore. So that's important to note. Finding 2 portals off of that very, very useful Portapalooza. And of course there's quicksand, and there's still that freeze available. So not dead. Gonna have to worry about P&Z burn, but there's actually none in hand from Max Drixton here. So we're not going to see too much Nexus damage. Oh, other than Shock Blast. So if it's not a Frostbite on the 3-2 or a quicksand here to do -4, that Shock Blast will be able to close out the game. Interesting series of choices. Does Lunari anticipate that there will be more damage coming out in the form of spells? Pink Rise has the highest play rate currently. Oh, isn't it because Majin Bay was playing a lot of Pink Rise? What would kill in other spells only? Oh, that's fair. Rise doesn't need deletion, but it'd be nice if his attack trigger was a skill so that you would have a counter. Agreed. They're going for the -4. Interesting. That will actually potentially save there. Going for that 0-2. Shock Blast now not being able to finish out the match there. Staying above 3, which I think, yeah, they know that Get Exciteds are in there. They might have seen one before this game, before this part of the match, actually. So let's see if there was a Get Excited or something cast earlier. Mystic Shots for sure. There was a Get Excited, so Lunari is probably just thinking about the fact that there might be one in hand. It's the Shock Blast instead, but still. The other spells, like a True Demacian. The honestly action is pretty good for a 1-minute delay. Okay, good. Okay, good. I live for the interactions. I like the interactions. And every deck you've seen so far, people have all been creating units in their spell decks. They have all been creating units. That's true. I think it's just because running all spells is just kind of awkward. Like even in the Broodfather decks, I mean Broodfather is the memeiest version, the Broodfather decks that I've played with, or the Ezreal decks where it's literally just spam spells until Ezreal can OTK, even in those decks, there's usually things that make units like Assembly Line, just so that you have something to defend yourself, because, you know, your Nexus is still important despite it all. Looks like there might be a Rise level here. There's also damage, there's draw, there's whatever this Delve may produce. Getting one more turret off of the Rummage discard. Top decking a turret card and a Thermogenic Beam with the... So the turret's gonna be interesting. I mean, that right now going wide seems pretty viable. Shard of Hope or Shard of Reverence here. Shard of Hope is maybe a Hail Mary to live. The Reverence is just draw. Okay, so it is the heal trying to get something out of that. No mana refill, but drawing something here. Finding Weight of Judgment. Dealing 2, killing one of the tough units, of course. I mean, relatively safe with the Frostbite still hanging around, but the Shock Blast will bring it down to 3. Rise is castable. Rise also means that there will be a Frost and a Quicksand available next turn, so not the worst. Attack has already been used here, unfortunately, so no means of using the Rise to challenge a unit. I mean, he's also just fucking leveled. Buff Unyielding Spirits who cannot be obliterated. Oh no. So you want the Sunburst to be able to not counter Fiora or something. Ezreal needs a rework to OP. Production Surge, that's the turret card name that I couldn't remember. Oh, there it goes. Let's see what's made here. If it's a bunch of little units, definitely harder for Lunari to deal with. That's a 1-1. Let's see how this math is gonna math, though. It needs to reduce by 2 damage. Can take 2 damage here. But that is 5 units. Acathian Mirage is burst, though. Or Acathian Myths, apologies. So there is a myth, potentially. There might actually be a way to do this. Going with a Frostbite. Going with the Frostbite on the 5-1 makes sense. Tough is very flashy and excited today, apparently. Is unpleasant, but not OP. It depends on who he's paired with. He's difficult, though. It's one of those things that some people are always going to think it's OP, and some people are going to be like, nah, this is fine. We're doing it. Looks like it might be a difference of exactly lethal. The mana wasn't there for the Acathian, and the rest of the damage reduction. Oh boy. Oh
failed
boy.
my promise.
Max
I have failed
taking a
Runeterra.
game there. I think that was game 2. So let's see if we are getting another one or no. If it was a 2-0 for Max or if it was a 1-1 situation. Brackets still moving along at a pretty good clip, I think. Some of these games are fast, some of these games are taking a while, which is interesting. Okay. Looks like that might have been the last one, based on how that spectate is just kind of chilling for a hot minute. So let's see if we can find someone else to take a peek at while we're here. Yeah, if those people are not in a food challenge, because I was reading Food Night at the time in my brain. Let's see who else we can spy on, though. Pink Snapdragon looks like they might be in a game. Food Night is in the game. Let's take a look at... Ooh, Symphy's also in a game. Let's take a look at Symphy again, maybe. I believe they are up against Mega Man, which we were looking at before. They are indeed up against Mega Man, and Symphy has gotten a... Hit that stair! No hand? Alright, we don't have a hand for this one. We've got some pretty good gameplay, probably. Weon, hello! Welcome in! You're not late. You're here, and that's what counts. I don't know how this... When was this cast? When was this cast? Because it says 0, and I don't have the log, so we're gonna use our imagination. Looks like it is not Mono Garen, it is the Garen Lux for Symphy and the Aurelian Soul that we are familiar with from Mr. Mega Man here. So let's take a look at Symphy's deck. It's probably pretty Demacia. I don't know if there's anything super fancy in there as a surprise, but let's see what's going on. Symphy, here we go. We're looking at the champion deck. Interesting that Max, or Mr. Mega Man, apologies, didn't actually ban the champion deck, so pretty confident, and their deck's ability to survive. A deck that is running not 1, not 2, but 3 champion strengths, which is interesting. Finally, we do see the correct countdown, which is 1, which is good. Yeah, there's 3 of these things in there, which is kind of scary. I think with every patch, Ezreal is teetering on the edge of being strong and being broken, which I think is a problem. One is how strong they're able to make other cards. That's a fair point. Like, when do you have to change the champ so that you can do other things with other cards in the game? That's an interesting balance question. Definitely a deeper discussion about what is the correct power level of the champ and how much do you need to tune over time as your game evolves. But hey, rotation's happening, so that might also throw things off. Yeah, things have been good. Weon, thank you for checking in. Alright, the Garen has strucketh once. Also, Mr. Mega Man at 4 HP. Let's see, Enlightenment has occurred. They have ramped. And Symphy here just with 7. Getting a Starbone off. And then Champion Strength is the rally for lethal. Oh my god. There it is. There it is. Symphy taking, looks like game 1 at the moment. So it looks like we've stepped into not a horrible time to catch up on what's going on. Victory! Ezreal and TF are just problematic designs due to scaling while wanting to draw. All card games tend to draw because it represents the ability to gain resources while also reducing variance. Playing the probability game of how do I get things more than you can? Yay, card games. Because there's no real mana. You can't cast the equivalent of Black Lotus in this game. It's just draw. It's just, I want my things. And it's also a smaller deck, so draw just means you get more faster. I can do math, yes. This should be another one. I guess they're choosing deck matchups here. Let's see what else are we looking at potentially as a threat from Symphy? Okay, so the spells only deck got banned. So for units only, I do spy at 10-10, which is, the Cythria. Alright, so it's Demacia all the way down. Demacia all the way down for Symphy, and up against the Aurelian Soul Targon once more. This one has 3 Spectral Matrons in it, so is trying to find, a very big Cythria, very fast. Good example of the problem is Yasuo in League. I don't know anything about Yasuo, or don't know much about Yasuo in League, but I do know what Wind Wall is, and I've been told very angrily by people that it's annoying as fuck. I'm gonna make Star Guardians while we wait. I can click on Symphy's board. Joyce! I can also click on the Gwen. While we're waiting for the mulligan, I'm gonna click on the Gwen. Because that's, I'm not wasting time. I'm just having fun with the cosmetics. Okay, now we're in gameplay. All right, we got a Penitent Squire and Honored Lord Battlesmith, so probably Squire Battlesmith. There's some nice chickens. Hopefully Mr. Mega Man is here. Oh, also, Chigirl Fanboy, thank you for the follow. Notifications are off because we're in an official tournament right now, but I appreciate your support of the stream. Okay, we've got the 2-2. Mr. Mega Man looks like they are alive. So that's good. Looking pretty good here. Penitent Squire chilling. There's a Vanguard Bannerman. Elites be doing elite things. They do be eliting all over the place. Okay. We may not have Mr. Mega Man's hand, but we do have faith in the soul. Soul can probably do stuff here. We do have to remember that there are 3 copies of Sky's Descent. So should that invoke, should those units start to go, that board wipe will always be hovering in the background more than a little bit. More than a little bit. Debating some choices here. Looking at 4 damage on attack, of course. And the thing that I'm scared of personally, the thing that I love doing but also hate going up against myself, is Silverwing Vanguards off of Battlesmith, because it's a grant effect, so then you just have a bunch of 3-2 birds suddenly up in your face. Also existing plays a huge part in ADCs forever being bad. Oh, that sounds like a hot take. I don't know how hot it is, but that seems like a very broad assertion. I don't know enough about League. All I know about League is that Bard is fucking hilarious, and I love him there too. Because I can just ult and then slap it on somebody, and then be like, ha ha ha, you can't do anything. It's so good. It's so good. That's the extent of my League knowledge. And also that Aatrox is fun there too. Right. Looks like, yeah, I mean, the Battlesmiths are going. The soul is thinking. The soul is so far away, he has to cross a couple galaxies to get back here, and to be able to interact with the elites. The humans annoyed him, so he went very far away, and now he's realizing that the humans are just kind of destroying his home in the meantime. Alright, there's Thunder Bannerman, and Wild Mysticism coming out to get that attune, to get that 2-2, Tattered Banner coming down for that 4-3, which is exciting, definitely exciting. Battlesmith giving the buff as well. Soon the chickens cometh. There's so much Demacia in this tournament. We definitely skewed it toward Demacia by some of our conditions. Absolutely. We on for Demacia! Yeah, for Demacia. For Symphy. Mr. Mega Man, though, we support you also. Can you pull it out with another Sky's Descent? Holy shit. And Targon shenanigans. There's a Bannerman. Go with the Bannerman instead of the chickens, which actually kind of makes sense there. Definitely looking at a situation where not hitting allegiance would have been quite funny, to be honest, because there's only some matrons in there, which would have given Symphy information that the matron was on the top, and rapidly we do approach the Cythrium, the matron combo, but we'll find out. It's a lot of the same items, and if they buff the items, they buff Yasuo, who's able to snowball way faster since he's a mid laner. I do know that he goes mid lane. I like mid lane, actually. I know that you're supposed to, like, roam as a mid laner and stuff, which I'm bad. I'm very bad at roaming and doing things map-wise in general. But yay, mid lane. Never played Yasuo. Watch me become a Yasuo main and just become hated by everyone, including my own team. Alright. Symphy once again with the Demacia beatdown. What pulls Mega Man out of this situation? A board wipe does. Buried in ice if it's around somewhere. There's a Celestial Trifecta still banking some mana there, so that is possible. Unless it's an open attack, and the open attack is looking pretty spicy here, especially with just another Bannerman, a Cythria, another Honored Lord. Pretty safe to cast here, I would say. Yeah, Cythria into Bannerman is just kind of a monster board. Likes a lot of the same item. Oh yeah. Has anyone failed Allegiance yet? Ooh, has anyone failed Allegiance? I don't... Ooh, I want to say someone did, but I might be misremembering, actually. I think I'm remembering my own missing Allegiance from last night. I don't think anyone has missed Allegiance in this tournament so far. Correct me if I'm wrong. I will happily accept video evidence that I'm just straight up lying. Only Grappler! Grappler's influence is so wide that he's also missed Allegiance in the LOR LOVE tournament. Okay, well, that's a board state. That's a board state for Symphy here. Yasuo mains deserve to be hated. Okay, alright. I will not play Yasuo. Yumi got nerfed, right? So I can play Yumi and still be hated, but be less powerful now? I actually have no impulse to play the Pussycat. I do, for once, do not want to play with the pussy in any context, in League or otherwise. Only when it's Yumi related, though. There's another Cythria. Top decking the Cythria is like crazy, but we also just have an open attack here, which I think is double Demacia wins for Symphy. Yeah, Symphy carrying on to the next bracket. All right. Let me take a look at those brackets again, see what's up. Let me actually update this real quick and see what else is going on. Tuttle Shark going up forward. Samson's moving forward as well. Let's see if what's going on down here as well. Oh, Remney, I see you've moved up. Kank is also going forward. All right, we got Max Strixton potentially. Let me pull that up. Max, where are you at? Because I think I have Max here. We do have Max here, so let's take a look at that again. All right, we do have a hand for this one as well. Sunny is becoming the new king of missing allegiance. Oh my god. Oh no. I like how the influence is spreading. Oh, we got Max versus Small Penguin. Max's deck is the Bilgewater Shurima. This is basically Lurk, but without without the big Lurk units, obviously Pike Rek'Sai. We've also got Small Penguin running Ari Yasuo. This is the person who brought the Ari Yasuo pairing. So speaking of Yasuo, also Numbers High. All my homies hate Yasuo. Well, we're about to see him potentially with a bunch of recall and stuns coming out. Also Alex, so funny because he seems to be so loved in LOR. He is, I would say, relatively popular in LOR just because he does. I mean, stuns are very useful, and also you can buff him now, and he's gotten a lot better with Windswept Hillock. I mean, he used to just be like kind of straight up shit, but he's definitely improved over the past year, like a lot of it. Yasuo is like the original Omen for overloaded kits. Yeah, and then they released Yone, and I will admit I do play Yone. I like Yone a lot. I don't play Yasuo. I play Yone. Don't at me. Don't at me. Let's take a look at the Ari Yasuo list, though, just to see what's going on there. Not Ari, that's Lunari. I'm finding the player Lunari because I keep Googling. I keep trying to control F the champion name and not the actual fucking player name. We've got Small Penguin here, though. We've got the champ deck. We are watching Lurk happen, which is not something I expected to see in this tournament, not gonna lie. Someone brought the Lurk. Gotta love it. This is just a bunch of stuns, it looks like. Nothing super unusual. There are Sunhawks in there because of the Targon. Gifts from Beyond, Pale Cascade, Paddle Star, and Celestial Wonder of the Targon drops. But otherwise, it's just Windswept Hillock and Denies and Twin Disciplines for Ionia's side. So I would say, you know, pretty familiar overall. Wind Wall. It's Yasuo. I like how we were talking about him, and then boom, there he is. He heard us. He heard us from a distance. He's just like, yes, my people hate me, and they need me. Okay, all right. We got a Void. We got some Lurk. We got a Xerxite Collar. We are of course not hitting Rek'Sai off the top because there's no space for that. I'm gonna play with this cat also while decisions are being made. Oh, it purrs. I didn't know it purred at you. Oh my god, it purrs. Ah, shit. Also put it Oracle. Thank you for the follow. Again, notifications are off because tournament, but I appreciate you supporting the stream. Is Max Drixton just gonna go here? Yes, Max is gonna do that. And we've got some buffs triggering. Lurk actually looking pretty dominant here. I think we're in game 1 at the moment. So here we fucking go. People hate me, they need me. Exactly. Is that not the Yasuo's mentality? Of these folks really despise my guts, but I need to be there for them. Unless I suppose your Yasuo mid lane just also pretends you aren't real and fucking solo dies in a 5v1. Is that a thing Yasuo players do? I'm kind of assuming it is, just because I think that's what a lot of League players do in general. But anyway, enough of the League extrapolation. We're looking at a Fey Blade Twirler and also a big chunky Xerxareth. We've got a stun going on, hitting the 5-3. That is a 9-1 now. The Yasuo is almost level, getting that 5-6. It will not have the Overwhelm, Fearsome Spell Shield because we're not going to be able to trigger it that fast. We don't have more Snapshot Swarms. We don't have the double proc off of the Rek'Sai. We don't have Pyke in here to do a little bit of board control. This is actually going to be kind of interesting. Xerxite Dunebreaker does have Overwhelm though, and those are smaller units for sure. I keep trying to hit pass because I'm used to hitting pass, and I need to not do that. How often do I cast tournaments? I used to do a little bit for other channels and stuff, but right now it's just here on Elzon's stream, me, and we're running tournaments about every 4 to 6 weeks or so here. They're a lot of effort, of course, to do, and we have to, because we have custom deck building conditions, they take a little bit longer to like think about and decide what we want to do. So right now, a little less than once a month. Thank you for asking. But I am having a lot of fun with them, so they are going to continue for sure. We're definitely got some new plans in the works, and I'm excited because they're gonna get bigger and better. Each one's gonna get bigger and better, and the conditions are gonna get crazier and hopefully more fun. Also, on Small Penguin's side, we do have Celestial Wonder, Ari, Deny, and Yasuo. I have been kind of ignoring the hand because I forgot we had it, not gonna lie to you. Because again, I'm so used to just being in this perspective as a player. Maybe worse than that would be if you're sending the rocket top and Yasuo cucks you still. Be like, gee, I can tell that there has been years and years of rage building in your system. Let it out here, let it out. There's the Yasuo on board though, and his like 16 abs, and that's just too many abs. His hair is too big and he has too many abs, just also on a very superficial level. I just have questions, and all of them upset me, to be honest. Predicting, oh, and Void Abomination. Oh shit, I missed the Void Abomination that was in here. Should have noticed that, actually. Max Drixon, are you hiding anything else in there? It makes sense because they are trying to go for a little bit of Evolve, it looks like. But hold up. What else is happening in that Lurk situation other than Voidlings? I think it's probably just that. Yeah, there's one Void Abomination, 3 Jawfishes, and then everything else is just kind of, yeah, everything else is kind of Lurk predict base. Chronomancers, Forsaken Bakai, going for Xerxite Collar here to find more stuff. I mean, this is a pretty decent open attack. There is another Celestial Wonder though in Small Penguin's hand, along with the recall. So something is unfortunately just going to get smacked aside by Yasuo here. Kind of intimidating on that front. Yeah, what's happening now? People understand where you're coming from. Okay, it's not challenging the Yasuo there. Oh, challenging the Yasuo, trying to take it out there. Getting nice buffs off of the lurk, but again, the stun is still there. You're fueled by rage and caffeine? Fucking valid. I have caffeine. I have less rage today, though. Because I feel like me raging at the players would be less interesting to watch. Can you imagine if I was just here and everyone who signed up for the tournament was just like signing up for some abusive lady to yell at them? That would be horrible. That would be so horrible. How's the Ari doing? 4 of 6. Almost there. The Yasuo slider today can be smelled through the screen. Smells like vintage disappointment. We got that vintage. Stop by Elzon's casting and Elzon's tournaments for that vintage disappointment experience where you can relive all of your worst memories about every single champion that Riot has produced. Yeah, we're a positive stream. Anyway, Ari's happening. Ari's pulling back a Sunhawk. Can potentially bonk into the 2-3, but again, there's no real worry about that, considering that there's now 2 Celestial Wonders in hand. And I think the Yasuo may just have it here. Max Drixton kind of running on empty because there isn't any big unit on the board, and they're getting drained faster and faster of resources. So even if there is a Jawfish, even if there is a Void Abomination, it's going to be a lot harder to actually deal with. Casting Ari again. 1 away from the leveled Ari recall. Boxtopus, not quite it, unfortunately. So horrible. Can you imagine? Rage is very interesting. LZ saves the abuse for the mods. Yes, I do. Become a mod, receive abuse. No, that's not happening. We love the mods, I promise. Ari is definitely not dying here. Or Ari is trading, but it doesn't particularly matter. Everything just goes away. And the Yasuo and that Sunhawk just kind of chilling. Not even waiting for the open attack. Check out Tyler 1's viewer numbers. Yeah, but Rage is not necessarily my brand. I do get tilted as fuck. I will admit I get tilted as fuck. But we don't need that to be the entire brand. That would be so mean in this day and age. People are open for that experience. I should have like invite only little mini tournaments of 8 people where it's just like, hey, sign up and I'll yell at you on a broadcast for 5 hours. Your plays are stupid. Your cards are dumb. Why did you cast that on 5 and not on 6, you moron? I'm not gonna, no. No. I'd be so wrong too. I'd just be like shitting on things that I have no right to shit upon. Was that game 2? Wait, was that game 2? I thought it was game 1. Did they go that fast actually? Let me give this a few more seconds. I think we only saw 1 game and it was the lurk game. So it's quite possible, it is possible that Small Penguin just kind of 2-0'd real fast. That first game must have been like 5 minutes or something then. Potentially less. Yeah, it looks like this might be wrapping up. I'll take a look at the brackets again just to see what's going on. We're closing in on our finalists. Oh yeah, Tunnel Shark versus Small Penguin, 2-0ing Max Drixton there. In losers brackets, it looks like we're waiting on a couple of match reportings here. So yeah, let's close that. Let's find another person to take a look at here. Who's in a game and not waiting? Remny's in another game, so we could always spy on them again. I'm gonna find a bush and some binoculars all over, don't worry. Oh, it's Remny versus Symphy. Exciting stuff. Rise is here. Looks like some stuff has been pranked here, of course. Loping Telescope has been pranked indeed. We're looking at just the Sojourners because of the match history doesn't show up. Rise is leveled. Rise is not attacked. Rune Prison available. 5 mana available for Symphy and 5 cards that we don't know the identity of. One of them becoming drum solo though. Top decking 2. Lifesteal potentially for our good old 2-1. Not going with the Rise attack, right, because there are 4 power units over there. Why isn't your Bard prismatic? You normie? Wait, who's Bard?
I'll get us to the peak, no matter
I mean, my
what it
bard's
takes.
fucking prismatic. But there's no bard here. My bard icon isn't prismatic, because I don't actually know if you can do that. Also, we're getting the lovely, lovely Freljord music here, and I have never heard it, actually, because I don't have the Freljord board. The nice chorus instrumental vibes. We're feeling very serious. We have gravitas as we look at Rise and his leveled bullshit. Looks like we are in game... potentially game 2, but probably game 1, maybe? It is turn 8. We're looking at Rise doing Rise things. And of course, Symphy is the one with the other 2 Demacia decks as well. Who is Rise's Valentine? I don't know, I'm just imagining he kind of puts the shards around him in a circle and he goes, yes, these are my friends on Valentine's Day. Maybe that's insulting to the Rise, but I know nothing about him, really, so that's just what I'm picturing. That's just what I'm imagining. Aftershock going for the 1-2 to prevent damage. Not even super necessary. Though the buffs with the Sojourners are actually kind of terrifying. That's actually not an insignificant amount of damage, and the Rise does have to block here. Oh, no, it doesn't. There's a Rin Prison, and there's something else. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, we've got a Steel Tempest. 0 cost as well. Alright, hanging in there. There's one more delve, it's toast. Fries. Okay, that telescope is kind of chilling. We are waiting to see if they have another delve, and they have a time trick with is almost definitely gonna find a delve, because that's what the Rise do. Very quick pick there from Symphy. I'm betting it is, and it is a delve on the top. Who doesn't love fries with ketchup? We got a surrender from Remni, immediately going next. No way to remove the Rise with this units only. Kind of makes sense, actually. That is definitely an unfavored matchup if you can't remove him. Let's see if there is another game here. Symphy looking kind of strong at the moment. Rise is like Draven. He's just got himself. At least Draven has a brother, though. No one brought Mono Draven or Darius Draven, which, like, fair enough. That would be kind of Mimi Nox's stuff. Rise is kind of cheating the rules, you feel like? That's honestly good feedback for us to actually consider not allowing things like that in the future. We thought the Rise would be like somewhat balanced versus certain decks, but yeah, that is a good consideration. No one is like Draven. No one's as narcissistic as Draven, for sure. But yeah, Remni, I'll keep that in mind. Rise took you to losers, so it's cheating. Took you to losers. Oh no. Okay, who else is in the game right now? Looks like some matches have certainly continued. Let's spy on Max again? See what's going on there, maybe? We've got Lunari in a game, we've got Small Penguin in a game, we've got Tunnel Shark in a game as well. Those players all look like they're up to some stuff. Oh, Angelo's in the game in this. Spectators disallowed. Let me see. Let's try this maybe. Let's see what responds the fastest. This one was really fast, so I like that one. Or Small Penguin versus Tunnel Shark here. 48. Okay, so we're pretty early in this one, or earlier, I should say. Stepping into a mulligan. Are we that on time? Tristana Timo Rumble. This is the person who decided to run all 3. I'm excited to see that, just as a general statement. You don't know if you want to read that Darius Draven fanfic? I mean, I'll read it. I won't read it. I don't want to read that either. Don't speak it into reality. You know it exists somewhere. I don't think you need to speak it into reality. I think it's already in reality. So this is a Heimerdinger Bandle City Freljord. Let's bring up the deck codes for this, because I don't know if we've actually interacted with them before. Looking at Tunnel Shark here, we have got a... This is the champion deck. Someone took me up on my offer of the Yordle Crush Love Triangle. I love it. This one has, Reveler's Feast, 3 of, and 3 Decimates as well. Kind of going for impact face damage, it looks like. Might as well, presumably for something like Rumble. Might be able to win just on the burn and the pings and just the damage that deck can output here. Small Penguin, however, looks like, let's take a look at this spells only Freljord Heimer Bonk situation. We're pulling up now. It has 2 Barrier Knights, 2 Mini Morphs, 1 Wild Mysticism. We see 2 of the 3 Spirits Unleashed that are in the deck. There's 1 Signpost, a Fracture as well, 3 Trinket Trades, Face Sprouts, Group Shot, and a couple of freezes. There's also Wallop in there for stuns, so got a lot of utility for sure. I'm wondering though if the Tristana Timo will be able to just kind of go off a little bit. Those were so deeply hyped. They were pretty hyped. At least they were fun matches. Good to hear, good to hear. Yeah, if anybody has like balance thoughts on matchups or in special conditions that you think were either a little unfair or things that you'd like to see in the future, we're very open to feedback and ideas and such like. The Poro Cup, LOR Love Tournament series thing, meme competition, they're gonna be continuing, and I'd like to make sure that everyone feels like stuff is fair and fun. Gotta be fair and fun. That's okay. So 2 mayors are coming down, which is a lot of discounting, not gonna lie. We're looking at a 1 mana telescope. Pretty cheap, pretty fun. Spirits Unleashed here actually doesn't kill anything except Bird if Small Penguin decides to go that route. Right now, standing strong with a portal generator, the Teamaker, chilling on the field. We've got Heimerdinger as well, so our turret engine has arrived. Flufferton's cousin, I feel also is of note, is also on the board at the moment, just kind of having a nice time. Having a nice day. Another 1 mana Loping. Holy shit. 1 mana Loping after 1 mana Loping. The Tristana actually approaching a level. No champions yet. Tristana has went away. Timo is obviously not here. And Rumble is not here. So kind of just looking at the damage. Heading the Bandle City Mayor potentially retaliating with a Spirits Unleashed this turn to at least prevent the number, the sheer quantity of units that may be able to be played cheaply. What are we doing for Easter though? Oh shit, Easter's the next big holiday, isn't it? I was actually thinking about that, of like, what's next? Easter's a good thought. I haven't planned the next one for the dates or anything yet, so that's also something to keep in mind. Heimer Bonk coming down instead of the Spirits Unleashed. But you do want the turret off, so that makes sense. That's understandable. Harsh Winds being found here, so there will be some removal. Avalanche actually coming out instead of the Spirits Unleashed to deal that board-wide 2 damage, which does make sense. There may be a chance for Tunnel Shark to somehow retaliate into the Heimerdinger, but it's going to be difficult. And it's going to be a little less likely. There's also... No, there's not Fury of the North because that is 4 here. What does Flufferton think about Rise being allowed in this tournament? Flufferton has a very cheerful disposition. So it's difficult to tell. I think Flufferton's default answer is yes. So it depends on how you phrase questions. Herm. Okay, we've got a Storm Lobber. We've got that Bandle City Mayor still chilling. We have... Let's see, what does Small Penguin have available? I mean, there's Group Shot, there's Freezes, there's a 3 Sisters, but that's still going to require a decent amount of waiting. Rumble, discarding Grumble Slug, discarding a Reveler's Feast, and discarding a Darkened Staff. Just a note about the Darken, you are allowed to have these also in the units only deck, but you must cast them as the units. We did see the Terash in Moss's game earlier, but this is totally fine since it's just kind of, you know, existing in a champion deck. There were the fewest deck building conditions, of course, for the champion pairing. It was just, you have a champion pairing, go to town. Mini Morph top decked, so I suspect we're about to see a 3-3 instead of a fancy 5-4 with impact and quick attack. Is threatening lethal? Not going to be lethal in a hot second. I mean, there's also just blockers in general. Tenor of Terror coming down. Waiting for a Tristana potentially. Going for the Spirits Unleashed now. Dealing a little bit of damage to face with Small Penguin's decisions here. But probably doesn't matter if you can close out and are not too worried about impact. Which I don't think they have to be. I don't think they have to be worried about impact here. Excuse me, my nose is a little bit congested here. Positive disposition. Little dude just enjoys life. We gotta let the Poro enjoy life, right? We gotta let the Poro just kind of have a good time. And I think he's enjoying watching the game, so that's very good. No mini-morph available, actually, so we'll be taking that impact damage. Fully taking that impact damage. Perhaps a a wrench bot here to block. Though, of course, we know that there is might in Tunnel Shark's deck. So there might be a time when Overwhelm can happen. That's still distinctly possible. Not actually sure if Tunnel Shark has a great way of removing all of these turrets or dealing with all of those turrets, just the sheer quantity of them. Not really. There is Decimate. There is a Pokey Stick. So there's definitely potential to just, like, murder out of nowhere. The surprise death. Oh, one other thing that's probably worth pointing out is there's 2 Teemos in the deck, 3 Tristanas, and 1 Rumble. So if that Rumble dies, it is the last one available in the deck. There is a Pokey Stick to a unit, so not to face. Not confident about the face damage there. And also trying a little bit to stay alive here. There's still a chance for ephemerals, or not ephemerals, elusives rather, off of a 6-cost spell. Minimorph just kind of chilling in hand, being a bro. Waiting for its moment to seal. Pokey Stick now to face, going for the damage to Nexus instead of somewhere else. Alright, it resolves. We're top decking for Tunnel Shark. Small Penguin still doing pretty good. Finding that might potentially for something on attack here. Gorlith is an interesting card off of Loping Telescope. I was like, wait, Gorlith? What made Gorlith? Loping Telescope fucking made Gorlith the Unscalable. What a time to be alive. And alive, our opponent here in Tunnel Shark may be with Gorlith the Unscalable. But let's see how this resolves first. Rumble is currently being left alone. There's actually no mini-morph for an elusive turret here. But to be fair, the board is full. Or actually, no, the board isn't full. Could have gone with that mini-morph into Rumble. Now the Might is 5 mana, but it is still a Might. Frostbite's in hand, though. And the Rumble is currently very unprotected in general. There is probably knowledge from Small Penguin that there's a Decimate, considering you can see the deck list. So I think the safest thing may be an open attack with Rumble. Let the Frostbite resolve in case Small Penguin is afraid of having Decimate, and then being able to Might afterwards. Or it is just a Might cast, but it looks like it's the Rumble, open Rumble, blocking there. If that is allowed to strike, of course, we do see the Rumble leveling, so I'm assuming it is a mini-more for a freeze here. Going for the 3 mana freeze, actually, not allowing any damage in. Kind of probably trying to bait that mana with the Might into mini-morph. Interesting series of interactions there. Was kind of betting, I was hoping that there would be an open attack with the Rumble, but that's an interesting process. Get poked, bitch? Really? Get poked, bitch, for sure. Gorlith is such, I just love that a Gorlith showed up in this tournament. He probably will not be cast, but it is so fucking hilarious. Our opponent can now see it, or we can see it, or Small Penguin can see that Tunnel Shark has a Gorlith here. So that is quite interesting. It is also of note that Buried in Ice was pulled, going for the Obliterate instead of a Frostbite here, which actually I think makes sense. The board, Small Penguin here wants to be able to sweep through this next turn without really worrying about much. There is the Decimate coming down, though, so let's see if Tunnel has another source of damage, what could that be? So the Pokey Sticks, we've seen 2 Pokey Sticks thus far. We've seen only 2. Other than that, there is 1 more Pokey Stick and another Decimate available. There are no Puff Caps, so we may not be able to find a win here. And there isn't another Pokey in hand. That double Pokey Decimate combo would have actually been able to potentially turn that game around. But Tunnel Shark going perhaps in the moment correctly so for the unit instead of the direct face damage. Knowing the deck layout, I think they might have been relying on being able to find more Tenors of Terror or something to be able to cast versus that. Small Penguin, Ionia, Targon. Oh, what's that landmark? Oh, yes, we're doing Ari Yasuo versus the Tristana Teemo Rumble. We have seen the Yasuo from the other perspective. Now we're looking at it from Small Penguin's point of view. 2 Windswept Hillocks, so by golly, we'll be drawing Yasuo. We shall see him in his big hair shortly. Pigeon. Nothing making it a 3-3 for now, but still 2 damage. Still looking terrifying. Please don't take my blood. I like my blood in my body, where it belongs, in fact. Where it doth belong. Okay, we got a Blade Twirler going. We got a Grumble Slug, a Tunin. We are slowly but surely racking up the multi-region followers. A little bit slower start for Small Penguin here. Also just finding Yasuo straight up. Getting a Bandle City Mare. The interesting thing now is there's only really 1 unit that can interact with our opponent's cards here in Concussive Palm. It's interesting to see how this turn resolves. Is it worth a stun? It might not be worth a stun. Tunnel Shark, or not Tunnel Shark, Small Penguin here deciding that it is indeed definitely worth a stun there. Which, to be fair, you get a 3-3 with a quick attack, and the 3-2 completely dissuades any future attackers. Celestial Wonder being top deck, there are 3 of these. So, looking pretty good right now for the Yasuo level up. Also got Sinon. Back to his old stats. Back to the 3-5 Sinon. Feels a little bit better than the 3-3 Sinon that he was temporarily for a hot minute. Potentially, probably for too long. Didn't need the nerf, poor guy. Okay. There we go. Poor guy, poor lady, poor something, poor fox. Poor foxy god. In the most literal sense too. Okay, we've got the Tristana down. It has +2. We need 2 more multi-region allies to be able to trigger it. Top decking for Small Penguin, the Ari here, open attacking with everything, including the Bandle City Mare, just trying to push damage. Little friend zone triangle versus a Vastaya and a depressed, edgy fart. A depressed, edgy fart. Wow. You know what? That's a pretty good description of this matchup. See, only in Elzon's tournaments will you find the old edgy fart versus a love triangle saga on the stream, really. Those matchups can be anything. Yes, exactly. It's beautiful. We are looking at a Might going down. You know what? That's aggressive. That's pretty aggressive. Looking for the damage, looking for the kill on the 5-3, and unfortunately getting very punished from the Celestial Wonder. Celestial Wonder really doing work for the Ari Yasuo deck, I would say. Every time we see it, it just kind of wrecks house for the opponent here. A birdhouse, but for Yasuo. It's one of those tree house things that Shen also has, it kind of looks like, only it's not actually a tree, is it? I really want Shen's boat as a house. I really want that as my home because it looks like it has legs and stuff, and it looks like it does fun things. And like, who doesn't want a fun tree house that can also apparently stomp enemies to death? But yeah, it's kind of a Yasuo birdhouse. It's just like, we put him in there, and then we put a big sheet over it at night so that he goes to sleep. Yes. Like, never mind. We're getting Yasuo down here. No stuns to activate us in Solari's Sunhawk. I almost said Solari's Stunhawk, which to be fair it is, but it's Solari's Sunhawk more properly. We're getting the Shellfolk from Loping Telescope. Oh my god, Telescope is really trying to impress Tunnel Shark here. Loping Telescope is really like, notice me! Notice me, please! Please notice me! I want to be noticed! Every single time it shows up. Fucking Shellfolk, man. We've seen Shellfolk and we've seen Gorlith from only this best of 3. What a time. What an absolute joy. Currently just staring at potentially very big open swing from Tunnel Shark here. Unfortunately, that will trigger the Yasuo to level, so we gotta be a little afraid of that. I always wonder how Yasuo gets up to the hillock. He farts so hard that he just propels himself upward until he gets there. Okay, we're looking at a pretty wide attack here. There's this Celestial Wonder. There's also Homecoming. Both can be cast. There's 10 mana, only requires 9. Killing the Mare and the Tristana potentially here. I'm actually curious how that resolves. Because there's a stun, and then there's also the second effect, but it looks like they've targeted the Mare first and then the Tristana, so it is a 2 and a 5 damage. You guys know there is at least one Sunthought. Sunthought! Absolutely fantastic. Alright, so damage going through for Tunnel Shark here. Getting a little bit of impact in. Losing the Tristana, unfortunately, now also removing that 3-2. HPs are both at 10, halfway down, but I feel like Small Penguin here is kind of crawling towards a more dominant position. Look at all of this recall. Look at all this stun. Look at that sign that can draw resources. There's so much there. Bomber Twins coming down from the Loping Telescope, which is just a series of RNG interactions. I cast a Telescope, which gives me a random follower, which gives me Bomber Twins, which gives me a random landmark, which has now become Ancient Preparations, which is another unit, and also a Predict. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Trying to wipe the board here, though, in order to just be able to win. Another Loping Telescope coming down. We are looking at, I think, the 3rd now, right? Because we've seen a bunch of procs already. What is that last Telescope proc? I kind of want to know what it is, because ooh, did it give really good thing? Did it give a really good thing once more? Okay, so that's 2 impact right there. Unfortunately, some blockers have got to be resolved. Oh no! Risking the 1 HP! Risking the 1 HP. Absolute Chad confidence there from Tunnel. Just going, hey, I don't think you have buffs. And rolling with it. Absolutely rolling with it. Is there a Lunari counterpart, do you think? Also, it's also of note here that if Tunnel Shark has a Decimate in hand right now, there is a possibility that the Pokey Decimate combo can actually win from here, which would be an interesting series of events. But now with the Yasuo, unfortunately only 3 damage resolving. So not quite, and it looks like that 1 HP may come back to really hurt Tunnel this next turn. No units cast, so I'm wondering at that point what was actually in hand before the open. Sign in here, given value, Pale Cascade and Homecoming top decked. And let's see what comes out here. Grandfather Faye just generating blockers, really. Yeah, there goes an owl. It actually will be struck by the Yasuo first. Other overvalue sources here. Going for that first Decimate from this match in particular. Getting Small Penguin down to 3 here. No counter spells for Small Penguin, so it does go through. No healing. Tempest will not be able to stun. Homecoming will be able to remove, and that will probably be enough. Though the open attack is also not looking perfect. It's not looking perfect. Lunari ass wielder? Wider? Ass fighter? I'm going with wielder. I'm going with wielder. There's a Blast Cone Seedling. 4 blockers on the open attack here. or 3 because of this. 3 because of that. Homecoming does require that something be recalled, but there's the Windswept Hillock to potentially just be recalled in front of another unit. Probably the safest, though, is just a second Windswept Hillock, because it will just stun another unit. So Windswept Hillock into Homecoming is likely lethal, but it does require an action from Small Penguin, so it is not a guaranteed win, depending on what cards are in Tunnel Shark's hand. There are 3 Decimates. It could always be another Decimate. And it is another Decimate with no counterspell! With no counterspell in hand unless it's top decked here. Twin Discipline's not the top deck. And another Pale Cascade is tapping down below Deny. So it looks like that Decimate does resolve. Tunnel Shark with a game versus Small Penguin. We're moving on to game 3, it looks like. Ooh! I think that was game 3. I'm remembering correctly, which I believe I am, because we saw the Yordle, we saw the Team of Tristana rumble the first time around. So I think one more match versus these two, and we'll go from there. Ooh, exciting. Don't give that look like Steve loves flesh. Oh my god. All right, Tunnel Shark with the Bandle Freljord, Small Penguin still with the Ari Yasuo here, of course. Let's check out that last deck code from Tunnel Shark here. Let's just confirm what's going on. Tunnel Shark is here. That would be all units. So let me double check with the all unit situation. I think you might have seen this before, but to refresh my own memory, this is oh, actually, I don't know if you've seen this before, but this is a transform sort of base deck. We've got Bitsy Lizard, we've got Nakatak, we've got Changeling, Tinydactyl, Spotted Toad, Mammoth Shaman, Spirit Walker, and 1 Mini-T at the top end. This is a Nakatak transform. Someone went for the Nakatak. I love it. We've got, unfortunately for Tunnel Shark, well, actually fortunately, because we're up against all units, so the denies are actually an entirely bricked bloat. There is going to be nothing to counter, except for skills like Test Speaker. So that's kind of interesting. To wield such a mighty dumpy, one must squat daily and eat carbs. I don't. Yes. I'm just gonna go with yes. That seems correct. I'm just gonna go with yeah, totally. So we've got 2 3/3 Blade Twirlers. We've got a 4/4 Captain coming down, and we're just passing the turn. We don't want to yeet these units in. Yeah, those denies are not looking so hot versus a units only deck. An interesting balance. Be interesting to talk to some players actually at some point and ask them, how did you think about the balance of counter spells versus units? Because normally in a regular Runeterra situation, you obviously want counter spells. You just want counter spells to be able to do stuff versus pretty much every meta deck out there. But not here so much. Right now, the board from Tunnel Shark here is kind of running away with the situation. Lethal damage threatened. Couple of okay trades for Small Penguin, like the 2-1 and the 2-3, but otherwise it's looking kind of bad. One Blade Twirler is surviving, but the rest is getting wiped out. No buffs in hand. One Vastayan Disciple to probably poke face. Nothing transforming this turn though. We're not quite at the Mammoth Shamans or sign cards quite yet. Getting some draw of Vastayan Disciple. Windswept Hillock would be helpful here. There's just a straight up Yasuo, which, I mean, stuns are going to come out, so that might actually be quite helpful. The other thing I was going to say was that Yasuo, and the Yasuo indeed got top decked there. So there he goes. There's another Stone Stackers, really stacking that impact. There goes the Yasuo. We might see a little bit of draw for the Vastayan Disciple. Merkwolf Shaman coming down, not transforming yet. Concussive Palm and 2 Celestial Wonders. Going to basically level Yasuo kind of instantly. We're top decking another Yasuo, so by God, we have stuns. There are 40 bajillion stuns happening right now. Exactly 40 bajillion, you know, just nothing else, just 40 bazillion, precisely. It's actually 6. because it's 2, 4, 5, 6, plus the blocker from whatever that is producing. So again, not lethal on swing, but definitely intimidating as fuck. Definitely a little intimidating. For sure. Go! Go, little stone stacker! Stack the stones! Stone stack! I guess. I might be biased against the wind shitter by this point. Okay, alright. I like the water effect from the bilge water, though. By the way, it's also really looking pretty good. But again, this is not a cosmetics compliment stream. This is a gameplay stream. Yes, gameplay! Celestial Wonder deletes 2 things here. I wonder if they're gonna go for the Merkwolf Shaman or something else. There's only 1 Celestial Wonder here, so it is so it's not possible to do the Steel Tempest as well. So you know it's only it's only 3 stuns this turn instead of the whole 6. Incredible. What the fuck is Yasuo? They are going for the Merkwolf Shaman, which I kind of thought they might, just because it does become a little bit scary and also produces value. Right now, I mean, there has been a Plunder proc here, so there are more things that can be cast at 5. So that will be interesting to get to if we can. Let's see what Tunnel Shark can pull out here. Right now, we're just kind of chilling and washing stuff. The Troll Chant, meaning that the Yordle Captain will survive there, not quite dying. Oh, and Merkwolf Razor, I think also living through that whole experience. Very, very good Troll Chant from Tunnel Shark. Kind of shutting down that whole Yasuo combo right there. Next, so Spotted Toad with the Yordle Captain buff is Giga Gromping the Yasuo fucking dead, which is what a board wipe that Toad just triggered. Look at the Giga Gromp going off. I don't think I have ever seen a Giga Gromp go off harder than that just did. Everything at 1 HP. Yasuo at 1 HP. The Fave Blade Twirler at 1. And of course, Vestian Disciple just kind of doing its thing. Wow. Absolutely wow. There's an Ari. But the Celestial Wonder, let's see what that can do. I don't know if it can do enough, actually. Because there would have been 1 block, but we would have had to stun a lot of things. There might have been a way out? I'll have to double check the math. I think Tunnel Shark, or not, Small Penguin might have been right though, that was the end. So I believe Tunnel Shark moving forward, that was an interesting 2-1 for sure. I think the fastest way is to just check the friends list to see who we can spectate here. But yeah, advancing towards the finals. Kank versus who? Alright. Versus Food Night. Let's see if we can't spy on that. I think I have Food Night over on my side. And we do, yes. I think we have both, actually. Let's do Food Night real quick. Let's look at this side again. Going into, I believe, losers brackets here. Winner's bracket is kind of continuing with pace. But yeah, we've got a couple rounds of this. And then we're moving on to the finals. We're going pretty quick. This looks like a game 2 scenario, I think. We are looking at Food Night's Mono Zoe again, and we're looking at PNZ Rise from Kank. Let's take a look at that PNZ Rise, just to refresh, or actually understand what's in here, because I don't think we've seen this before. So this would be spells only with the Rise. Let's spy on that. We are looking at some interesting stuff. We've got Poros, actually. Aurora Borealis and Poro snacks. Along with Dragon's Clutch and some other interesting cards here. Trail of Evidence, Scarlet's Salvage Scrap, Poro Stories, Discreet Invitation, Ransom Riches. That is a pretty spicy set of things happening out of Kank's Rise deck. 1 mana Poro Cannon, rip the free Poro Cannon. Going strong with elusives. Look at those elusives go. Yeah, I think this is, I'm gonna assume that this is game 2 right now. Looking pretty good there. We do have opponent's hand. Looks like Kank has Production Surge, Face Sprout, Trail of Evidence, Ransom Riches, and that other Poro in hand, of course. Other Poro being cast right there. I'm gonna move this a little bit so that we can see the board a little bit more. There we go. That's a bit better. Should play Elsies for the rights to the stream someday? For stream rights? Am I getting booted by by the people that I'm casting? Eventually I'll just be superseded by some ultra fancy person who's like, I am the Poro king. I'm not like getting defeated by the actual Poro king. Alright, so Eternal Dancers coming down. We don't know what has died thus far, so Eternal Dancers might actually be pretty scary. If it's an open attack, Ruination will not be as effective. But if Kang dares to cast here, which they are casting a Ransom Riches, Ruination is looking pretty spicy. Agreed? Yo, y'all coming from my stream now? I mean, we could always co-host. We could always co-host with a Victor, see what they're... with a Victor, haha. With a victorious player and see what their thoughts are here. Going for Vengeance instead of a board wipe. Getting rid of Hallowed, to be fair, though. Kind of understandable. Holding this Ruination for a more intimidating board state, perhaps with a Rise on it, because we know that's in there, obviously. Loping Telescope coming out. What are you finding, Telescope? So there's 2 production surges and a trail of evidence in Kank's hand at the moment. What's happening next? What's going on next? I'm gonna play with the bird before something is cast. Finding, Burble. Finding a little Burble fish. Making a Jettison. The mods are starting a coup. No, denied. My OBS is mine. You can't touch that! Blocking the 4-2, trading into the 4-2 with a Pale Cascade, finding Celestial Trifecta. Food Knight's not really in a horrible position, though. Kank is slowly running out of resources, and of course, removal and healing and Celestial Trifecta can just power out some good stuff. Withering Whale, also kind of bad versus a bunch of smaller things there. Going for the Invoke, trying to find something. Healing back to 17, which is pretty high versus a bunch of small elusives, to be honest. The same person who knocked you to the loser's bracket in the Poro Cup knocked you to the loser's bracket today? Small Penguin, no! I'm sorry. Thank you for participating, though. I hope you had fun, despite the same, unfortunately, the same punishing opponent. They were some good games, though. I had a lot of fun looking at some of your matches, while broadcasting. That's a lot of... we top decked Zoe for Food Diet here, but that's also just 16 damage coming out from the elusive board, except that Withering Whale really punishing versus a 5-1 turret. Not quite the turret you need when your opponent has a ping that deals a damage. We hate each other with the burning passion, obviously. The mod-streamer relationship is the most interesting thing. We do. Kitten, you are absolutely right. We hate it all, and I can't believe that you're still here. That's a Mystic Shot for the Zoe. Immediately deleted. This Rise pile showing off a little bit. Though, Food Knight has now found the great beyond, and truly he shall go above and beyond for Food Knight, most likely. Ruination not getting cast yet. There's a Delve into the Past. Finding the draw, which makes sense here. Already banking spell mana, trying to close out the game, trying to find that Rise, trying to find some kind of win con here, honestly. The Targon win cons have hit the point where they're gonna start taking off. Supernova is also here. Obliteration should be quite helpful. Time to teach you this lesson, old man. How many times do I have to be like, no, this is my tournament. But yeah, I hope you did have fun. Okay, and there will always be more opportunities, of course. And I've kind of decided that Poros shall be offered for all of them, so look forward to more Poros. Poros for all. Poros for lots of folks. That is another Delvidulf. Okay. We're looking at, we have the shard. The 9-5 is chilling. 9-5 can just kind of bump into the elusives though, which is kind of awkward. They're also getting augment, which is gonna be surprisingly strong against some of that. Ripping the Supernova immediately, get those cards out of the way. Food Knight also has the Drain and the little bit of healing off of Unspeakable Horror. Could hit Spell Shield on something, could poke a weaker unit. Poro Cannon coming down. Still participating, waiting for the rest of the loser bracket games. Oh, okay, alright. Good to know. Perhaps I spoke a little prematurely then, in fact. So Poros are not big enough to fight the 9-5 exactly. Ooh, there's that last card in hand is, of course, the Production Surge. So there is potential to go wide. There would be one slot, though. Only one slot for the Production Surge. Oh, but I am forgetting about Hallowed. Hallowed on a Poro would have buffed that to a little bit more. Ripping the Production Surge after the attack, which is an interesting decision. Getting the 5-1, getting a 3-1, going wider, which does kind of make sense. But again, that 5-1 is really messing with Kank's port stability because there keeps being a drain for it. There keeps being a drain of some sort. Okay, the top deck here is a super cool star chart and a Dragon's Clutch for Kank. The Dragon's Clutch is an interesting tech. I'm curious what that was for, because I don't think there's actually any guaranteed dragons if I'm checking. You can manifest, of course. There is the Ransom Riches in the deck. But that one's curious. That one is curious. Going for a big Great Beyond turn here, potentially. And there are more Poro buffs around. Looks like it's just an attack with a 10-2. No way to stop it. Is a SpongeBob reference? Oh, well, I haven't seen that. So that would make sense why I didn't get it immediately. Watch SpongeBob Watch Party in the Discord. Oh god, I'd be so confused. I'd just be so confused in general. Now going with the 4/4s here, going with a Messenger Starbound for Food Knight, buffing that to an 11-3. Kank now has a Rise in hand, choosing to resolve the open attack first though, and unfortunately trading into that dragon with the 1/1. Buffing the dragon, finding another Starbone, as there's also a second Great Beyond now though because of the Celestial Trifecta. So that's just kind of alarming. 2 of those is just way above your starting HP anyway. Loping crying out yee in the pain since ye never gave Loping its money back. Really trying to hound him for cash. Okay. I think Kank might be in trouble here. I don't know if there's a way to get around those elusives. I don't think there is. This is game 2 for sure. We'll see if there's a game 3 after this. Not actually 1000% positive that this is just a 2-0 from Food Knight. There's another buff dragon. They're both 13 power. That is intimidating. For sure intimidating. There might be another blocker somewhere, depending. There is a Fae. I mean, there are a bunch of Faes that can count. There is a Papercraft dragon on the 4/4, which would normally be quite intimidating, except that there's a 13-10 that's still going face, still hitting hard, still being a galactic space dragon, to be fair. Would be fun. You get to see greatness in square form. Do I need to see greatness in square form? Alright, let's see if that was what match that was. In the meantime, we will do the thing where I pull up the brackets again. I accidentally just closed the tab because I know how technology do. I know how the technology done doodles. We've got Tunnel Shark versus TKG Samsans up there in winner's bracket. Looks like we might have some interesting matches here. 4LW versus Symphy. Looks like that might have been the last match for Food Knight versus Kank there. So let's check out, let's see if we can't get Symphy here maybe. Check out the 4L Symphy versus 4LW gaming potentially. Where would that be? Oh, we could also spy on Samsams actually. who's our best target. Sophie's actually out of the game, so let's just pop in on somebody else, see what's going on. Sam's, what's going on? This is up here. Oh, yeah, Sam's versus 4LW was... Oh, Sam's versus Tunnel Shark, actually. So we might be back with Tunnel Shark here. Yep, we're back with Tunnel Shark. We are looking at that transform deck, I think. Looks like we are pretty early on. Sam's decked out, getting the Demacia done, getting that Freljord Vandal City for Tunnel Shark transform situation. So let's take a look at Sam's here, and what... Let's see. It's Matron Cythria, presumably. Well, let's actually take a closer look to confirm that's what we're looking at. Let's see. This person, and then we want the units only situation. Units only. Let's take a look. We're doing. Yep, it's Matron Cythria. It is Matron Cythria with inclusions such as the combat cook. So you do get the forge, which I don't think we've seen thus far. Normally in most games, wow, it's combat cook or bust. But this time I think is the first time we've actually seen it played and cast in this Mimi as fuck situation. Looking at Merkwolf Ranger, if that is ever able to transform. Kale emote's coming out. Rost emote's coming out. Getting that ping for the actual transform there. So TKG actually might have a bit of an uphill battle despite the Demacia, considering that board over there from Tunnel Shark is going to be transforming actually a surprising amount. Actually a surprising amount. Yeah, that's a bit of lethal damage. Protecting the knock attack, protecting the birds from just yeeting out. Oh, that cursed SpongeBob anime show you did use SpongeBob clips for the wave. You started the band episode. I don't know what the band episode is, but I'm afraid. I'm just afraid. All right, there we go. Pinging Nexus, getting 2 damage in versus Sam's here. Cythria will be buffing board, of course. Mammoth Shaman coming down and active. Will become a Rager, will become an 8/8 there, which is kind of exciting. Yeah, there we go. Interesting. Oh, Merfolk Rager is already there, of course. I was waiting for the transform, but no, it's already in its Rager form. That is where dreams are made reality and boys become men. What if I don't want to become a man? Is that a valid answer? Also, we're looking at for Demacia slapping down on the board. Got a couple of safe blocks in the 10-10 and the 5-7, but otherwise, or not the 5-7 anymore, because it's so large and in charge. The bird's really paying out here a little bit for the blocks. Not doing with the knock attack instead of the mini T there. There's only one mini T in the deck, so that has been sacrificed to the gods of Demacia. No more seals, understandable. Mammoth Ranger, though, is still pretty intimidating. It does have 12 power now. Matron doesn't have a Cythria to choose, so we won't be seeing that crazy amount of doubling yet. Can that 12-5 punch through at the moment? I'll turn that off for a second here. I don't think we have opponent hand at the moment. That's still 7 damage. That's still 7 damage. Looking at 4 for Sam's there. There is no Decimate, of course, in Tunnel Shark's deck there. Getting an ephemeral copy of Bannerman just to buff the field. Merkwolf Shaman again to draw something. At 4 HP, and with a Inventive Chemist, might be able to survive. Yet another knock attack coming down, chimed as well. Drawing a unit. Sam's here with some good units to cast, but not potentially lethal depending on how this works out. Challenger pulling a fearsome unit though, or a fearsome blocker I should say, which might be able to close it out because there's only 2, and that's a very big fearsome body when the 8/8s and the 7/7s. Not even a boy, much less a man. I'll be fine. There's no shot I shall become man in the process of watching SpongeBob. Incredible. All right. Let's see how this goes. Pulling the 2-1, in fact, leaving the 6-8, the 4-6, and the 3-5 to just block somewhere along the line. No mana for anything else really from Samsans here. Blocking the 7-7, yeeting a Nakatok. There's already a Nakatok chilling. A couple of other blockers that are relatively safe. Yeah, trading everything except the Rager that already has the impact. Surf Science Spirit Walker may not get a proc, but we'll see. This music is quite hype for this. Their life totals got low real quick. They really did. Suddenly, we first we were at like, 16 or whatever, and then boom, death and destruction. Yeah, wow, all right. That has regen. That'll actually be really helpful. Farmerlo going away. Still got a Bannerman in hand. Stone Stackers coming for your impact, coming for the life total with the impact alone, and no real way of stopping that. No stuns, just unit buffs. So if there is one more impact, if there is one more way to poke, that will be a win for Tunnel. Let's see. Is there a pokey stick? What's happening? What's that 1 damage remaining? There is a transform off of the Spirit Walker now, but the Ursine is, doesn't really change a ton here. Teeny Dactyl coming out, and the Teeny Dactyl will close it out for Tunnel. Wow. Teeny Dactyl TP. It's really fun to see a transform deck, because the last time I think they were running around and being really dominant was when the Gnar meta was around, kind of was around the Gnar meta time. Looks like we're going into game 3, I believe. So Tunnel Shark bringing Rise Shurima, and TKG Samsans running, I keep saying the team name and they don't have to, Samsans here running the same Demacia deck back to try and squeeze out that Cythria, probably. Maybe we'll see a Matron Cythria. That would be pretty fun to see a Matron Cythria. Hope Samsans wins. You're a Samsam simp, and she's so fun. You'll get so trolled by the Chadness, and his songlines are so cute. He sings about Samsan. Wait, what? Super random and also smarter than he looks, just like you. Oh, amazing. You know what? Fair enough. Next tournament we should definitely have like channel point betting and such like, so you guys can stake things on who you think will win. Building the storylines a bit more, I think, is the next step for these tournaments, because everybody knows a lot of the players. Simpy, Sansons, and I are gonna throw a Poro party and meet up with the Poros. Oh my god, that's adorable! Oh, I see that you've already pegged Samsans as a Poro receiver, as a recipient of the next fluffy Poro ball. That's gonna be sent out. I see. Well, we'll have to find out. Tunnel Shark does have a win here, so this is gonna be a deciding match. Reducing the power of the Ram Hound, saving a little bit of damage. Wait, I've never looked at how big the Ram Hounds are. What the fuck? Wait, what? It's like a dachshund, but you can ride it? I thought that was just a close-up of an actual dog. I didn't know it was horse-sized. Wait, I want one. No, come back. I need one in my life. It's a giant dog? Are you kidding? I need it. Anyway, all right. What is that? It's deep meditation. Drawing some cards there. Going for the Feral Prescience. This board music is kind of jamming, by the way. Sam's currently still killing it with the elites, though. We also have to note that there's now both Genevieve and Cythria in hand. Scout Genevieve, always terrifying. Ramhound and Cythria to cast here. Baby Cythria, not big Cythria. There are, unfortunately, 2 big Cythrias. So, 2 big Cythrias is gonna be a bit of a hand bloat for a little while. Rise is happening in the background for Tunnel Shark. And there is a possibility of, I think there's a possibility of the new follower removal, the Diet Ruination. Am I correct in thinking that there's Diet Ruination in that deck? Because I want to say that is the case. Jury Rig is happening. This deck has, 3 Castigates. This is a three Castigate situation. Going down to 9 though for Tunnel Shark. Gotta find that Castigate fast. If they are to live through this. There's the third doggo. There's another doggo. Yay, doggo. End round, offering the pass. Kind of scary. Wonder what the play is there. I mean, there's still power reduction in Shurima Burst, but it's kind of scary. Do you want to really go through the process of cleaning such large turds? The large turds? I mean, maybe. The turds couldn't be the worst. I mean, horses shit a lot, and people manage those. Sam. Oh my god, Shopping Halls, hello! Oh my god, we're getting chat spam for Samsans! Holy shit. Alright. Currently dealing 5 damage to Tall Shark's face, though. Going for a 3 Sisters to live. Really needs Castigate? Really could use that Castigate. Only taking 2 now. Because of the spells. Rune Mage out, potentially leveling. We do have Shard of Betrayal for damage, and we do have the mana refill if one more Delve is cast. Gonna knock out a 2/2 potentially. There's a shot that we get healing as well, though again the healing is not the best. Considering it's 7 versus almost a Cythria now. For sure we have Genevieve and or other Cythria. We could also string those back to back, maybe an elite Cythria into a Genevieve Elmheart next turn, just for the funsies. Or no, it'd be Cythria the Bold into Genevieve, because it's for the round. So kind of a scary board. Still got Rune Prison going. There's a time trick looking for other stuff. There is not mana for all 5 landmarks here, unless something gets really discounted, which is unlikely. Deep Meditation could find some delves, though. Could find delves. There's a Prescience. Unfortunately, finding Prescience and not delves in that moment exactly. Rise going, punching a 2/2 down. Yeah, does still have the attack there. Not a direct win, but earning value. Ramhound seems as big as half your apartment. At least it's a living pillow. And plus it would probably like me, right? Because it's a doggo. Castigate! Did find the Castigate off on the draw. Genevieve, can you kill the Rise? No, just above the HP required to live through the Genevieve Elmheart right there. Battlesmith will unfortunately not buff Genevieve at the moment. Small Penguin and on it as well. Oh boy. Yeah, that Rise may be at a point where it can just run away with the game. That is a Weight of Judgment. Weight of Judgment down on Genevieve. Not even gonna get that scout value out of the way. Tunnel Shark clinging to 7 HP at the moment. Finding another delve. Had your fun? No worries, kitten. I'm okay with this spam. The spam is fun. Multiple messages from the same person are a bit much, though. We're finding Entreat, so we are also getting the Realm Warp out. We're getting Realm Warp done. Oh, spell draw for Tunnel. The Cythria is sitting there just looking like, I wish I could do something against an auto win condition. Yeah, Rise coming to the top again. Definitely an interesting scenario. All right. I think Tunnel Shark moving on from here. We believe we caught the end. Yeah, we caught the end of game 2 and got game 3 there. I believe. Let's check out the brackets and see who's up following here. Just gonna refresh this real quick. What's happening? That was, winner's bracket to grand finals. Let's check down here. Looks like we're still waiting, but 4LW, Symphy, and Small Penguin are all still in the running. Who can I spy on now? Let's see. Symphy's in a game. Let's try and spy on them. We have to pretend to be professionals. I have already talked about Pussy. I think that has been destroyed. Symphy versus 4LW indeed, and we're marching into a game full throttle. There's a Garrett on board. We are looking at decisive maneuver to stun a Garrett and trade a bunch of things here. Shellfolk clinging to life as more Ram Hounds indeed try to finish out this game. Finals, let's go! Also, we made it to the copy pasta. We did make it to the copy pasta. All right, pranks coming out. Sharpsight choosing a Ram Hound here. Let's take a look at what 4LW actually brought here with Bandle P and Z. This would be Bandle. This would be the all unit. Yeah, all units, which is interesting. Those have been stolen. The Ram Hounds are getting stolen. What a play with the Shellfolk for the steal. All right, yeah, we've got just a lot of stealing. We've got Fan Club President. We've got Benemone. We've got Aloof Travelers. We've got Bilge Rat Rascal and Squeaker. Kelp Maidens. Just a lot of potentially valuable things for Shellfolk. We are unfortunately looking at a big Garen, though, because of the Bannerman and the Battlesmith, just making him huge. This isn't your... Wait, what? Arrow, what? Elton, at what time linked to Dildo site to chat? I did. I'm glad you remember that. I'm glad you recall. All right. So that Garen needs to go away. We are indeed finding another decisive maneuver, though, and a sharp sight to trade, finally, potentially, with that Shellfolk. But decisive maneuver really pulling out some stops there to keep 4LW in the game, sitting at 2 HP, waiting for Symphy's deck to continue. Yeah, pranks can increase costs now, but Shellfolk is dead. Not sure what's in hand, though. I didn't die, just very lax. Subtle Shark, look at me, you are the elite deck now. Subtle Shark, indeed. Some treasure coming out. Kelp Maidens happening. Unfortunately, there is just that rally going with the Garen. And Cytherea of Clouds, Cytherea of Cloudfield coming down. Fan Club President, what are you doing, Fan Club President? Millie, what are you capable of right now? What is happening right now? It probably, I don't know what she can pull that's like for sure going to keep Symphy in the game here. Or keep 4LW in the game. Symphy is very still in the game at the moment. Portal Palooza, putting some portals in, drawing a card, getting Minion, which does regenerate. That is permanent minion value. Discarding True Shot Barrage, finding something. Cytherea going down. I mean, that for Demacia is also just kind of scary. It doesn't matter really how much you prank it because everyone is enlightened, unfortunately. Another Kelp Maidens still finding blockers in the end. Still getting those blockers. Learning about the different forms of phallic pleasure was interesting and professional. We can professionally learn about phalluses, yes. Okay, as I say that, let's also divert back to the gameplay for a hot minute. We see two whole chickens happening. 4LW needs a unit here to be able to pull this out. Finds a Reggie once again hanging on. Pray to Orange Jesus. Praying to the Orange Jesus. That is certainly a board wipe, however. Everything is about to leave. Minion, when I mean will come back, of course, but it does come back in hand and not on field. And even if it was on the field, there's kind of 6 units for Symphy here, dominating with the Garen Lux. There's a mini morph, so there is no more rally with the Garen. Finding that mini just in time to at least maybe find something. Unfortunately for 4LW, the deck kind of relies on Shellfolk Benemone value, it looks like, or Shellfolk prank value. So we'll see what they can pull here. There's another Cytherea. There is another Shellfolk. So there's nothing. Oh, but you can still prank from deck. So it'll be interesting to see. Champion Strength being chosen here. Taking the Vanguard Sergeant, though, for units in general. I mean, it's actually a great call unless Symphy is overwhelmed. Unless there's overwhelmed. For sure. Getting some chickens here. Getting a Boom Baboon down as well. Interesting. And it's kind of lethal on open. So there goes the minion. Yeah, alright. Shellfolk going. Yeah, I mean, Shellfolk's pretty safe, actually. It is a 4-4. It is the strongest body right now on the entire board. There's another 4 Demacia, though, if Simpy chooses. But it looks like it's just an open attack. And yeah, I think there was really, unfortunately, no way out for 4LW. Simpy going in with the Demacia some more. Very strong Demacia interactions. All right. I think that was game 1 or 2, actually. Timer was pretty early, but so was the game. So it's potential that there was a really fast game for a second there. We're going with the same Bandle Prank for 4LW, and Simpy's now got the Demacia Shadow Isle. Still more Demacia, really. It's actually not significantly changed, I think, beyond the Matron Cythria combo. The only thing that can really fuck up is top decking a lot of expensive units, and of course, missing a Legions, should you have it on Bannerman or something like that. Already an Otterpuss is making its way downtown, getting that prank out, chillin' for a little bit. Orange Jesus help for LW, no bias. No bias at all. Ooh, okay, Ramhound happening. Ramhound into elites. Ramhound about to be a very, very good boy. Rip. A little bit rip. Okay, it is 3 rounds. It is 3 rounds to 4LW's Shellfolk prank situation. Discarding a prank, drawing a card. 4-3 does trade. Orange Jesus helps Simpy, no bias. I feel like the chat right now is a very objective, scientific, probability-based experience. I don't detect anything else coming from you guys. The top deck Minimorph into top deck Shellfolk was pretty insane. No, that was pretty nuts. That one was actually pretty nuts bananas. Being able to turn Garen into a 3-3 so there wasn't an automatic rally was pretty good. It was pretty good. There's a Vanguard Squirt. There's a Boom Baboon going down. Training actually a little bit now. The 1-1 doesn't, but the 2-1 has a little bit of a better shot. Squeaker going with the 0-2, I imagine. And we'll see what that does. We do have the Matron in hand, so that's going to be a little bit awkward for a second, I think. Yeah, there goes the 0-2. There's the Silverwing Vanguards coming down. Almost a free Squire. Going with the prank now. Going for Tattered Banner as well. Makes sense. This wasn't a cost increase for the Spectral Matron. Just the Tattered Banner interaction. Vanguard Sergeant giving the 4 Demacia, and 4LW being forced to block with a couple of things here. Losing the Challengers, losing the big 4-1, losing Otterpuss as well. Only taking 2, but getting pushed down to 9. Shellfolk still a turn away, and no more pranks in hand. So yeah, Simpy might be able to do this. Salty Spinner out, swapping stats. Not a bad unit. Conchologist also making a copy of a unit. No favoritism here in the chat. No favoritism. You're not allowed to have a favorite player, okay? That's not how this works. You are absolutely allowed to have a favorite player. Shoot, root for however you like. I just end up rooting for the person that I'm spectating from, because it's my brain automatically goes, hey, I'm the one casting the cards, even though it's not the case. Pranking on the 4 Demacia and the Vanguard Squire. It's an 8 mana for Demacia now. Discarding Prank, trying to draw some answer here. No Garen for Simpy though, which is always nice for 4LW. So at least that Garen apocalypse hasn't started yet. 4-4 is actually a surprisingly strong stat line in 4LW's deck. It just kind of punches through every single Demacia unit that is innately a 2-2 or a 3-3. 4 Demacia, though, is making them much bigger than 2-2s and 3-3s, however. And it looks like we'll be trading very unfavorably for 4LW. 2 Scrap Scuttlers is some blockers, though. Going for all of that, killing the 4-5. making sure that all of the trades are unfavorable, and that the 4/4 cannot block the 6/4 challenger. Holding on to that 4/4, in fact, probably keeping in mind that next turn that they will return to their small forms, and be not great blockers for the 4/4. Fan club president, unfortunately, manifesting without the Shellfolk on board. You never know what it's gonna find. I don't think it can find a board wipe, because Castigate is 7, of course. But let's see what it did. It found a 2-mana Eye of Nagakaboros, which, you know, is actually a pretty good card, getting some value. Anyone running Targon Bandle or Frelia would likely get your support. Fair. We do have a Bandle player here in 4LW, up against the Demacia. Yeah, Demacia was definitely a interesting inclusion for us, I think. Maybe we might have to rethink some of the Demacia and maybe some of the Rise. But hopefully it has been fun so far, and we definitely have gotten some wild mashes out of it regardless. Looking like that's not quite lethal, because they do only have 2 challengers here on Symphy's side of the board. Matron can come down, but there's really nothing to summon with the Matron. So it looks like it's just a challenge on everything else. And a forced trade on the last remaining 4/4s on 4LW's board. No buffs in hand, of course, just blocks, killing everything. Simply just killing everything. Bannerman. Leaving 4LW at 1 HP. Finally, a Shellfolk shows up. Round 9. Or mana 9 in general, which is just kind of scary. For 4LW, seeing as they need to come down at 6. Really need to come down at 6 when there were more things to choose from. All of the pranks have been used. Conchologist may have made something useful though, however, depends. Gonna have to be really careful of that Nexus HP though. Another Bannerman to probably hit Allegiance, considering the only Shadow Isles is, I believe, the Matron in there. So unlikely it's gonna miss. For Demacia, crushing in both tournaments. I think maybe for the next one, we just don't allow Demacia. That might be just a lesson to learn there. Bilgerat Rascal, discarding to find something. Going for a Kelp Maidens as well. There's the prank. There's the opportunity for some chaos to happen. Still casting Matron on the Vanguard Bannerman. So looking good in terms of like the board state there. One fearsome unit. Looks like they... What are they going for here? There's Vanguard Squire, there's Bannerman, but the Vanguard discounts itself anyway, so may not be as useful. Getting a 3-mana copy, if I'm remembering. Is that the proof we need that Demacia is OP? No champion strength is nice. Yeah, of course, there's the Garen Lux deck from Symphy that's running champion strength, but yeah, none in the units only deck. It's not just the unit sweep at that point. Fury Horn Crasher coming out from the Shellfolk, and the Bilgerat Rascal. That goes away. Got a couple of fearsome blockers here, so the Matron is not as humongous of a threat as it was last time. Going for Tiny Shield, but unfortunately the Challenger units here still have 5 power, so not sure if the Shellfolk is actually going to be able to stick. No way of Symphy really to get overwhelmed though, so there might be an opportunity to just hold out until something emerges from Shellfolk. But to think Demacia is going to perform like this just due to its nature, it does kind of helpfully funnel certain things into just kind of units. Like, it's such a unit-focused deck that followers only does kind of lend itself to that. Followers only with no Demacia allow would definitely be an interesting tournament to do. There's a Bandle Hellstones coming out and giving, Heroic Refrain. That makes a little bit more sense as to why the Shellfolk did get that plus instead of some power on a fearsome blocker. Trading not horribly into Symphy's board, hanging on for sure. And still no Cythria, Matron of Clouds. Of course, that may happen still. Before LW looking like they're trying to discard. If it is a Cythria, which it's not, it does toss that Bannerman, giving information that there's no actual Cythria on board. Pranks coming out, going for more pranks. 2 otter pusses in hand. Oh my god, the Shellfolk is actually showing off a little bit. Spell shield on the Fury Horn Crasher from the Bilge Rat. Oh, but they just had a Fury Horn Crasher normally. Whoops.
Still so much
Before.
to learn.
Right? Yeah, Shellfolk discounted, but that one had Spell Shield. Alright, they're going for more units. Honored Lord and Laura Duelist. I wonder if it's the Duelist or the Challenger, for a unit that they have in hand for 4LW. Looking at every card except the second Duelist here, and still clinging to 1 HP. Still got that 1 HP. Full hand revealed now. Know that there's no champions in there. The trades aren't great though because of the 1-1 situation. That's still relatively muted versus the 4-4s and such. 4LW hanging on for dear life, really clinging to what they can to try and get a victory here. It might be possible. There's definitely a unit in hand that got a challenger right there. Duelist. So this will get the barrier the first time. Squeaker manifesting a Yordle. Followers only means no spells because timelines would be interesting. There were no spells allowed. Yeah, so that's actually a good idea. Timelines units only deck. So that you manifest whatever you just manifest some stuff. That would be kind of entertaining. It would literally just be an RNG fest. Trump Attacker is such a good pull though. Actually being able to finally force a trade in the positive direction for 4LW. Even getting an impact damage in with that card, which is kind of impressive. The Fury Horn Crasher is also buffing on top of the deck, and Symphy has to block a lot. Symphy absolutely just surrendering here, and I think that goes to 4LW if that last game that we jumped in on was the second. So let's wait a second and see where that goes. I'm actually going to run to the bathroom while we are waiting for something to happen. Never mind, it's another game, so we are going to game 3, and I'll pee later. We'll pee after this. I thought there might be more time, or that might be the end. But this is game 3, so here we go. Symphy with that, the same deck, and we've got Rise Ionia from 4LW. So let's take a look at what that's actually going to look like here. I mean, it's Rise Ionia, so I mean, there's only so many things you can do with that deck, but still. Let's check it out. Spells only, Rise, and we're looking at anything super fancy. Unworthy Soul, Portapalooza, Drum Solo, Deep Meditation, Calls, Predict, Steel Tempest. There's actually no... Oh, there's 2 denies. Yeah, I was about to be like, no, deny. There's definitely deny. Treatment Telstone, Shadow Elves Telstones, and 3 Sisters, so a bunch of the Telstone cards. And of course, the Rise and 1 or 2 Jury Rigs. 2 Jury Rigs, actually, to be specific. I keep saying, like, 1 or 2, and it's just straight up 2. Starting out strong with a Blast Cone Seedling. I'm worried that, I believe, that Symphy may just be able to pull this out because the Rise deck, as much as it does have some stuns and some recalls, may not be able to get off the ground before Demacia goes hog wild with units. Yeah, there's a Rise on time at least, because I always have a bucket on standby. I don't really want to pee in a bucket. I feel comfortable as an adult making the decision that I'm not going to pee in a bucket. That's one of many adulting decisions I've made as I get older. Not that I've ever peed in a bucket. Don't get it twisted. I've never peed in a bucket, but I'm just deciding now that I'm still not gonna pee in a bucket, okay? Anyway, there's a Rise happening, other than a bucket peeing. And let's see if it heals or if it deals damage. What's going on there, Rise, buddy? Friendo? There is, of course, the big Cythria Lady of Clouds. Chilling in hand. Aftershock going for some Challenger, trying to shut down the Rise removal potentially.
I must reach the
Because
camp.
the 2-1 can't quite kill it, in fact. There is a Shard of Madness, so Rune Prison for the extra stun there. Makes sense. Right now, though, it is still 8 damage to face. With the units that are on board right now, and there are more incoming. Going for the open attack, though, just trying to be like, hey, I have damage and you don't right now. The Rise does it right now. Oh, taking it back, going for the challenger on the 3-3, still getting rid of the Rise, or forcing the Rise to die, while the Rune Prison goes on something else. Here comes another landmark though, so there might be an opportunity here to sneak out a heal. There we go. Heal and damage and the Rune Prison. Or heal and Rune Prison, sorry. Discounted Rune Prison, which is actually kind of interesting. It doesn't actually then prevent the, steal the damage. I thought this was a shard of betrayal or something, and it's not. I'm just forgetting everything. Is that like bathwater next level? I am not shipping my pee around the world, okay? That's also a decision I'm comfortable making as an adult. Ironically, yes. Gamer girl pee is not something I will be marketing anytime soon. I'm just not gonna do it. I feel once again comfortable not doing it, okay? Thank you for this. I actually do need to blow my nose. I'm gonna do that real quick. One sec. I need to mute myself.
Approaching the battlefront.
I know what I must do.
There we go. I didn't need to exhale. I didn't need the words. I didn't need you guys to hear me blowing my nose on the stream, you know? We didn't fucking need that shit. There goes a Ransom Riches, and we are manifesting something that's affordable for 4LW. And Symphy is just kind of sitting on that Cythria Lady of Clouds going, when can I use this? I imagine it's the thought process. Alright, Rise going in as 3 out of 5 landmarks, so unless the game ends now, there might actually be a chance for 4LW to pull out the win here, and indeed, Symphy just surrendered. Looks like 4LW moving on, I'm pretty sure. Not feeling going up against that Rise, not willing to wait around for the units to just kind of sit there, assuming that there were delves in hand, ready for that to happen. Amazing. Yeah, looks like we are moving on to another match, but now I'm gonna go pee. Now I'm gonna pee. We were gonna wait to watch the other one. Now we're gonna go do that, and I'm not selling it to anybody. I'm putting it in the sewer system. Bye. All right, we're back. So we have a game going on right now, I believe, between Food Night and someone else. Maz just told me, but I immediately forgot. So let's check out Food Night and see what's going on. Are you glaring at me? I think Kitten might be glaring at you a little bit. Torlar, here we go. We are stepping into game 1, probably, and we're looking at Food Night with the PNZ Shadow Isles deck, and we're looking at Torlar with Sejuani Udyr, another champion deck that has slipped through the cracks and not actually been banned. So let's check out Torlar, and we're going for the champion deck here. I mean, it's Sejuani Udyr, so I imagine it's just a bunch of plunder. I mean, Bilgewater Freljord, Udyr Sejuani. There's a Hyara Allseer, there's a couple of Spray Fins in there, Warning Shot Parley, the normal stuff. 3 Spirits Unleashed, 1 Shaman's Call. Looks like a pretty interesting plunder deck tuned for the Udyr matchup. Or the Udyr pairing, rather, I should say. And then Food Night's PNZ Shadow Isles deck. I think we have seen this before. I think. But let's just double check to see what's in there. The last PNZ experience I think we were looking at was, of course, 4LW's, but also Kank's deck. This has Caustic Casks, Use Cat Salesman, Neverglade Collector, and one Ledros. I actually don't think we've seen this before, or if we did, it was in a very limited amount of time, because this is actually going pretty burn focused. It's pretty just, I see your Nexus, and I see that it only has a certain amount of HP, and I'm going to get rid of all of it at once. All right, there goes the Udyr. I mean, to be fair, Torlar has also stolen a Phantom Prankster, which hurts Food Knight a little bit, but Food Knight certainly currently still dominant on HP. Sejuani leveled right now, and Udyr is about to go leveling, so this is an interesting matchup for sure. Okay, there's an Ignition, there's a Ping. Yeah, with those two Doom Beasts, I'm actually wondering if Food Knight can just pull it out here somehow, despite the Sejuani level, despite that Phantom Prankster. Oh, looks like it is a Ping into a Jagged Butcher. No Sejuani, otherwise it looks like it would have been the Sejuani into the warning shot there. Chronicler of Ruin and Aloof Traveler is kind of exciting, getting that mill going a little bit. Always fun. Spinner Beast getting a stance swap, leveling Udyr. I mean, okay, Sejuani's a threat, but Udyr is also just fucking swole as fuck. He has gone to the gym, not every day. He goes to the gym instead of eating meals, you know? And then he just drinks protein shakes between his gym visits. And right now he's an 11-10 with Overwhelm and, regeneration. So, okay. Food Knight topping off the HP there with the early Doom Beast cast. Still has 3 damage in hand. With the Ignition into the Doom Beast, and the Ballistic Bot is still alive, and there's the Caustic Cask. So I think Food Knight actually just has the W here, despite the fact that the Udyr is getting fucking swole. Just a random good job for everyone playing the tourney today. Abso-fucking-lutely. Like, the tournament plays today have been absolutely top tier. There's been some pretty good stuff going on. Looking at the Phantom Prankster as well. So there are so many ways right now for Food Knight to kind of close out this game. I don't think there's any real damage that Torlar can deal to avoid the Doom Beast Ignition Phantom Prankster combo. That is a warning shot, to be sure. But I don't think that's enough. Again, the Sejuani didn't show up in time for the Frostbite and the really big Overwhelm terms. And not even casting Ignition, not even casting the Pranksters, just letting that cask win the game. All right. Looks like it is the first game to Food Knight. Moving right along. By the way, we've got about, I think there are 4 or 5 matchups remaining. So we're heading towards those grand finals. Udyr eats bear and drinks goat milk. Man is shredded. Do I just need to live in the forest and like hunt down some animals, and will I look like Udyr? Can I be swole muscle woman if I just live in the forest for a while? I don't want to live in the forest though. I don't think there's Wi-Fi out there, and I like my Wi-Fi. Okay, we've got Torlar with the same deck, I believe, and then we've got Food Knight with the Mono Zoe deck that we are a little bit familiar with by now. That's 2 Celestial Impacts in opening hand. What a hand. Once again, Food Knight finding the turn 1 Zoe, despite the fact there's only 3 champions in the entire deck. Good 1-drop RNG for Food Knight. Good skill at drawing the Zoe there. Let's see how this one resolves though. This is Shadow Isle's Targon, so they might have answers for some of the Sejuani Udyr stuff, but I think it also might be a little more likely the Sejuani Udyr can just like run away with everything, depending on what's found, because Withering Wail doesn't really stop a Sejuani the turn she comes down. Vile Feast doesn't really stop a Sejuani or an Udyr. Starbone is great, but no Celestials will be held at the moment. Probably gonna change with the star chart, but you never know. And they could also just try and protect the Zoe. Interesting series of decisions. Do you try to protect the Zoe, or do you go with the Celestial for the Starbone proc? Already getting a Plunder proc off of the Black Market Merchant. We don't have opponent hand here, so we will be also in the dark as to what has been stolen. It is it's a super cool star chart. We just found one of the invokes off of that situation. 1 mana as well, potentially protecting the Black Market Merchant, honestly, if there's a Moonglow or something in there. Or it could just be a Challenger, or Overwhelm, or, you know, the usual stuff. Can't attack because of the spider now. Crescent Strike, Moonsilver, and Moonglow all being options here. Going for the Crescent Strike. Makes sense against big units. I usually like automatically slam Moonglow on the Zoe, even if it's not a situation where the Zoe has to survive, but that is the more tactical choice, I'm pretty sure. Get the Zoe going if you need to, but also get the Celestial Impact for the turn where Sejuani tries to eat your face. Because she'll do that. She'll just try to eat your face, and it's just like, Sejuani, not now. Okay? Later, at a different time, when I'm not trying to win a video game. Yeah. Looks like that Plunder is indeed stacking the way it should. That's a Withering Whale. And we're just kind of chilling with stuff. That more of our things do stuff when our opponent has cards that they are attacking with. Or big targets that we just kind of have to wait to have emerge. In the meantime, Toralar can kind of just stack value on existing units, which is definitely scary. Equinox may be on the Merchant or the 3-2, depends on if they're prizing Overwhelm over that, but it's also slow, so never mind. There's also just an open attack. Or not, or it's an attempted stance swap on the 3-2 Tusk Speaker. I expect that is now a shinier Equinox target, yeah, for sure. Now a small 3-2 that doesn't have any procs. The sad poros are exchanged to acknowledge how tragic that moment was, and blocking the 3-2 to save some HP instead of the Black Market Merchant. Sejuani up to 3, Udyr at 1, despite the silence. So doing a good job there, buddy, in the back. 1 impact is available should an Udyr actually come down here, which it might. Looks like it's not. Looks like it's just a Spirits Unleashed. There's a chance to save the Zoe here with a Pale Cascade. And also can Nightfall it with the super cool star chart, which looks like it's what is exactly happening right now. Mining Moonglow, finding Charger, finding Serpent. Wonder if it's a Charger for just having a unit that can block here, or if it's a Moonglow to further protect. It is the Moonglow. So Food Knight going with what my impulse always is, which is to save the Zoe. Looks like the Spirits Unleashed, though, doing a pretty decent job at punching. Sejuani is almost there, so with the GG emote, I'm wondering if there's just a Sejuani next turn to get rid of the Zoe. And also just really push face there for a second. 1-3 is chilling. If there's a warning shot into a Sej, that's kind of scary. It is just an Udyr. It is, to be fair, just an Udyr. But it is a 6-5, and it will make the stance free. There's that Celestial Impact, though, just kind of waiting and hovering. If it is not a block on the Udyr, however, that is just a shitload of damage. It's just a shitload of damage. Ripping the Withering Whale here instead of the removal on the Udyr, just to try and prevent some damage from occurring. Also choosing to block with the Zoe, trading with the 3-1 and just taking that 6-4 to the face. Sejuani is leveled. I mean, Celestial Impacts will still resolve on a buffed Udyr, so that is honestly a fair argument to, I think, keep it in hand and wait for something to receive stacks, so that you don't have to fight something else having the stacks instead. There's also Ruination in hand, which I think we were looking at before. Way back when earlier in the tournament, we were thinking about what is the good board-wide removal. So yeah, sitting on that as well. Now going with the Celestial Impact to get rid of the Udyr. Oh dear, goodbye Udyr! And no more units at the moment. There's a second Udyr, unfortunately, for Food Knight. The Crescent Strike will be useful, though. I was clicking on this because I was wondering if I could see what the emote loadout was. It's the client is not that sophisticated. Stand Swap gives time for Stun, gives time for Ruination. It might just be Ruination here, sorry, it must be just a Crescent Strike here because there's not necessarily huge impetus to like kill it like immediately. I think Sejuani is more of a kill on sight than an Udyr, especially or just like straight up with a stun in hand. There's always the possibility of like a Hush as well to just reduce damage output even if it's not removed. And yeah, and it is indeed the Crescent Strike to shut that down for a minute. And it looks like the Food Knight here may start being able to actually get the Targon to scale. There's a potential here that it can start getting pretty useful stuff. Trickster, Living Legends, and Crescent Strike offered off of the Behold. Going for another Crescent Strike, going for the heal, finding Unspeakable Horror, which is actually quite activatable now. Holding it though. Waiting for that. Ooh, Bear Stance. Looks like they are playing around the stances quite a bit, actually, which is working out for them. Or just letting the 8/8 hit, actually. Going with that instead. I mean, holding the Crescent Strike actually makes sense, but I'm wondering why it wasn't a Drain committed. Another Celestial Impact found. Now ripping Ruination, which definitely feels a little bit safer. With a Hush, with a Withering Wail, with the Celestial Impact next turn for more targets. That is 2 Udyrs dead, so there's only 1 left. And, of course, all of the Sejuanis. So it depends on what's found here, I think. Unspeakable Horror also brings Food Knight to 9. There's a Tusk Speaker, which is definitely looking a little scary on the open attack next turn. Withering Wail, though, is still around, so bringing Food Knight to 10 versus the units over there. Finding another Zoe, in fact, as well. Vulpine Wanderer coming out for another stance. That's a pretty scary board. There is a Crescent Strike along with Celestial Impact and the Unspeakable Horror. So there's a bunch of different plays that may happen here. Looks like it's the Crescent Strike. If a champion comes down, Celestial Impact should resolve. And there's also still a Hush. Some of these things have been buffed a little bit, but Hush should also work. There's the Sejuani. I am expecting the stars to descend upon her a little aggressively here. And I believe there's also at least 1 more Ruination in Food Knight's deck if they just want a board wipe. Currently, this Targon's Shadow Isles is very good at just holding the line. Just like, know that you have units, and I don't want you to have them anymore. Get fucked. That is not lethal. Considering that there still have just been straight up more heals. Casting the Zoe maybe into something else. Looking at Barley, though, to immediately kill her, which is kind of rough. Could have potentially Unspeakable Horror Zoe, I think, to counter the additional Nexus damage, which might have been an interesting play line there. Choosing to drain the 4/2 as well instead of the 5/5. Getting Winding Light, obviously not something that can be cast this turn. But that would be, it would be much more powerful with a full Targon board on, like, active right now. Unfortunately, looks like it is just some more healing, some more Invoke, trying to stay alive. Starbone going, buffing the 8/8, of course. It will be a 12/8 when it lands, which is intimidating. 3 champions room in Torlar's deck, top decking Ruination, which will be interesting if Food Knight decides to rip that. Silencing and Withering Wail to stay alive. Yep, those Hushes coming in very useful. There is another one if something somehow gets buffed here, but it looks like no. None of these can be cast. The problem now is, do you Do you cast a big unit and try to win, or do you just cast Ruination? I honestly think it's probably a Ruination, especially with all of those things stacking. Because one of these units may be able to trade with a single champion if it comes down, but they can't compete with all of the small units, just a relentlessly going face. There's another Vengeance. Also, spot removal, which is kind of nice here. Yep, there's that Ruination. Get rid of the board, then cast something like Destroyer and just try and block Sejuani. There's a Make It Rain for a damage. Do they have a warning shot in hand? Oh, that's so close. That's so close. Toralar, what do you have in hand there? Oh, clean board. And there's the parley. There's the parley. Game to Toralar there. Finally getting a W with the Bilgewater Freljord. Believe that's on to game 3 then? Because Food Knight won the first versus that. Versus the plundered deck. Let's see. Yeah, I'm remembering that correctly, because last time we didn't actually see it pop off super well. Toralar with Bandle P&Z as well. Let's check this out and see what they've got cooking with that. Toralar, we are looking for the all units deck. Okay, let's paste that in. We are looking at an Usgar the Ancient Revna situation with things like Mammoth Shaman, Mahira, Avarosan Hearthguard, even a Seraphic Wyvern. The 3/5 that gets empowered at 5 and receives Overwhelm. It is a dragon. Wing Messenger. This is literally just a slightly chime buff unit deck. It's like if you were trying to get Kale, but you don't even need the Kale. Targon falls. Targon does fall, unfortunately. But it has a chance to be redeemed, or we have a chance to see Bandle bringing a W once more here. The Bandle that is splat, or the, wait, is this the right? No, this is the wrong, what am I doing? This is the wrong deck that I'm looking at. No, it's the Heimerdinger deck. I'm so sorry! I'm looking at the wrong deck. I was like, this is empowered. No, it's actually fucking Heimerbach. I'm so sorry. I don't know where my brain's at. I've been casting for too long. I'm just like, I must analyze the deck without even registering what deck we're looking at. Yes, I also just straight up clicked the wrong one. Again, I clicked the fucking Sejuani Udyr because I'm bad. Oh, here we go. This is a Heimerdinger. We've got Eclectic Collection, Shockblast, Mini-Morph, and some Portal Generation. We also have Sneezy Biggledust, so trying to bring that back a little bit with board presence. That Ruination is looking a little bit spicier in the consideration that Biggledust is a card that they're running. So that's interesting. Kind of just passing back and forth right now. Food Diet's like, hey, I want value over time, and Toralar might just be bricked depending on what's been top decked. Oh, discarding a very shiny Eclectic Collection, in fact. Finding the Poros, finding his Zoe for Toralar, looking probably just like a bunch of Unspeakable Horrors potentially, or a very patient waiting for Withering Wail, but looks like, yeah, just going for the Nightfall. Going for a Mystic Shot as well on the Zoe, so everybody's 1/1 elusives are going away. Finding Dusk Rider, I mean, which actually does proc itself now, so there will be a couple of Dusk Rider procs. Loping Telescope made Trevor fucking snooze bottom. Which is kind of fucking funny. There's a quite decent potential that the turrets may be able to get value out of it. The 0-3 just kind of showing off that it exists. What if you're drunk and already home to the bed? It does sound like a pretty good time. That does sound like a pretty decent experience, honestly. I like bed. I like to sleep. I love sleep. I would definitely appreciate more sleep in my life. That would be great. Food Night, looking at a couple of options here. Unfortunately, the only units are definitely just the big Nightfall ones, but looks like Toralar is also just kind of waiting around. That looks like a Vengeance target if I have ever seen one. So it might just be vengeance off the top, unless they're waiting for something else to happen. Definitely spells can come out of Torlar, but the Heimerdinger might be meeting his end at the moment. Oh, best pals. Did I see that in the deco? I must have seen best pals in the deco, and I was just like, who cares about that? Yeah, friendship. Really giving a shit about that. Casting the Hush, of course, to get that to resolve anyway. Getting the 4/1 Stormlobber out and making a copy of the Stormlobber anyway, and it is elusive, so that's still 8 damage despite the fact the Heimerdinger was just killed. Trevor is the homie. Trevor is the homie, isn't he? He's just sleep floating. You know, gotta love a sleep float. That's actually such a weird card. It's also a Yordle, which I don't think anybody thinks about when they're building Yordle decks, you know? It's like, I'm gonna run some Yordles. I'm gonna run fucking Trevor fucking goddamn Snooze Bottom. Which is also just like the most fun thing to say in the universe. Food Knight with the Drain here, potentially, if they want to get rid of that 4/1, which it looks like they do. Healing back a lot of the damage that was just committed by Torlar off of the Snooze Bottom proc. Getting a very big, fearsome Dusk Rider. No more mana available, though, so Pale Cascade will not work. And also, that's a 7 mana Thermogenic Beam, so Food Knight really doesn't like that pony. That pony is a no-go. Which, understandable. It does have a bunch of 2 heads. There's 2 heads in that card, and that's just too many. Looking at Ruination mana, of course, and an Open Pass. Oh, the Open Pass, offering a potential challenge here, but I mean, also you can just bank mana. Everybody burning at least 9 mana here, banking full spell mana, full enlightenment. The showdown continues. Moonglow, Living Legends, and the Messenger here. Going for, yep, the Messenger. I was almost tempted by like Living Legends, but that would have been not a lot of cards in hand, considering there aren't actually that many cards left to have to fill the space. Heimdall died for the 8 damage, respect. You know what? Fair. That is an extremely unfortunate board versus Withering Whale. I gotta say, Withering Whale fucking MVP versus most of the turret decks today. Most of the, obviously just like the drain healing effects off of Shadow Isles versus all the turrets. I think all of the turrets have kind of just been, unfortunately, eating a lot of shit. The Starbone proc is nice, though, to be fair. Oh, but this Withering is going to be devastating. Because the Mumble Sprite makes a copy if it goes. Eclectic Collection, though, does get to trigger once. And we know there's at least one more in Torlar's deck overall. Got the Ruination, got Warrior, got Winding Light. That is 18 Puff Caps and 6 Flash Bombs. So it's not the easiest scenario, but that's still just a Withering Whale for absolute destruction. Absolute destruction to the board state. Even the Mumble Sprite dying to the effect of just blocking with a 5/5. Yeah, Heimerdinger deck kind of getting eaten alive. Getting eaten alive here. Needed to find that Heimerdinger earlier. Just kind of almost lethal damage on open, but gotta point out that there's still Winding Light. So a Guiding Touch into a Winding Light is feasible. Is intensely feasible, and that would be lethal damage. So Targo might be pulling it back, might be making that comeback here. Pokey Stick onto the 3/3. Still not enough when it gets +2/+1. Chime on something. Even like a 1-drop would be super helpful here. But it looks like it's not coming out for Torlar. There's a Puff Cap for Food Knight. Gotta hand the Puff Cap over. Oh, I mean, there's also portals. Shadow Blade Fanatic showing up to do good work, to do to have a fun experience. Holding the Spider back and actually not committing the Winding Light. Looks like Food Knight waiting for a more powerful turn to, I think, guarantee the damage there. But unfortunately, Torlar might just be able to stack some value. Something got like fucking 6 chimes up there, and I'm not sure what it is, but it might be terrifying. Pale Cascade will save that. There's a Hush as well. Pale Cascade indeed coming out to protect the dog. And you know what? Gotta protect the doggo. There's also flash bombs, which are important to note against weaker boards. Because that's a 4-1 now and that's a 6-3, it's possible that the flash bomb is gonna get a good hit. Definitely harder for it to do so, though. Definitely harder for it to do that. What are the top decks now? Finding more portals. Finding a Phantom Butler, actually. Not bad. There's the Heimerdinger. Ruination, again, looking very tasty. There's 2 of them also. Piercing Darkness. But looks like it's not a choice to go for Ruination. It's a choice to go for just purely just beating down the opponent's deck there. Unless it's I assume that you have removal and I'm going to wait for you to use it also. Because now the trade is a little less equal. Oh, but there's the Piercing Darkness for the Heimerdinger. That is extremely fair. That's extremely fair. And the Winding Light can still go. Well, actually, yeah, Winding Light and Star Shaping are also just valid choices here. Considering that there's enough mana for it. Draining the 6-1 though, deleting another elusive, and Food Knight has just healed to full. That one Trevor turn did 8 damage, and then Food Knight's like, nope, I have healing. I have indeed Targon, and still hanging on though. Acoustician doing some work. Hello. Hi, okay, and then we've got Vanguard Squire as well. Currently the Traveler is just punching, which is alright. Still no Winding Light committed. I'm curious why. Mining more portals for Toralar there. Getting a Loyal Badger Bear. Getting 3 Puff Caps and a Flash Bomb out. From that Eclectic Collection. The Eclectic Collection still having those long-term ramifications for these interactions. There's one Heimerdinger left, and there's the Heimerdinger. Is it Ruination? No, it's just Celestial Impact. That is the last Heimerdinger out of the way, and another Eclectic Collection ripped just to get the unit, just to get the value going. That's so many portals, actually. So there's 7 portals in there and 21 chimes. There's also 22 puff caps and 8 flash bombs. We're getting to the point where I feel like it's also important to realize that there's 16 cards for Toralar and 17 cards for Food Knight. There's also I think draw potentially for both of them. So we're actually getting to the bottom of the decks here. No one has been able to horribly outvalue
I think this'll sound
the other, and the Toralar might honestly be pulling it back around here, forcing the barrier block just to not take 7 damage and allowing the Acoustician to actually get a card there. I mean, there's also now big fat Destroyer, which is a 13-8, counting the Celestial procs more than me, clearly, considering I was just like, what is the stat line of that again? How big? Could have also taken I think the card that revives itself, but this has Spell Shield, so understandable. Can't really stun that super easily. The healthiest thing on Toralar's board is the 3-4, and that will only stop 9 damage, or it will bring it down to 9, so it's actually not quite lethal. But the 2-3! The 2-3 kinda is! Oh my god! Having to slam a Sneezy Biggledust on the opponent's turn, just kind of to stay alive and avoid lethal off of the Destroyer. I think it actually, let's see, the 2-3 would have been not exactly lethal, because it would have been 10 damage instead of 11. However, there's a Pale Cascade, so that was still correct to pop the Sneezy Biggledust, because the Pale Cascade would have actually been able to push that one last point of damage through. So correctly ripping the focus spell. I don't remember if it was top decked off the Portapalooza, but it might have been, and I think it was just an emergency slam to just be like, I need to stay alive here. I gotta keep going. Yeah, 13-8. It looks like it will probably be able to close out the game next turn, though. So unless Toralar can get out 16 damage right now, or 15 damage right now, plus whatever it needs to get around the Destroyer, might be a little bit in trouble. as in a lot of bit of trouble, in fact. That is a... Oh, that's the Keeper of Masks, which is actually really funny versus the current state of the game. Because it did just give everything a +1/+0 effect. And there's another Big Ol' Dust in hand. There's 2 Big Ol' Dusts in hand. Holy shit. The Big Ol' Dust coming for vengeance. Holy shit. I was like, how do they get 14 if they don't have a Big Ol' Dust? Well, they had 2. There were a grand total of 2 up in that hand over there. Wow, vengeance has been served, and there's no time for ruination because of the focus speed nature of that spell. Finding Great Beyond, finding Immortal Fire, getting up to 19 HP, but still taking 30 total. And I think that's the round to Toralar. Ooh. Food Knight put up a real good fight, though. We spectated a lot of games, and that Targon deck actually has done a lot for that matchup. Moving along, though, with our stuff. Let's check out the bracket. We should be closing in on people. Now, closing in on people sounds bad, because it sounds like I'm cornering them. We're cornering the winners, so that I can demand that they tell me how to get the Pora to them. We're absolutely demanding it, of course. Yeah, Tunnel Shark waiting in grand finals. Let's see if we can't find 4LW or Sam's up in our list here. Double Big Ol' Dust. I know, fucking insane. Absolutely insane. Looks like we are currently waiting for some matches to resolve, but we've watched some stuff. We've watched some pretty good games happen. Absolutely brutal. Yes. Definitely brutal. Okay. I will wait for Maz to let me know what's next. I think because we have so few people, because we have so few people since the brackets are closing down, we're have a little bit of a break for a second. I hope you all have been enjoying the tournament. I'm actually having a fucking blast casting this for some reason. Well, not for some reason. I genuinely actually like doing this shit. We're having a lot of fun. My sinuses are like, what are you doing? And I don't know what I'm doing, but they're really unhappy. They're really unhappy at me, and I'm not entirely sure why. Yeah, we're waiting for some next games to start. So I'm just gonna chill here. Yeah, definitely takeaways so far. Demacia, big strong deck. Big aggressive. Then we're looking at also Rise, who, if you are able to get him going, does kind of run away with the game. Definitely a consideration of how much do we include champions who can run away with the game, but are kind of touch and go until you hit those conditions. That's an interesting one. Obviously Shadow Owls and Targons are kind of just showing off that they can do things. For utility, Targon is always great for just like getting getting things, just getting resources in general. I think Small Penguin might still be fighting it out. Looks like they are. Let's see if we can't catch the start of whatever this match is. Not sure who the opponent is right now in the bracket, but let's go check that out. Doing exciting shit. Also, I just realized that Glass's icon is in fact the icon of a shark, and Kitten's a huge shark fan, so the mods are just all sharked up. I appreciate this. Flufferton's also still having a good time, by the way. Flufferton is enjoying the tournament. The happiness has not changed over this. Watching while eating all the food you're supposed to be saving for later. Absolutely fantastic. Is that also not what you're supposed to do when you're making food for stuff? It's just like, hi, I'm just gonna eat all of my things. Just gonna eat all of the things. That's how I cook anyway. And if I'm making a big batch of stuff, I mean, obviously I'm going to be devouring most of it as I go. Not most of it. Okay, I'll save like 80% for the people who I'm supposed to be feeding. But I'm important too, okay? I'm important too, and I'm going to a lot of effort here. Oh, we got Small Penguin versus Toralar. All right, we're running it back with Toralar and the Ari Yasuo. So let's fucking go. Let's fucking do this. Heimerdinger has another chance to potentially shine here. Though we definitely saw the power of it in the last round. So let's find out. Oh, also 4LW, thank you for the follow. No notifications because it's official tournament streaming, but appreciate it. There's the Yasuo. Top decking the wind shitter. All right. What is Torlar's first move? Of course, Mel Penguin here has Vastayan Disciple into a pretty damn decent Blade Twirler situation. Plop a Blade Twirler, let the Vastayan Disciple recall, and boom, you've got a 3/3 with quick attack. Someone send you food? Yeah, you are doing the right thing. I'm sorry. Get food if you can. Get food if you can. I also will need food soon, but I'm planning to eat after the tournament's done. Excuse me, though. I do burp. I do burp a little bit. It's because of the caffeinated carbonation thing that I have here. It's keeping me going, even though I don't necessarily need to keep it going, thusly. I actually don't hate that thermo on the 1/1, knowing that there's no way for it to be saved in that turn. So there is no 3/3 with quick attack happening there. You have mini subs, wings, pizza, and fries. Oh, I love I just love mini subs. It's just like small sandwiches. I like sandwiches in general, but something that's small. Oh, good. Yes, very good. Yes, good. That also sounds just like a fantastically traditional layout for a Super Bowl party. I love it. Base route, getting a junk construct, which if you had asked me what the type of the junk construct was, I would not have told you Faye. I would have not processed that anywhere in my brain hole. I would have been like, it's a Yordle maybe? But yeah, getting a thing that gives a portal, knowing that there's a big ol' dust buff in there for created cards is just kind of fancy. Finding all the Yasuos, and also dealing all the damages with those Blade Twirlers. Do you have more food? Everybody would like a little bit of food from Tatsugi. Tatsugi, you are now the food person of the stream, apparently. Pinging that, stunning that. That is literally just so much damage. Because now the 1/3 kind of has free license to just recall and generate some 6/3s. Making a Poro there just to have a blocker. Doesn't feel as great, obviously, as blocking something that can trade, of course. Going for the elusive, actually, to prevent the damage. Well, actually, yeah, that's actually pretty decent. Wings. I have to save some for later. We should only share with one other person, and Kitten already claimed it. I like that there's a queue for the Super Bowl food of like, we can only share so much. So we only have so many resources. It produced an elusive husk, which is a fancy thing to produce. Except we do have that Yasuo, which is kind of a big chilling. Very, very, very much chilling. Also, one fun final note on the Wind Shitter as we move along with watching more Wind Shitter decks. I like how big his face is relative to the champion profile when he's a small card. Because sometimes the others are like, it's a side angle, or like you see more of the body of it. Like, I think Ari's face is just straight up smaller in the preview when she's sitting on the board. But Yasuo, it was just like here. He's just like real close and he's just glaring at you. Why do you glare, sir? Why the glaring? That's 1 HP. God damn, it's about to be less than that as well, potentially, considering that there's a chance for a concussive palm to be committed there. Her chicken, you were summoned. Tatsugi bought chicken wings for everyone. Like how you mentioned food and everyone popped into the chat. We are simple beings. We like food. I like food. To be fair, you've got me thinking about food now. That's a double elusive Poro. God damn, it is a 2/2 and it's ready to fucking rumble. I'm gonna poke the Flufferton's digital cousin here. Why do you have teeth? Flufferton doesn't have teeth. Flufferton is missing teeth. That's okay. We don't need Flufferton with teeth. And brings them to the Colosseum. The Colosseum? I don't want to duel anybody for food. I just want to buy food. I actually don't want to buy food. I just want to eat food. Free food is top tier. I do miss not being in college sometimes because there was so much free food in college. It was like, we're having an event and we have extra sandwiches. And then they send you a little email for your organization that you were part of being like, hey, we have extra food lying around. Do you want to take a sandwich? And then you could just take a sandwich. And nobody does that for me anymore. Nobody emails me saying there's free sandwiches. What happened? Why has my life quality gone down? I know I can buy whatever food I want now because I have more money as an adult, but also just like, god damn it. Anyway, there's a Heimerdinger happening in the midst of my complaining about my life for no reason. I wasn't really commentating much because the stun is still there and the elusives are still there. Now there's a Heimerdinger, which is a little more interesting because you never know what the Heimerdinger is gonna shit out. Except you do because it's guaranteed mana cost and all that, but you know, there could be excitement. Unfortunately, for Torlar here, it looks like it's just gonna be a whole shitload of 5/3s. It is also not +3, it's +2, and I'm losing my goddamn mind. Buried Armory makes the Treasure of the Sands off of the Bomber Twins, which is truly an interesting choice for the Bomber Twins. Not quite as strong as the Petrosite Pillar versus Lux lasers that we saw before. Still an interesting one though. That Heimerdinger could become swole. Yasuo is pretty far away from his level up condition right now, just because there isn't as much stun that was top decked, but there's a lot of quick attack that was found, so I don't think it really matters. That could be a number of fast speed spells. We used to have breakfast food for free. Oh yeah, we did used to have breakfast food. Well, it wasn't exactly free, because you did have to like do the swipey thing for the breakfast food at college. But it was very nice. That is another husk. Man, those husks are like, would you like husk? And it's just like desperately like husk every single time. When Torlar is probably like, maybe don't give me something that cannot block. Still though, it is technically value. It's just very funny value. A good breakfast makes you feel satisfied. It also makes you want to go to sleep, unfortunately, which isn't as great. Like, sometimes I just kind of want to sleep instead, and instead of continuing on with my day. You know what I mean? It's like, I definitely want to do things now that my belly is full, and I am hypothetically warm too. Mystic Shot coming in on the Morn just to reduce the amount of face damage that Torlar is taking here. We've got a Homecoming for something potentially, probably not going to be used because all of these trade very favorably. Homecoming doesn't really work on the Heimerdinger, so it may just resolve like this. Steel Tempest is an extra Yasuo. Don't think the original Yasuo is getting removed, to be honest. But there are now a lot more blockers. Gonna be getting Buried Armory, but there is no elusive, so can't quite just like go for the elusive damage there. Giving the impact to the 2/2 there. Instead of making the Rocket Blaster a 5/2 actually with impact. But I mean, the 5/1 still goes anyway. Heimerdinger is actually almost leveled, which is something I don't think we've seen since we hopped into a game a while back, which is kind of exciting. Finding Shock Blast and the potential level. Unfortunately, I'm suspecting that maybe a Homecoming will come out now, because they could save one, put the Heimerbonk back, and just be dealing with the elusive. And not even dealing with the elusive at that, because the Steel Tempest will be able to knock it out there. Pale Cascade is draw, but I'm very curious what this will actually resolve to be. Is it the recall? Just to poke at it? Or is it something else? Going for the 5/1 instead of the Heimerdinger. Interesting. So the Heimerdinger has already seen the summoned power, so the Florbegone should, I think, just go. That does kill the 5/1 though, instead of it being around still. Getting a Feyblade Twirler having the Steel Tempest for the next swing, whatever that is, recasting that. Torlar not knowing what these two cards are, but still having that Florbegond for things. Florbegond is also going to get killed by the Yasuo because it's only 1 HP there. But the Heimerdinger will start producing bigger turrets. Unfortunately, the +1/+1 doesn't stop the amount of damage that the Yasuo can deal. So the Yasuo kind of needs to die a little bit. But I don't actually know if there's a way for him to be totally removed. I mean, that also works. That's a 10-5 Florbegond. So the Steel Tempest looking a lot better there. Potentially go with the other stuff too, just to assert who's boss. No mana left for Torlar here for the Heimerdinger spells, but still has a pretty full hand. And Small Penguin here gonna have to show a lot of the hand in order just to avoid the damage here. Taking 4 from the Stormlobber, stunning that to a 10-3. So the next time it does get stunned, bye to the big elusive body. And also, Small Penguin sitting at 17, so there's great possibility for this to just get turned around completely. So that's all just chilling. Pale Cascade not cast there, not bothering with the buff before the draw. Ari found. Ari is a bit awkward, though, depending on what it recalls here. Because it can put like something like Yasuo back, but you don't necessarily want to do that. A 2/2 or basically a 3/3 Pale Cascaded. Quick attack isn't bad. Going for the mini morph on the Yasuo. Finally shutting him down. So no need to worry about that card in hand anymore because it will just stop the unit and it won't actually do anything else. Let's see. Celestial Wonder would work here. Concussive Balm would preserve HP for a turn. But I think that Small Penguin here probably wants something like a Celestial Wonder, right? Because we don't have big board wipe, so we do have a lot of stuns still remaining in the deck, because no Celestial Wonders have been cast. It's kind of been slowly but surely trying to get some value out of this. Putting that seal back in hand, gotta protect the seal, gotta make sure that our friend, the wee Minity, is doing all right. Killing the Ari potentially here, unless that Pale Cascade does resolve now. If it's a draw, yep, there we go. So the 2/2 does get punched there. We've got the Witness. Unfortunately, the Witness will not be able to stop that necessarily from happening. Surprised that the 7/2 is actually blocking there. The 7/2, I mean, instead of the Heimerdinger, actually just a little surprised, because the 10-3 is not enough to close out here. There might be another 6 mana spell though. Also, portals just happened and it made a junk construct, which on open is looking pretty lethal. Oh, and we've got Sneezy Bagel Dust. The return of the Bagel Dust really coming out strong. Not going with the Heimerdinger though, trying not necessarily going for lethal, still 1 damage short, and that I hope doesn't come back to bite Torlar there, because otherwise it would have been a pretty good open attack. To be fair though, the more you remove a Stundex units like Yasuo and so on, the less it's actually going to do by a long shot. There's a chance that the Witness can make sure that the Vestayan Disciple goes through, but it's also Bandles, so there's also other things that can deal damage. Does that deck have Pokestick in it? Let me double check. There is Pokestick. There's Mystic Shots and there's Pokesticks. So Torlar might just be banking on the open attack looked better on paper, and I have damage in hand and in deck somewhere that might be able to finish, because there is counter spells in the deck, of course, but it might be safe enough to bank that the opponent doesn't have them. Just doesn't have them right now. This has been a very long game, I think. What round are we at again? Round 11. This one has been carrying on for a bit there. Because, yeah, we stepped in on the outset of this game. Whew. What do you think, Flufferton cousin? Passing the turn, so no Pokestick. Finding Homecoming. No overwhelm though, and pretty dominant board still from Torlar. So we'll see if did they top deck a Pokey Stick? And the funny thing is that it's literally just, did you top deck Pokey, not can you Pokey into something else? Because the Pokey Stick is enough. The Pokey Stick is for sure enough. Oop. Oh, Shock Blast! Ripping the Shock Blast. And that is for sure enough damage. Game to Torlar. Really showing off the Heimerdinger situation. When we were talking about decks and bans, someone did mention that, oh, Heimerdinger is going to be seen a lot. This is, I think, actually the only Heimerdinger that we have watched really become super powerful throughout the tournament. Again, in a sense, it's kind of just literally due to those Biggle Dusts. The Biggle Dust is really having a good time versus all of that. We are once again looking at Ari Yasuo versus Torlar's Freljord Targon. And if I'm remembering correctly, the Freljord Targon is in fact the empowered deck that I incorrectly read before. So Torlar units only. Let's take a peek just to confirm. We're looking at indeed the empowered deck, so we'll see how much it can push out here. Defiant Disciple, Blade Twirler, we've got a couple Concussive Palms and the Windswept Hillock in Small Penguin's hand. Divine Cleric starting out with empowered, starting out with the boy who can get the lifesteal. Alright. There's an Esmus as well, going strong with the Breath of the World and the buffs. One Blade Twirler potentially just kind of chilling. A lot of stuns, but kind of not coming super online until the Windswept Hillock begins to happen, because the Vestayan Disciple is just never really going to hit Nexus. Taking the 3 damage, unwilling to play the Blade Twirler. I mean, it's not getting a ton of value there, but it's just kind of holding that for now. Top decking Yasuo. Don't need the Hillock to find him now. Very curious if we're going to be able to see something like Seraphic Wyvern, because I've just never seen it played, really. I've just never seen it played. The Heimdall said bow down. A little bit. Wandering Shepherd as a 3/3 is pretty decent. Is it buffing itself? It is buffing the elusive, and it gave it impact 1 for Esmus. Still pretty decent. Not casting Vestayan. Want to hold that for something else. Blade Twirler may influence this decision, though. I think because it becomes a 3/3, it might just be more opportune to cast Paddle Star or cast Blade Twirler into a Paddle Star. Unless it's a Paddle Star now, because those are getting... Actually, that board is actually kind of intimidating. Torlar really showing off the power of just, hey, I have things. I have a lot of things. The things, they multiply. One concussive. I think I said a C. That last attempt. 4 mana Concussive Palm, slapping Esmus. No! And we've got a 3/3 Fey Blade Twirler with the Tail of the Dragon on the board now. So there are blockers for sure. Tuning 1 mana off of the Combat Cook. All of these are pretty good trades for the Combat Cook. Can take the 3/2, but that's still 6 damage to face afterwards. Or it's all 11 damage to face if Small Penguin decides not to block here. Lifesteal, not relevant, obviously, but still nice to have. It's a nice to have in this scenario kind of thing.
Moves up close.
I see every
Blocking 2 things, getting the kills, staying at 12 here, looking at the Combat Cook, but he may be removable with the Yasuo if Small Penguin can get a couple more stuns or recalls going on. It only is 4, so once the Yasuo comes online, we'll get significantly closer to actually being able to deal with things. Oh, and the Paddle Star. Can just delete that. I was thinking this was a different card. I was thinking it was the card that stuns and then deals damage, but it's a straight up the Paddle Star part of this. Thank you, Zoe. Combat Reel still around, though, as a +3/+2. Thank you, Forge. Looking at, let's see, is it the Hillock or the Yasuo? I'm wondering if it's just the Hillock, since we will be able to stun and then we'll be able to Sunhawk. Or it could be the Yasuo in order to enable the Windswept Hillock on the next turn to stun the strongest thing. So lots of options. I think, let's see, the most mana efficient, or the most, we have a multitude of stuns play, might be Sunhawk into Hillock into Concussive Palm. Because then we have stun, Hillock, stun. Or stun, I think. Going for a blinded Mystic, though, instead. Shutting down the Blade Twirler. So it is a 2 mana 1/3. Not the big fancy quick attack thing that Small Penguin is hoping for. Going for a Vestayan Disciple, drawing a card, getting a Pale Cascade from it. Still kind of a scary Esmus. Can also cast Combat Reel on the Blinded Mystic, and literally looking that as Torlar cast it, which is just a lot of damage. There is Concussive Palm. There are 2 Windswept Hillocks. This, I think, is where Small Penguin has a chance to kind of turn around the game if the blocks work out, which I think they should. Obviously, there's no spells in that deck from Torlar. So it's quite possible that this Windswept Hillock Yasuo hand can kind of shift the tides. Still 11 HP, of course, but the Mahiras, the other big units, they need to happen soon. They need to happen fast. Revna is also here, so if the Revna, or Revna in the deck, rather, if Revna can come down and start buffing things really nicely, then there's issues. Mahira does stick here, because there's no way of getting rid of her immediately. Stunning an 8/5, but Mahira's actually gonna make things bigger and bigger over time. Concussive Palm also is enough to remove Mahira and level the Yasuo right now. So that's kind of scary for Torlar. Going with the Spell Shield, though, this turn to protect from all of the spells we have in hand is kind of spicy, actually. Should be able to buff it one more time. Yasuo can actually not ping anything down at the moment, unless, no, it just straight up can't ping anything down, because the Sunhawk is no longer Daybreaked. It can no longer trigger Daybreak. Daybreaketh. Another Esmus coming into the field, as a 1/3 still has a Chime, about to get pretty swole on that board, again because of Mahira and the divine light that she provides. There's a Omen Hawk as well. Lots of birds happening. Lots of birds. Sunhawk, Omen Hawk, God Bird. I'm gonna just call Mahira God Bird. That's fair enough, right? God Bird for the win. Killing a little bit of a 1/1. Just one less attacker to think about. Let's see what this open attack looks like, because the open attack is gonna be kind of brutal. There are 2 stuns, though. So one stun will be able to get, will probably be able to hit like the 9/6, or something else gets blocked. Then the Concussive Palm, or one of these stuns, can resolve to kill something else. Going for the little bit of the greedier double Mahira, which enables Sunhawk, Tempest, and Concussive Palm, or just just summoning that. Yasuo levels here. There's 6 mana on Torlar's side. Still a pretty strong board state, and the Mahiras are about to get elusive. The Spell Shield, of course, is staying, and the Torlar is ripping the open attack here. Going big at the moment, holding back the other Mahira so she doesn't die, but the 5/5 with Overwhelm does work out. Stunning that. No Pale Cascades for Torlar, obviously. Again, a unit-only deck versus a pretty spell-heavy experience. Taking 7 from Small Penguin's side. But still kind of looking at the barrel of how do I get over units that may start and continue to be larger than what the Yasuo can actually kill on strike. Because the on-strike part is pretty fucking important. That will hit the 9/4, so there's one more thing out of the way. So then the 9/4 will go. The Elusive's still kicking, but the Steel Tempest now around and available. Winged Messengers swinging in as some more Elusive support. That's a pretty big board. That is a pretty big board. Pale Cascade, Sunhawk hits the 5/6. Still not enough, though. The thing is, it's not enough. Also, Queen, hello. You guys just got off work. I'm glad to hear that you're off work on a weekend. Yes, it did start a little bit earlier. Since it ran into like the middle of the night / the mid morning for some people who were in a different time zone. So we were trying to find a balance there for sure. Welcome back though. We're having some pretty awesome games so far, so it has been a lot of fun. Yasuo dealing some damage, trading into the Esmus. Sunhawk just kind of chilling again to keep the other Mahira above board of all of the damage. These Tempest can knock out Esmus, can knock out Messenger, can knock out a bunch of other things. Sunhawk is there if Torlar dares to cast another unit on the open instead of just attacking. Combat Reel, it is of note, will actually protect Messenger potentially. Or they could just put it on the Mahira in order to get that to guarantee elusive. Because right now there's a lot of guaranteed elusive damage. I mean, it's already guaranteed elusive because it's just going to get the +1/+1 to everything. Pale Cascade draws Tempest again, just on the next attack. Torlar does know, I think, that there are 2 Yasuos. Actually, no. One of the Yasuos, I think, was slightly hidden because it was Hillock. So there's 2 there. That makes sense. Torlar might not be aware that there's another one. Oh, but Celestial Wonder was top-decked. And all of those are now a little bit small. Did choose to put the weapon on the Mahira, so it's now just an 8/7. But a Celestial Wonder and a Steel Tempest will be able to stun it, though it won't be able to get rid of it. And getting rid of it is kind of important at that stage. Zalani Aspects Bane is a fancy card, and I definitely forgot that was in there, actually. That's a very powerful card. That Zalani is pretty strong. It's pretty strong, actually. So there's Celestial and there's 2 Tempest. Still staying alive at 2, because the Zalani can't actually swing at the moment. And there it goes. There it goes. Definitely check out the VOD. There's been some great games. Yeah, there have been. There are some amazing ones so far. So yeah, Small Penguin clinging to life here as all of the Mahiras get slapped pretty brutally. That one will still survive, of course. And there needs to be another Celestial Wonder top decked, or I think there's still one Vestayan Disciple left to block the Esmus. So it needs to be a whole bunch of things, actually. But the tempo did definitely shift when the Windswept Hillock came down. I think I was right about that. Just not correct about that. Slowly but surely increasing stat lines until death happens. Yeah, because the Hillocks are great, except that it's not quite doing it. Homecoming, though, is actually a pretty okay top deck. Still facing that on swing, of course, but maybe there could be one less elusive hanging around. Yasuo can kind of go. Oh, but that is much better, actually, because then it's a Windswept Hillock recast, potentially. Getting rid of units one by one. Ari, not very leveled because the recalls haven't been happening. Revna buff as a 7/7 because of Mahira, just in general, making it a 7/2. Revna +10/+10 on the Vulpine Wanderer. Terrifying. Pretty terrifying. That's a 5/5. That did not get buffed by the +10/+10 experience. But the Zalani just kind of gets to go. There are blockers for these guys, but the problem is that once it triggers, it will transform copies. It does transform all the copies. -135. Not exactly a scenario that I expected to see here today, but we did get it. We did get it. Wow. All right. I think Torlar taking that round. Let's check out the brackets again. Zolani. There we fucking go. We're moving on here. So Torlar, I believe, moves up to compete against 4LW. And then there is one person left versus Sam's. And then we will be into our grand finals. Holy shit. I think we do have a bit of a lull now, though, because we're waiting for the next match to begin. So we're gonna chill here. Do we potentially have coverage of 4LW and Torlar, actually? Not quite sure if we do. But we'll wait for confirmation from the mods for sure. Okay. These have been some fucking amazing matches so far. Pretty great, actually. Yeah, we do need, if we can, to spectate some folks. One moment here. Ba-doo-boo. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get that spectated. Whew. 2 more matches, and then we've got the finals to enjoy. Tunnel Shark, thank you for your patience here. Thank you for your patience. Got a few more games. Yeah, we'd really like to, I think, be able to see that. Whew. Has anyone been consistently 2-0ing? I'm curious now if anyone's like, yep, no, we got this shit. There have been some 2-0s in the losers bracket. Let's see, 2-0. Okay, it's kind of swapping around. Tunnel Shark, you've been doing pretty good, actually. Yeah, Tunnel Shark is there. Okay, it's actually swapping around a bit. I think that makes sense considering the ban situations. Because like the more I think about it and the more that we see it happening live in the bracket, it does seem like the deck matchups are, it's kind of dependent on how much you ban the champion deck, or how much you ban Demacia and Rise as well. I'm wondering if anyone had real dilemmas when it came to when it comes to banning a powerful champ versus banning something that you just don't want to go up against, because that feels like it's a pretty big factor. Like if you see a Rise deck and if you see a Demacia units deck, do you go for the Rise deck, or do you go for the units, or do you go for the champion pairing that you know is actually gonna be stronger? Gonna add some folks here. And then we've got pretty sure. Good. All right, we might be able to see the next one, hopefully. So that would be great if we could. Okay, we've got... Okay, we're just getting people online. Whew. Don't know if the next match has started, but the Tunnel Shark, thank you for hanging around. Yeah, last time too, losers bracket just kind of took a while, because of the nature of the double elimination. Again, if double elimination feels good, we'll probably just continue doing that. Mostly because it, I think, makes sense with a memeier deck to just have that as options for the meme situation, just because I probably would feel pretty bad if you got Sneezy Biggle dusted and then just couldn't ever come back. Here's the surprise, slightly meta card going on that we definitely might not have expected. Excellent. Looks like we've got Torlar. I think. Hopefully we can. Oh no, we still waiting for people. All right. One sec. Okay. Still working on the back end here. Still waiting, damn it. We don't have to cast them. I would just like to be able to. Since it's kind of the only game happening right now. So in the meantime, how are people feeling about the new cards, actually? Because Soulcleave came out, Castigate came out. We've definitely seen successful Castigates in the tournament just because it makes sense. I think for the decks, to be running it versus a unit only situation, like especially for this one, I'm realizing how much Castigate. I'm actually a little surprised that more people didn't pick Shurima, but to be fair, Shurima with other cards is not as useful for these conditions, because yeah, mono Zillion wouldn't work. Mono other champs with spells with Shurima would also just be fucking weird. Like there was a Baby Universe, I was actually wondering if anybody would go like Zerath Roiling Sands for the level up, because you could do that with a Zerath deck with all of the vulnerables getting cast. So yeah, that's the thing. Oh, we got 4LW. Do we have Torlar? No, we don't, but I can spectate 4LW from here. So let's kick that off. Hopefully we're catching them in ban phase, so we'll get the start of 4LW's game regardless. Yeah, I think also keeping the double animation makes sense. But yeah, Soulcleave I think has showed up in people's lists, but I don't think anyone has cast Soulcleave. It does feel a little bit more niche, and again we're running into the issue of you can only run in the spells only deck, and you're not going to be getting as many good things to revive. Soulcleave miss rates pretty nuts. That's a good point. Yeah, miss rates is pretty good. Soulcleave so much, but it's hard to use sometimes. It's powerful in very specific circumstances. Also, we're looking at the Rise Ionia and the Heimerdinger Bandle PNC. So of course we are once again watching to see if Biggledust makes an entrance, and we've got the Ionia Rise, which I'm gonna double check to see if there's anything spicy in there. 4LW with the Rise Ionia. Yeah, we'll see if this Rise can get another W, which it might be able to, but we'll have to find out. Yeah, this is the one with 3 Unworthy Souls, Steel Tempest, Pilt of Intelstones, Ransom Riches, 3 Sisters, Trinket Trade, 2 Denies, and no Nopifies or anything, so a little bit more limited on the counter spells. But there is, of course, a Rise in hand and Delves triggering, so this may be a quick match, depending on how it goes. Might be a relatively quick experience. There's the Shard of Betrayal, so we've got the Mana Refill, and we've got Betrayal. I'm wondering, interesting, not the Shard of Reverence yet, just kind of waiting on that mana. Can cast Rise, but instead casting another Delve. Kind of banking the landmarks, actually, which is interesting. I would have gone for the Reverence on the previous turn, but still good here, to be fair, and you still evenly use up your mana. Wanted to play Slowkeep and Gwen Viego, but it got banned every time. Yeah, I can kind of see why. It'd be interesting to go over the decks that we just never saw at some point. Because there were definitely some interesting ones in there. Steel Tempest, Star Chart getting top decked here. Let's see. Shard of Violence drawing, triggering the mana refill, getting that first counter spell into hand. Probably pretty good versus things like Production Surge if Heimerdinger comes down and if Heimerdinger comes down and that is attempted to be cast. Let me double check that that's actually in the deck as well. Because I'm just like, oh, yeah, obviously the fucking Heimerdinger has the thing. Does it have the thing? That's 2 decks before. We'll find the new one again. I think it does. But just to double check that I am not hallucinating. Spells only Heimerdinger from Torlar is going to be... 3 Production Surges, 2 Thermopytic Beams. That's kind of what I thought, but wanted to make sure. Looking at a little bit of Invoke from the super cool Star Chart, finding the Shard, hitting that Heimer with the Shard, Getting the draw, getting the stun, getting 3 sisters. Have mana for the messenger, obviously. No healing yet, but don't really need it. Got a final delve. Oh, it's actually looking really, really interesting for just potentially a fucking Rise blowout shortly. There's a heal, there's a rune prison. We're looking at the heal, and we're just getting fucking value. Yeah, if there is another delve here, we're looking pretty good. Heimerdinger is also just fucking dead, so the Rise gaming is strong at the moment, very strong. Unworthy Soul found here. No great way to draw other than with Drum Solo, but Drum Solo does limit the ability to just win with the Rise here. Getting the level up, obviously. He holds a shard, he looks very serious. And also a potential draw here. Yeah, but can't actually win this turn, for sure. That's not a guaranteed win. I don't think there's actually a way for that to occur based on how much mana is around and because a delve was not found. But there's part of me that's like, but maybe it will. No, it won't. It shouldn't actually do that. There's a Heimerdinger once again. Unworthy Soul could just put it back, to be fair. Counterspell open if Torlar tries something, but I don't think there's really going to be much that's going to be threatening at 2 mana in a Bandle P and Z deck. So let's see what's going on here. 4LW, I think, debating the... going for Unworthy Soul to put it back to get that Rise open swing. Otherwise, it might have just done damage anyway, depending on whether or not 4LW was... or depending on whether Torlar was just like, I want to block a 4 damage unit. Doesn't really matter what HP you're at if the Rise just kills ya. If it's just a nice murder. We got draw off of the messenger there. Rise Doggo going to town. Let's see if it finds that delve. It's probably gonna find that delve, right? Face Sprout didn't actually find it. Interesting. Pinging something off of the Rise here potentially. Of course, there's Mystic Shots and other things. Mystic Shots and Pokey Sticks to remove stuff here. So the Rise might be in trouble. There is a lot of draw, though. I mean, Drum Solo is still available. It can make it a 2-mana Rise, as we saw earlier today. Unworthy Soul, still not finding the thing we need for the Rise win. Mini Morph! No more Delves, no more win cons. Just 5 damage. Nothing to recall here. Ransom Riches is actually, I think, relatively strong, depending on what it finds. Going instead for the Trinket Trade. I was about to be like, please cast Starlit Epiphany. We need the Starlit Epiphany deck. That would be kind of funny. Hitting both of the 0-cost spells with that Prank, which is just kind of mean. That just kind of feels mean, 2 mana Deny, 2 mana Homecoming, because counter spells are real and terrifying. We just want more of them. Getting a Ransom Riches proc here just to get things out of hand, I assume. So if the deck Delve is top decks, we don't actually lose it to the winds of RNG. And also the winds of not having a graveyard. Ransom Riches, though, stubbornly showing back up like, hey, I'm better than a Delve, I promise. And 9 mana, it's 9 mana productions. There's a 9 mana Thermogenic Beam with the Prank, sneakily looking at 2 of the production surges mana. 4LW debating the decisions here. Flower Child, Loping Telescope, and Rainbow Fish off this, manifestation. Going for the Loping Telescope, looking for value, trying to deal 6 damage here. Doesn't matter if you have Heimerdinger, or doesn't matter if you have Rise, if you can also just win the game. Let's see if this Telescope overwrites maybe the 3-1. It is a 3-3. It does have that 1+1/+1 buff upon it. Going for the recall, actually. Saying no to the Heimerdinger forever. You're not allowed a Heimer Bonk at all. Heimer Bonk, bad and terrible. Going for the friendship or the best pals that we have seen before, getting the spell shield. The seal goes back to hand. There are things that can be cast, of course, so it's not a total obliterate. Ripping the Three Sisters, actually, to get rid of it even more so. Doesn't want that sticking on the board. Doesn't want to face turrets. Probably afraid of the fact that there's maybe 6 costs, or there are scary spells in there. More Mini-Morphs, Shock Blast. This is the deck, of course, with the triple Eclectic Collection tech, which is interesting. Silencing that 4-1 no longer has Overwhelm, sacrificing that in the name of not actually having Look at Telescope this turn, but not facing Overwhelm either. Finding that last Delve, now just need to find that Rise, which is hiding somewhere in the bottom of the deck now. 26 to 28. Definitely not going to deck out with the Rise, though, even if he is at the bottom. Heimerdinger finally is here, and then we're triggering all the landmarks at once. Go, landmarks! It's so pretty. It's so colorful. Mana refill! There's another Delve. It will be drawing. So it looks likely that the Rise will be found. He will be discovered. Ooh. What's the call, Torlar? Going with the 4-1. Not going with the 4-1. Passing the turn. Waiting for the Rise player to play their Rise or Bust. Top decking, Deep Meditation. That, unfortunately, will overstack the hand, so can't quite cast that. Not a lot to be cast here except Loping Telescope or Mini T, unless the Unworthy Soul is thrown at the Heimerdinger once more, just to get him away. Looks like it will be just getting the Heimer away. The Heimer is just never gonna be able to do it. It's made a MK4 one whole time. There's another Best Pals, which is just kind of funny at this point. Truly, the 2-2 is stubborn. No Frostbite to counter that interaction this time. Getting the 4-1. 4 of 12 power seen by this new Heimer. And an open attack. It's been so many interactions that I had kind of forgotten that there's still an attack here for Torlar. And indeed, just blocking the 4-1. Trying not to take 7 damage to face for 4LW. Exodia time potentially. Getting a card out of hand as well with the Rune Prison. Though with the what's it called? The Unworthy Soul cast. Spoo is nowhere near the sound that Unworthy Soul is in name, but that card did open up hand space already. There's another Delve, so there's more draw. Deep Meditation can also be cast here without penalty of losing cards, so can that. There's a Time Trick. Let's see what that can find, probably. Or it's another Delve into the past. Indeed, 4LW has found the Rise. And, yep, here is Exodia. Unless Torlar has some way to ping the spell shield and also get Mini-Morph down in a row. Because this deck does kind of slow down if you can do that. But unfortunately, it needs to be do burst speed effects. Because fast speed ain't gonna cut it, unfortunately. It's not a skill that you can counter, as someone pointed out. It's literally just win the game. Literally just win the game. Same way Star Spring isn't exactly a spell. Hunting with the Time Tricks, but my guess is that it might just be Mini-Morph in hand with nothing to really do versus the Rise. So the Rise deck, I mean, if the Rise deck wins here, it is knocked out, so we'll see what else 4LW is forced to bring. The Heimer deck, though, I mean, it's proven its power before, so if it does get another shot, might be able to turn it around. Just, unfortunately, Time Trick finding the guy that 4LW needed. First one to 4LW. Let's move on to the second match here and see what that looks like. All right. Yeah, what is the next match? Because the bans might have shifted for this one. bans might have changed. Okay, so we got Torlar's. Oh, we've switched to the Empowered deck, and we've now got 4LW on Bandle P and Z. This is the Shellfolk Prank deck, so we get to see it from the other perspective this time versus Empowered. Once again, so we're just kind of watching Empowered from afar, wondering when Mahira is gonna be found. Keeping the Zonite Urchin, getting Otterpuss, Belgian Rascal, and Benemone. There's that Kelp Maidens. There's the Otterpuss. Slow, and so the pranks begin. 2-1 might just chill there. It does get buffed if it, you know, he doesn't lifesteal if it's buffed, so probably waiting for that. Kelp Maiden's going strong, being like, hey, I'm elusive, look at me go. Wonder if this is a block with the Esmus, or if 4LW, or if Torlar is just like, nah, you can have the prank for later. Looks like it's a you can have the prank for later response there. We've also got a Chime, of course, off of the Esmus. Squeaker has some great discard targets now, as does Zonite Urchin, because of course we can kind of wait for the pranks to be more valuable once that Shellfolk hopefully comes back. It did get, I think, mulligan in the first hand that we saw, but there's a chance. I mean, if it just comes back, there's so many Benemones, it's going to get so much value, in fact. Trading with the Esmus, not going to be able to get another Esmus buff, and also free attack for the Kelp Maidens there for sure. Shadow Tech Walker, Salty Spinner, and Bouncer and Bolt offered from the Squeaker there. Belgian Rascal could also come down next turn. Torlar just stacking lifesteal potentially, discarding to draw Aloof Travelers. Top end in that Empowered deck. I mean, we've seen it before. We've seen it before. Stuff might happen. The big buff stuff can obviously just kind of happen again for sure. Ooh, there's Fury Horn. There's another card that I missed because I was looking at something else, checking up on some tournament stuff. Squeaker, though, did Manifesting Fury Horn Crasher, which is always just kind of a fun card to play there. Combat Cook, Improvise, and Forge, doing stuff there. Getting the impact. Pot of Pain. Pain Pot, as I like to call it. The Pain Pot has been received. And maybe we're going with the 2-1. Oh, we're pulling the lifesteal. Make sure that doesn't get value later. And we'll see. Right now, I would bet that 4LW has a bit of the upper hand just because there's that Aloof Travelers and things in hand. That can obviously discard Zalani or the Mahiras and stuff like that. Top decking the Shellfolk as well, so Benemone's looking, or this one Benemone in particular, looking a little bit stronger. Also, Stormer, thank you for the follow. No notifications at this time because tournament, but appreciate supporting the stream. I appreciate you supporting the stream. We're looking at that Esmus doing a chill, doing a big chillin'. And Benemone going out. Shellfolk is next turn. The Shellfolk apocalypse is about to happen to us. Curious Mageddon. Curiosity killed the cat, and also the opponent when you take all of their shit. Because the fun part is for Shellfolk, that with that units only deck, it can nab some fancy stuff. It can nab that Mahira. I keep harping on the Mahira, mostly because I personally really like that card, and it's fun to see it played a little bit more effectively in a units only deck, because normally it just gets shat on by everything. I was playing against a Mahira, I think, and it was just like, oh, you have a second one. Oh, I'm sorry, I have a Mystic Shot. Oh, you have a Mahira one more time. I'm sorry, I have a Pokestick. It's just very easy to kill, unfortunately. Torlar debating the choices with 5 mana open. Kelp Maidens here again. A Chime on something, and there's the Shellfolk. There it goes. Revna coming down, buffing the deck. We're starting to look at that. There's the Seraphic Wyvern that I was talking about. There is also another Revna in hand, targeting that Revna to have to be able to avoid that. Getting a Revna as well off of the Shellfolk cast. Revna's also a pretty spicy target there for 4LW. Buffing basically the whole board would be kind of insane. Giving Shellfolk Spell Shield, I mean, is also pretty good. Grant that thing protection until it doesn't die and just generates value until the end of time. Fuck yeah. At least for the Shellfolk player. Less so for Torlar. We can now see Seraphic Wyvern, Ayula, and Revna. Who needs an opponent's hand when you can just prank them and see what they've got? Let's see here. Looking at Reggie. Hi, Reggie. And otherwise, wonder when that Aloof Traveler is going to come down. When is the read on that? Right now, it can discard Revna, but I'm wondering if 4LW is debating just taking more of them. Though they are kind of expensive at this point. They are still, I mean, it's still a 6-cost card at base. Making it 5 is still 5 mana out of 7 that our players have right now. There's an Omen Hawk is a 3/3. Always a little bit scary when your Omen Hawk is more than a 1/1, because you know something has gone on in there. Let's see, what is the choice here? Is it Revna, or is it that? Because it's also granting equal to stats, right? So now that doesn't actually get any bonuses. And that's just so many Revnas in hand over here with 4LW. Just so many. Mahira does come down. We are looking at that. That was not pranked. So Torlar dominating with a board that will buff itself over time. But also there's now some augment squeakers, which the squeakers are actually getting pretty intimidating. I don't think there's a way for this deck to really grant overwhelm, so we're probably not afraid of that so much. But the rest is still pretty scary. It's buffing everything one at a time. I mean, the Revna is now starting to catch up on those stats just because of the Mahira being on board. This is... and it could actually be really interesting matchup. Because, yeah, we are looking at that unit v unit time. Looking at the overwhelm on... oh, never mind. Ayula does grant overwhelm. I was thinking Spell Shield for Shellfolk so hard that I forgot that I could also just buff a squeaker. Counts as created. Can do that twice, actually. Usgar the Ancient is a 10/10. And that's a pretty big boy right there. Omen Hawk, the 5 mana Ayula, the 8 mana 1/3 Revna, and the Seraphic Wyvern in Torlar's hand. Still just kind of waiting for a good moment. But that's 20 overwhelm damage right there. The Usgar does trade, so it's not lethal, but it is a lot. The Mahira is also about to get elusive and healing, so it could potentially just do stuff there. Manifesting some damage. Unfortunately, none of this can be cast this turn. Otherwise, pinging something might have been quite helpful. But yeah, there's only 2 mana remaining in Conchi. Oh, but no, it's discounted because of the Shellfolk. The first copy, at least, is counted by Shellfolk. So there is potentially a murder on something that blocks, or just killing Esmus to allow the Kelp Maidens to go through. But yeah, these also are unfavorable trades just because their HP is so low. Wondering what the attack is here. So, I mean, waiting is a little bit dangerous because Usgar is obviously just going to take Shellfolk, going to take Elusive, has regeneration, can really just kind of go to town. But let's see, a Fury Horn Crasher overriding for 1 more augment proc there. Everyone just kind of doesn't have it's just kind of a standoff now. One of the few times in a game like this where it's just like no mana, units, and we can see everyone, both 4LW and all of us can see everything that's in Torlar's hand here. So just kind of chilling. Just kind of chilling at the moment. Trading the Usgar. Not allowing the Kelp Maidens to get another Prang to rip through more things in the deck. Healing a little bit off of that healing a little bit off of the Divine Clerk. Watching that Mahira go off in hand is kind of fucking entertaining. Bill's Rat Rascal does have the Revna buff as well. Aloof would discard Revna. This definitely has Overwhelm by now. +2/+4 to everything would be kind of scary. That is a +6/+8 Seraphic Wyvern. And right now, all of these units are relatively low HP, so the Overwhelm and the Elusive and just all of the value that's being made, again, literally just by this Mahira, might be able to finish things out. There's unfortunately only a Eula to be cast after this, but we did see a very effective Spell Shield on the Mahira from before, so it might happen again. There is a Glorious Evolution found along with Double Tap and Keeper's Verdict. Double Tap a little bit, I think, awkward in this deck. I mean, you don't really want to smack something with an Aloof Travelers. Keeper's Verdict is affordable, but a little bit, they're gonna, you know, but they're gonna top deck anyway, so they just get it back. Glorious Evolution is the funniest. And also potentially the most long-term powerful. But going for the Keeper's Verdict, I think makes sense. Trying to just put the Mahira back, though, actually kind of makes less sense knowing that there's a Spell Shield, potentially. Maybe the Glorious Evolutions was just the call in order to try and get rid of it. Oh, but going with the Get Excited as well to force the Mahira to be top-decked. But that's kind of a stopgap, temporary measure, because the Wyvern is just kind of here. Wyvern is just kind of here. Also, oh shit, we got a raid. Liberty, thank you for the raid. Also, Hollow Thing, hello. Hi, everybody. We're currently covering a tournament right now. We're in the final matches. Grand finals are coming up. We're currently finishing up the rounds in the loser's bracket because it's double elimination. And we're watching Shellfolk go off. This turning view, see the enemy cards for casters. So Liberty, not exactly. What's happening here is everything has been pranked to shit. Everything has been absolutely pranked to hell. So we just get to see that because the Shellfolk Anemone Otterpuss thing has been happening for 4LW here. We do have a casting hand sometimes, depending on who is enabled spectate. But right now we just get to see things because prank happened. It's kind of funny, actually. But right now we are just kind of waiting to see if that can, if the Empowered deck can win versus the Manifestation RNG deck. Finding Elusives, which will block the Esmus and potentially some other things. They don't get buff stats though, just the discounting. So Overwhelm is still kind of pretty scary. That's a crazy board state. It is a pretty crazy board state. And we know that they've top decked Mahira as well. Just because it was put back with the former keeper, with the other Keeper's Verdict. So that's just gonna continue ticking along. It's a very good, strong clock of just, I have a resource. Torla really taking this Mahira pretty far in the tournament. Okay, there's 2 2/5s. There's the other Seraphic Wyvern. This is literally the only time I think I've seen people cast Seraphic Wyvern, which is kind of great. I'm glad that we get to see this weird creature. I kind of love their design, but it's also freaky. It's also just kind of freaky. Like, why is their face a triangle? And also, how do they fly? Why are their wings their face? I have questions, and I don't think I'm getting any of them answered. I thought it was a spectator thing. Not quite. It's just how the tables have turned for this particular match. Torlar coming out strong, it looks like. Is this the winning turn? I think it is. It's actually not, because there's still some damage that isn't resolving here. 4LW is kind of running out of battery, though, just because the Shellfolk doesn't have a ton of things to necessarily pick from that are game-winning. Though, to be fair, there's still a Reggie. There's still a Shellfolk Reggie. That one Shellfolk can, of course, trade in, because there's a second one. Shadowtech Walker, unfortunately, has to get sacked. Everyone has some crazy HPs here. The Wyverns are huge. I collected collection, unlicensed innovation, and Hextech anomaly. I almost would take the Hextech anomaly here because you never know what it's gonna generate, and indeed that was chosen. There's a buff to the Mahira, so the Mahira will automatically get elusive once more, and there's just that 3/5 Revna sitting, chilling, having a good time, waiting for its moment, buffing with the Revna, getting a 6/5 boom baboon. Get excited, actually getting pretty close. So with between the Kelp Maidens and the Get Excited, 4LW might be able to turn this around because that turn just didn't kill. Just didn't kill. Biblically accurate dragon. Biblically accurate for sure. But yeah, look at this Kelp Maidens. Look at that Kelp Maiden Get Excited line. We might actually just watch 4LW turn these wyverns into toast. And I think it might be a toasty wyvern time. Because there's still mana for all of the stuff. Yeah, putting the Mahira back, taking the Get Excited. And then just winning the game from there, which would be 2 wins for 4LW. So if this is a W, we've got someone moving forward in the bracket. 2 damage resolves, and I don't think Torlar can come back from this because it's just a discard and a win. That holding that Get Excited off of the Shellfolk. I mean, Shellfolk literally just kind of winning the game again. I think Mahira ticked. This one got 4. This one got 2, but also all of that. Yeah, the Get Excited finishing out the round. Overwhelm was just not quite enough. Close, but not quite enough. And I think we move on with 4LW. I'm just gonna keep spectating 4LW though, because I think our next match is it's Sam Sands versus Sam Sands versus 4LW, I think. Ooh, that's gonna be interesting for sure. We're just gonna sit here and wait for this to start. Yeah, crazy game. We're getting a lot of games where somebody is like at 3 HP and someone else is at 1 HP, and it's actually pretty tense. We've had a lot of turnarounds. It's kind of exciting. Flufferton is very enthused by this. Very excited, very enthused. And I was pretty good. I'm actually gonna go pee real quick, because I need to do that again, and hopefully nobody starts the match in 30 seconds. Be right back. I'm back! And the game just started. Let's go! Spectating 4LW, and we actually do have an opponent's hand for this. So let me turn that back on, I think. Hop into the Discord real quick, and let's take a look. This should be pretty fucking exciting. Do we have it? Yeah, we have it. And the emotes are going off. All right, TKG Sam Sands versus 4LW is quite a semi-finals game. Any rules for deck building? We do have some special rules, actually. You had to run a champion pairing chosen by me and the other tournament organizers, an all spells deck that allows 3 units, or 3 champions, and a followers only deck with no champions. So it was a bit unique, bit special conditions. People could do whatever they felt like would be the most fun in those scenarios. Ooh, do we actually, one sec. Is it not catching up with the streaming? There we go. There we go. We got the feedback. All right. We have a Teemo, by the way. What's the Teemo mastery? 19,000. Sam Sands, catch up. I've got 50K. All right, but we're watching 4LW pilot the Ionia Rise, which we are familiar with. We are also looking at Teemo Tristana, which I don't think we've actually spied on before. So let me just bring up that list. So let's see where this is. Samsans. So we want the unit deck here. Tristana with her crush on Teemo did make it through the champion pairings that we selected. Not anything super, I think, unexpected. It's just a lot of Vandal, some Shadow Wows for things like Quietus, Minion, and Hate Spike, 1 Tenor of Terror, 3 Vengeances, and 2 Atrocities, though, so a lot of hard removal just to get rid of big targets. Yeah, okay, we've got Dune Keeper off of Ransom Riches. Teemo ticking away, actually. That turn 1 Teemo doing pretty strong things. Might be a recall on the Teemo when he's trying to level, of course. 4LW with 10 puff caps already. We're looking at Group Shot, Tristana, Aloof Travelers, Pokestick, and the Owl Cat in hand, of course. Oh, nope. The feed's still not updating correctly. I'm just gonna leave that there. We're just gonna not minimize it because I think it hates it when I minimize it. Because there's 2 Pokesticks and a Vengeance and a Group Shot there in hand for Samsans. Tristana tried to come down, getting removed with an Aftershock though very swiftly. I see that you have Impact and Quick Attack and stuff, and also fuck no. Top decking, ooh, that's a Aloof Travelers that's being cast there, and a Wandering Shepherd in hand, dumping Drum Solo. Delve going out, looking for a kill on the Teemo, I think, but it doesn't actually give the damage one. No shard that will kill a small unit, but still got that Unworthy Soul to chill at the moment. Refilling spell mana up to 5. And let's see if that Teemo is allowed to smack. I doubt the Teemo's going to be allowed to smack. Oh, the Teemo was actually allowed to level. To be fair, it's not leveling yet, so it's only +5. I think I personally may be skewed toward Murder on Sight, because I like winning with that card. Healing, though, is fair enough. Got the healing, got the rise. Are not drawing puff caps. That kind of works. Yeah, that deck is going to punch out a little bit of removal. It's going to punch out a little bit of slow accrual of damage with Teemo and impact, potentially, if the Tristana can get online. But struggling a little bit with the Tristana, obviously, because she just got, the first one just got immediately deleted. Drawing a little bit, full mana refill, which honestly feels so much better, by the way, I think, than the 2 mana refill. Watching it now here especially, just like that 2 mana refill seems really just, it feels good to have full spell mana, you know? Now it does that. Loping Telescope getting the buff there. Getting Equinox, Void Abomination, and Loping Telescope. Or Tenor of Terror. It is a Loping Telescope. Oh, there's no Void Abomination cast. Unfortunate. Unworthy Soul in hand, which is going to be very painful for that Teemo in a minute. But did get the Scout Teemo, which normally would be, you know, 30, it'd be 60 puff caps. Not quite going to be that here. And also healing off of the Fae folks. So kind of resetting the board in 4W's favor, especially if this is the only champion really doing stuff at the moment. Pokey sticking the lifesteal, just trying to get some resources here. No way to deal with that for 4W, so does lose the Tasty Fae folk. Well, next one, let's see, we've got a Fae Sprout, and we've also got Group Shot, 2 Group Shots in hand for Samsans. Atrocity has been found, and debating the 5 mana Soul, I think, of can we manage that? Or do we just, yeah, go for the Homecoming, recast the spell mana, and kind of refund a good deal of the cost of the Homecoming initially. Yeah, it's really good. It seems really good. So, I mean, the Teemo just does come back down because it was a scout attack. Is it a second Unworthy Soul? Is it the recall and the soul? Or is it just the recast of the Shard of Reverence? Also, if they do find the other shard, the Betrayal, right? Am I starting to remember correctly? Yeah, if they find Shard of Betrayal, it actually hits the Grandfather Fae now, because the Teemo is just so big. The Teemo is just doing so much stuff. Finding a blocker in the Otterpuss, and also still enabling this, scouting the Aloof Travelers to make it a little bit more of a threat, and kind of distributing the problems here a little bit. Can't scout, obviously, because we have... Actually, have we triggered that? The Homecoming just came out first. I think the Teemo was on the back line then. I think the Scout might actually still be able to resolve, but going with the Rise because the Teemo is not actually doubling twice there. The Teemo Scout? No, the Teemo scouted, I think, the first time. Because the weaponry is recast, but the Scout doesn't apply, right? So I was like, the Teemo was the only thing that went, but it was also because the Scout was happening. That is 2 group shots in a pokey stick to just fucking delete that Rise off the bat. See, Rise immediately removed. Honestly, a pretty valid strategy. I'm wondering if this Teemo deck is going to win at this point, depending on what is found. That's 30 puff caps, and this, unfortunately for 4LW, is a deck that likes to draw. You need to find your Delves, you need to find your Rise. Time Trick does shuffle, but they're all kind of distributed in there. There is a Delve. There is still healing, of course. There is still healing, and healing is the bane of the Teemo's existence. But it is about an average of just under a puff cap per card, which is scary. Thick Teemo. Extremely thick Teemo, yes. We are looking at the Tristana as well from Sam Sands, which is kind of more damage. Generating the Bandle, generating a Telescope, and having still just damage in hand. That one Cloud not being cast yet. Healing, refilling, drawing. The problem with the heal is that, oh, that puff cap just negated all of it and also did an extra ping. Exciting. Tristana coming down as a 9-4 quick attack impact. We're watching Tristana gaming in a tournament? Fuck yeah. Living Library and the Mushroom Ring. Mushroom Ring sounds a lot better than Living Library, considering there are no traps or boons planted on this side of by this side of the field. Certainly there are traps in there, just the wrong ones. Down to 15, Unworthy Soul available. 1 puff cap there. 2 Unworthy Souls, actually pretty decent versus a board that's trying to kill you, including a 9-4 and a 3-4. Alright, no scouting either, just going for the face, putting the Teemo back, surviving it, only taking 3 damage here because of the Unworthy Souls, of course, but they don't kill them. There are still going to be issues in a second, and Drum Solo might be a lot of damage. Tifa didn't come to play, he came to take lives. I feel like that's normally the Teemo's MO though, right? Of just like, I'm here to be a war criminal. Teemo the war criminal really making a showing here. Okay, that is the Tristana recast, understandable. There's the Teemo also again, getting the buffs with the Tristana. If one of those is allowed to hit face, it's gonna be pretty terrifying. The draw one is not good, no, but going for it anyway, because I think 4LW kind of has to try. Has to try and find those Delves, has to try and win with the Rise next turn. Going for Atrocity though! Going for that Atrocity because no counter spells are open. I was so drawn up in the draw that I actually was like, too late. I was like, oh wait, Atrocity was in hand. Atrocity's been in hand this whole time. So first game for Sam Sands off of the big impact Tristana. Okay, 1 win for the Teemo deck. Let's try this once more. See if Sam Sands can pull out another win, or if the Rise deck will find a way to squeeze a victory in here. Finding the Rise on opening hand is pretty decent. Sam's Demacia Shadow Isles, I need to double check, but I think it is just a pretty standard Shadow Isles Cytheria Matron situation, I think. Let me double check. This would be units only. There's a Ram Hound there. Let's check that out. Yep, Matron is the only Shadow Isles card in there. It is a Cytheria Matron situation. There are the Ram Hounds coming out. Big doggos, big teeth, big damage. We're back to the Sans copy pasta. Alright. It might be a 2-0 depending on how that Demacia goes. Bringing Rise versus that is a little bit nerve-wracking, gotta say. There's always a chance that it will be able to sneak out a win before the Demacia finishes building board and attacking. But that's a little bit risky. Rise himself is still a turn away, and right now that board is stacking fast. 9 damage on open, assuming that the 4/1 blocks here. Potentially an Otterpuss off of the trinket trade, of course. But that's still gonna be 6. That's still gonna be 6. Unraveled Earth, Calculated Creations, and Otterpuss found off of that. I would assume it's an otter for just a I don't want to die. Calculated Creations is a possibility, though, for elusives. Rolling Sands, not so useful when everything has already been cast on the board. Malvado! Hello and welcome back! Having a pretty good day. We are in some of the penultimate matches of the tournament overall, so that's exciting. Ooh, there's a Spell Thief. No spells are being cast, though. So unfortunately, that's a bit of a brick. Bit of a brick there. Still hanging on, though, with a Otterpuss and the Rise in hand. Prank could become useful here. Still not dead, still able to withstand by blocking. Bannerman's scary. Bannerman, big scary. So is the Fordamacia. I think Fordamacia, honestly, is a bit more worrisome. Considering it can be cast next turn, most likely. And it will bump everything up by a lot. Rise can swing, but doesn't actually trade anything, which makes sense. Samson's just kind of sitting at almost full HP for hold W. You do well too, Samson's. Still no bias. Top decking the Steel Tempest, going to keep 4W in the game for sure, a little bit more. That Unworthy Soul is so expensive at 5 versus this situation. How does the math? The maths aggressively, honestly. Legends of Runeterra Valentine's Tournament, they've got their relationship goals. If only they were in LOR. If only they were in LOR. Yeah, I was definitely thinking about that of, what if Saya and Rakan were in this game? Oh, they'd definitely be on the list, but I wonder what they're gonna feel like when they are released. And if they don't release them together, I feel like the internet, I personally will just riot. I will personally just riot about it, because that would be upsetting. You have to release the couples together, okay? I will be memeing like that. Senna and Lucian. Senna wears the pants in the relationship. I don't disagree, especially after what has happened with the Lucian change, the Lucian update. Yeah, I mean, fast speed ruination doesn't necessarily compete with double attack if the Lucian's dead. Absolutely, yeah. Rise chilling here. But it's a win for Samsams, it looks like. The Rise just not quite finding footing there.
I have failed Runeterra.
And I think we are off to the next match. A couple of speedier games there for sure. And I think, let's check the bracket out. I think we're moving on to grand finals, if I'm not misunderstanding some shit. Yeah. Grand finals, Tunnel Shark, you're back on. We're back online for you. And I think we have some people. We have all of the people here at the moment. It's the rematch. Oh, Tunnel Shark and Sam Sands. This has happened before. We're getting it again. We're just gonna sit on. I think let's sit on Sam Sands here and wait. Tunnel Shark, come back to us. You're up. It's the grand finals. We get to find out who's first, third, and who gets a Poro. Who gets that Poro? Gragas and Urgot. If only they were in the game, that would be an absolute banger of a pairing. Oh my god, Gragas Urgot, incredible. I don't want to challenge, I just want to spectate. Imagine if I accidentally stepped up as a competitor, just like, hey, here. Hey, Sam Sands! Hi! Also, Hollow Thing, thank you for the follow, by the way. I forgot to shout it out a while ago. I have a little notification from like 15 minutes ago, but there's no notifications on the stream because of the tournament. But I appreciate you supporting the stream, and I hope you've been enjoying listening to the coverage of the LOR Love Tourney, or the LOR Love Tourney, as I keep flip-flopping on the pronunciation of it. We have everyone here. Absolutely fantastic. Everyone is ready. Now is the time to enact your master plan. Why? What is the master plan? There is no way a Samsens loses this. How can a shark even fit in a tunnel? I don't know. Some tunnels get pretty big, honestly. Like if you can fit a car through a tunnel, I'm sure you can fit. A shark. It's more just like, how does the shark get to the tunnel? Really? Who teleported it there? Is this another deep situation? Did deep also find a shark and not just the dolphin for once? Anyway, it doesn't make sense unless you've watched like season 1 of The Boys. Sometimes I just think about that and I'm like, poor deep, but also fuck that guy. Anyway, tangents. We are waiting for our match. Very exciting. Ooh, it's the end of the tournament. Yeah, this one was a little bit shorter than the last one. The last one went for 7 hours. This one's only going for 5.5, 6 hours. We cut out a whole hour and a half or two. That is super important, but I will not destroy my throat as much this time because constantly talking for a whole fucking day. I'm so glad I don't have to do this daily at work. I know there are people who are like announcers and stuff and like maybe one day, but I'm so glad I don't have to babble for 8 hours every single goddamn day. I would probably die, but I'm getting better at it, to be fair. Oh, all right. The players are getting ready. I am so ready. And I think you are hopefully as well, too.
I don't know why it's not showing
Yep.
me, but he's in the game for me.
It's, oh, we can spectate now? Wait, maybe I just need to refresh the thingy. Glass is telling me that they're in a game. Wait. Tunnel Shark is up against who?
Sometimes.
Oh, they're in a game. I'm just not telling me that, I'm just not apparently seeing it. Apologies if we jump in too late, but for some reason I just couldn't see that the game had started. Luckily we're still in the mulligan. We are looking at Samsans with Ionia Rise and Tunnel Shark with Shurima Rise. It's the Rise v Rise. Oh my god, this is gonna be fun as a match. This is gonna be so fun as a match. Oh my god. Let's make the next one end at 6 to 7 a.m. again. What? Wait. First we stuff Fiddlesticks in a box and we mail that box to Demosky, specifically to Garen, then the Garen opens the box and surprise, it's Fiddlesticks? That is pretty amazing, honestly. I love that. So I don't think we really need to explain too much about this matchup. We've seen these decks before. It is literally just who has the better Spell Rise deck. What a competition. What an absolute banger of a competition. Holy shit. Let me move this bracket out of the way. Actually, yeah, this is gonna be fun. Who gets the better landmarks faster? And you can kind of feel the energy too of just, these players have been playing for a while and they know what's up. Anyway, we can also see both hands here. We've got the Steel Tempest, Drum Solo, Unworthy Soul, Jury Rig, Stream of Telstones, and Otterpuss in Samsan's hand. We have two Rises, Careful Prep, Jury Rig, Quicksand, Deep Meditation, and Treat in Tunnel Shark's hand. Used to run meme format back in the day. Oh yeah, totally. We're gonna be doing more of this meme shit, so looking forward to having feedback from anyone who would like to contribute ideas. This has been some fun shit, so let's make more of the fun shit, you know? I don't know about the 3 a.m. thing though. Unless you really want it to end at 6 in the morning. I would die personally because I like my sleep and I need a lot of sleep, but that's me. That is me, to be fair. Also, I love that we've got the Halloween board versus the competitor board. It's very purple. I appreciate it. Got some banger formats up your sleeve? Absolutely fantastic. Let's do them all. I'm serious about that. Let's do them all. Okay, Deep Meditation getting cast. Finding a Concussive Palm. Casting a Delve. Throwing out the landmarks. It's interesting. Samsans currently has more landmarks. Tunnel Shark just has the Rise, though. And it's just who finds it first. It's gonna be so entertaining, actually. Yep, there goes the Shard of Reverence. Okay. Oh, Rite of Negation top deck. That's actually gonna be not bad. that Rise is almost leveled, though. It's interesting. Tunnel Shark catching up now on the Rise procs. Oh, also, one sec. All right, sorry, just catching up on some match stuff. I wanted to confirm if we had another game after this. What happens is, if Tunnel Shark wins this, Tunnel Shark just takes the tournament. If Sam wins, there is a bracket reset, so we do get another game out of this. So it's kind of all on Sam's right now. Can the reset happen? Also, Johanna Pie, thank you for the follow. Thank you for supporting the stream a little bit. Yeah, Tourney Cast. We've caught us in the finals, actually, the grand finals. No more losers, winners brackets. We're just here with apparently a lot of Rise gaming. Not the most surprising based on what people have said about how the Rise feels in this format. But yeah, it's super fun to see them both together. Shard after shard after shard. No W this turn, of course. Oh, W this turn! Oh no! Here we go. What's in Sam's hand here? There is potential interaction with the Rise between the spell shield, popping the spell shield and doing other stuff. So there's that Unworthy Soul, there's the Three Sisters, there's the Steel Tempest, but that applies on attack, so you don't want to do it then. Going for a time trick. Trying to find some kind of answer. Finding flow. Going for that last shard. Interesting, but the Frostbite and the Bang will still be at fast burst speed, and there's still 7 mana available, so there is a counter there potentially. Opponent's turn rolls over. Is this grand finals or losers finals? This is actually grand finals. If Tunnel Shark wins, it's a total W. If it's the Samson wins, we get another best of 3 out of it. In fact, that leveled Rise is gonna be annoying for sure, finding a jury rig just for a unit. Can Samsans find the right landmarks to be able to turn it around here? You're been in a conundrum because you hate Rise, so I don't know who to cheer for. Well, yeah, it's all Rise at the moment. Well, we'll see what rolls around on the next match. We do get 2 games here for sure, some way or the other. That's a prank, not a delve. Unfortunate for Samsans. Yeah, no delves top deck there. So just trying to find ways to interact with that Rise, should it come down. And it's just a surrender. Not wanting to fuck with that Rise getting recast and recast upon recast. Is it mono Rise on both sides? It was mono Rise on both sides. But here we go. Tunnel Shark dominating that one. Let's see what the next one feels like. We've got Samson's in the Ionia Rise and Tunnel Shark here with the, this is the Transform, if I'm remembering correctly. Yes, the Transform Nakatak deck. So there's top ends such as Mammoth Shaman and things in here. Also, there's 1 copy of Mega T, which is just kind of funny. More Rise. More Rise! Spotted Toad triggering. Not any big major damage or plunder procs to look at here. But there's a Conchologist coming down for some interaction. Yeah, if Tunnel Shark gets this one, it's a Tunnel Shark tournament. Alright, let's see. Samson has a Delve, Time Trick, the Portal Generator, the Debilitation, Recall. I think that was a Jury Rig. Jury Rig and the Stream of Tellstones in hand. Looking at the Shard of Violence, trying to get that value out with the landmarks now. It's all spells Rise. So yeah, mono Rise, but with some special conditions slapped on top of it as well. Bitsy Lizard also there, just doing a lot of pings. Spicy Transform deck, yeah, very spicy Transform deck. Finding stuns, which are gonna keep Samson's actually in the game for a little bit. There's definitely threats of Transform though. Like the Transform is going to be kind of intimidating, and concussive palms can only carry so far. But it might be long enough for the rise to go off, only unfortunately there is no rise drawn here. Like, even one rise at this point to get those delves guaranteed into the deck might help out a lot, but right now we're just kind of chilling with the field of 2/1s. Mysterious, whatever, I keep carrying this card. I keep wanting to call it like Mysterious Journey only, or Mysterious Portal, even though portals are the thing it makes. It's fucking Portalpalooza. The Portalpalooza coming out, not putting anything on the board, trading with a unit, Bitsy Lizard transforming into a 4/5 with double impact, thanks to the knock attack there. That might be lethal on the next attack already, if this doesn't work out. Let's see, top decking, a delve and a jury rig. It might not be enough, but there's still stuns, there's still stuns to be had. I'm glad you're enjoying the casting. We're having a blast this time. We had a blast with the Poro Cup too, but we're getting in the groove a little bit more now. That's not a Giga Gromp. It turns into a Giga Gromp. That's terrifying, not gonna lie. The damage to enemies doesn't matter, but it is just a big honking boy. This is a Samsans win? Oh, you think it's a Samsans win? Okay, there's one ping off of that. There's a Tusk Speaker also for another ping. There's a Tiari, which does block at least. Transforming that into Overwhelm is pretty strong, though. There are blockers enough, I think you're right, that there are blockers enough to be able to dissuade lethal this turn. Oh, and there is a Rise in hand just kind of tucked in there. Delve can remove something or heal Nexus a little bit. Then we've still got the Steel Tempest and the Concussive Palm available. Also, we're refilling spell mana, so perhaps a little bit less worry there. And we are top decking the Hurting Stones. Yeah, that's actually a pretty nice turnaround a little bit there. Impact is still gonna be scary, but we know for Tunnel Shark that there aren't really many spells to be super concerned about. Yeah, that Giga Gromp and that 7/7 are really terrifying. Still 6 mana though, still not lethal, if all of the stuns are committed. Oh, recalling on the jury rig to also put the Ursine Spirit Walker back into hand, with a with the +1/+1 Inner Beast cast on the 3/2 just to keep that over there. Pushing a little bit more damage, losing the Overwhelm. Actually a pretty neat play there, to deny the Overwhelm damage from the spotted Toad. The unfortunate part about Toad is that it will still do damage, but the Wording Stones is kind of just, I mean, it did its job. It stood in the front for a hot minute. It has already done what it needed to do. There is a Concussive Palm still. There's still a Homecoming in hand for Samsans, as well as that Rise, Deny, Unworthy Soul. So still interactions. Might be able to deny enough impact and enough units to pull it out here. Definitely a tenuous situation though. With 4 impact on board, still kind of scary. Still pretty scary. I feel like the Bilgewater music is also very much helping here. It's good fucking music for the finals. Inadvertently great music. Going for the draw there and the discounting. Finding a 0 mana Entreat and a 0 mana Delve. So looking at mana refill, looking at just useful shit. Healing to 4, picking one of the 2/1s here. I think it goes for, it actually just doesn't really, it's hard to tell. Hard to tell what it goes for. Oh, there's no damage. It's just draw, refill, and the heal. So Samsan's sitting at 4. That Ursine 7/7 is back. Removing the Giga Gromp from the vicinity. Has the Entreat, has another Homecoming, has the Steel Tempest and Concussive. I keep reading off the stuns, mostly for myself to remember what exactly are the interactions here. But yeah, the 3/2 is not lethal. The 6/7, the 7/7, and the 4/5 are all lethal on hit. So it has to be a bunch of fancy stuff here for sure. Trinket Trait can also make an otter just to block a basic unit, because the 4/5, if it runs into a 1/1, is close to lethal, but it's not quite it. Known that Tunnel Shark does run things like Teeny Dactyl, so wondering how much that may be on Samsan's mind, that one of these cards may just be the thing that can ping your Nexus, which makes the impact actually a lot scarier. Let's see. Thinking about decisions here. Sam's casting that Concussive Palm preemptively, getting the 3/2, stopping the Ursine Spirit Walker. Still looking at the rest of the board state that is happening right now. Tunnel Shark committed, not casting anything else, not going with a stance swap, not going with another knock attack, which makes sense. Pretty much the units on board are the units that you want. What is the decision here? So if you Homecoming, that's a unit that you don't have to block. If you stun, or the stun has already been done, so there's either a Homecoming or a stun, pretty much, because the Otterpuss cannot block. The scary thing too is that 2 impact could just resolve potentially. It might be Tunnel Shark just winning the game from here. This is pretty close. 14 damage right now, and that's overkill by 10 for Tunnel Shark. The music is still great though. The music is just like top tier for this. I'm not gonna lie. Top tier music. And it resolves! Tunnel Shark taking the tournament here. Congratulations to Tunnel Shark. And GG's, honestly, to all of our players. The Rises were very strong this tournament, but we also just saw the value in just having big units and having big fat units. So yeah. Thank you all again for hanging out and watching the tournament if you've been in the chat and chilling with the stream. And GG's to every single player who signed up and participated in today's competition. Congratulations to our finalists, and also big congratulations to Tunnel Shark. I shall be distributing prize money and Poros after the stream later today. We also do have a bit of a stream delay, so I realize that I am talking while people are still catching up with the outcome here. But that was pretty exciting. That was a pretty good match, a series of matches. Thank you all for participating and watching and signing up and listening to me talk about the game for a while, because that was a lot of fun. Definitely went a little bit smoother than the Poro Cup. We're learning as we go. We're getting new ideas. We're getting just the swing of the tournament hosting and the tournament running. So yes, congratulations again to all of our players, and special congratulations to our finalists and our winner, Tunnel Shark. Flufferton's brother shall be shipped off to Tunnel Shark, wherever you are, and prize money shall be distributed. There will be more tournaments in the future. If anyone who has been watching today wants to participate in a future one, we're gonna have different meme fun conditions. We're going to try to make them bigger and better every single time. And I hope that you are potentially interested in the next one. Someone mentioned Easter. That is a holiday, and we've been kind of structuring these around holidays, just to give people time to maybe play if they have more time or have a day off or just a weekend or something. So look out for the next tournament in this series of Poro related things. I've been calling it the Poro Cup series kind of in my head. Saying it out loud, I don't hate the name of it. So if you want to sign up for another Poro Cup series competition, stay tuned for information. Yeah. Congratulations, Tunnel! Sam Sands is a winner in your heart. Sam Sands had some fucking also banger games. There were some just incredible games today, and there's going to be some great footage to go over later. Thank you all again for participating. You've all been amazing. kind of doomed that time. It did look like you were having a little bit of a rough time with the top decks. Thank you, RNGesus. I feel your pain of the bad top decks. It happens to us all, and it's so frustrating sometimes. But awesome, incredible plays to you as well, Sam Sanson. Thank you for sticking it out till the end as well. Yeah, that I think about wraps it up for the coverage. To the finalists, I will be reaching out later today and tomorrow for info from you guys, and congratulations to all again. I will be back tomorrow on Monday, and then I'm going to be taking a little bit of a, not a super long break, but a little bit of a break from a couple of streams, and then coming back hopefully stronger and better than ever. But this was kind of something that I wanted to do just to follow up on the Portal Cup, and I think it has gone pretty well. So thank you all again. I'm going to head out. Shout out once more to our victors, and I hope to see you again on a future stream or in a future tournament, because there's going to be more of them. Have I said there's going to be more of them enough times yet? I feel like I've said that many times, and I'm still going to keep saying it, because hopefully you'll also participate in the future ones. So yes. Thank you again, Internet. It's actually not the evening here. It's still bright and sunny outside. So have a happy rest of your time zone. Happy rest of your weekend if it's still the weekend for you. Happy start to your week if it's Monday already. And I hope to catch you again some other time. Thank you all again. Also, thank you for everyone who followed during the tournament. Really appreciate you guys, and thank you for supporting the stream and all the shit that's going on here. You guys are amazing. Goodbye.